Where is Nancy Birdsall? Is she here? All right, let's get started. I understand there's a metro fail, so we may have people joining us as the morning progresses. But welcome to the Center for Global Development, and welcome to the 5th Annual Birdsall House Conference on Women, which is dedicated to highlighting research on gender equality and women's empowerment, economic empowerment, in the field of development economics. So this was named after CGD's founding president, Nancy Birdsall. Our past conferences have focused on contraception as a driver of economic empowerment, women and the future of work, the role of the private sector in improving the lives of women and girls, and high-impact donor interventions such as cash transfers to women. This year's conference is going to delve into a really interesting topic. I think it brings together two fields that are obviously very interrelated, but that have not always taken into account each other's objectives when defining policies and interventions. And that is the field of early childhood development and the field of women's agency and economic empowerment. And it's a topic, I think, that is still surprisingly underexplored. So while we know that the potential indirect effects of early childhood development interventions on mothers and other household members are generally acknowledged, work examining the costs and benefits of different approaches to ECD rarely take explicit account of the impacts on women and girls' time and the associated constraints on their educational and economic opportunities. And that's what makes this a really great topic for this particular venue. We're really pleased to have you here. And we know also that the gendered nature of childcare limits women's and girls' educational attainment, workforce advancement and opportunities, and full participation in community life. And though it's a well-recognized barrier to gender equality and economic development, there's still little rigorous evidence on what works to reduce this demand on women and girls' times and how ECD policies and programs can be better designed with women's and girls' time poverty in mind. So these are the questions we'll be exploring over the days. I'm looking at Horacio Atanasio, who I know from a previous life. So many great researchers and scholars have joined us today. We'll look into center-based childcare solutions. We'll look into changing household norms to better engage men in caregiving and the connections between these solutions and women's labor market participation and productivity, income generation, and decision-making and well-being. Before I conclude, a very sincere and large thank you to our funders, the Hewlett Foundation, Althea, I see, is here, and Sarah Jane, and Echidna Giving, Dana, for your support, for making this conference possible, and for supporting the research of my colleague, Senior Fellow Pam Jaquila, who will preview some of the landscape findings. Laura Rawlings, too. Okay, so without further ado, I hand it over to Pam. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for coming, for braving the red line and the metro. So I want to just very briefly, I'm not going to delay the first presentation very much, but I want to very briefly lay out a little bit of data to motivate us today. So we know, everyone here knows that ECD programs seek to benefit children, but these programs also have obvious implications for households, particularly for mothers, but for siblings, for other caregivers, for fathers, obviously. And most studies, as I'm going to show you, tend to ignore these impacts. In the build-up to this conference, we've been working on a systematic review of this literature to try to understand better how ECD interventions impact the entire household. And so we've screened almost 4,000 studies, impact evaluation, looking for impact evaluations of ECD programs that came out between 2005 and 2019. We identified 866 of these, and we're looking at, we're still going through categorizing these. So I'm going to describe the most recent set of interventions, so over 150 studies from the last 3 years. Okay, and so as you would expect in these studies, almost all of them are estimating impacts on young children. So almost by nature, ECD interventions look at impacts on young children, though in some cases interventions are looking at things that happened when children were young and the impacts on kids when they're a little bit older. Only a third of these studies measure any outcomes for the mother or primary caregiver of the children. So most studies are focused exclusively on the impacts directly on young children, and then only a tiny handful measure impacts on any other household members. So 5% either measure impacts on the father. I think that was actually only one study that we found that measured impacts on the fathers, and a few more measure impacts on both parents. And then we also see that a tiny handful measure impacts on the siblings. So only 3% of studies are measuring any impacts of interventions on siblings. So by and large, even though it's clear that interventions of this sort have major implications for households, and in fact, many parenting interventions, in-home interventions, are going to be mediated by how they change the behavior of members of the household, very few evaluations measure these things at all. Now, when we look at the set of studies, the third of studies that do measure impact for mothers, what we see is that, in fact, almost half of them are only measuring mothers' parenting behaviors. So they're only viewing women as a way of impacting children through their parenting, and they're not viewing women as people whose lives matter in their own right. Okay? And so you can see that there are some studies that are doing this, but the number of studies that seriously take account of the fact that when we intervene to improve children's outcomes by changing either access to daycare and preschool or by trying to change households' ways of raising their children, this has huge implications for other household members. And by and large, we have been ignoring these in our impact evaluations. So, of course, this wouldn't necessarily matter if studies, interventions like this had no impacts on other household members, if they were just sort of inconsequential. But in the studies that have looked at impacts on other household members, often they find quite substantial effects. So I'm going to briefly highlight a few different studies. So the area where there's the most work trying to document impacts on mothers in particular, and also household members, is on interventions that provide some form of center-based care, so either daycare or preschool. And what we see in existing studies in different parts of the world, from Africa to Latin America, we see that providing daycare or preschool often does have significant impacts on women's ability to participate in the labor force. Now, I know many of us are parents of young children. This seems like an obvious first-order fact about the world. Somebody needs to be looking after your kids if you want to go to work, and that is what we see. But even that evidence base is still relatively limited in scope. There's also evidence that cash transfers for mothers of young children can improve women's bargaining power within the household. So many interventions that are specifically targeted, that are primarily focused on improving outcomes for young kids, translate into changes in other aspects of household life. And of course, if we want to fully understand the impacts of these interventions, their costs and their benefits, it is critical that we begin to document these impacts, that we make it standard practice to think about how our intervention is going to change outcomes for other household members. And so hopefully what we're here today to do is to take first steps toward doing that, to build an agenda where we think about critical investments in early childhood in the context of the impacts they have not only on young children, but on mothers and siblings and fathers and entire families. So I'm going to stop there, and I'm going to bring up our first exciting panel, or I'll let Amanda bring up our first exciting panel. But thank you so much for coming, and I really look forward to the rest of the day. Thanks, Pam.
So I'll now invite Kehinde Ajayi from the World Bank to join us to talk about her work on women's work, childcare, and context. So we'll have each of our speakers present their work, and then we'll come up and do a panel. Thanks.
All right, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak and for that overview, laying the scene for this discussion. I'll be talking about a project that I'm working on and another project that some of my colleagues at the Africa Gender Innovation Lab at the World Bank are working on too, and highlighting the importance of thinking about context. So as Pam laid out very nicely, there are two kind of motivating factors when we think about, or I guess that are inspiring this event. One is the fact that women are, oh, let me show that. Oh, thank you. Women are more likely than men to engage in childcare in communities across the world, and this tends to limit their employment opportunities. On the other hand, children need a nurturing environment to thrive, and there's often a tension between these two things. So the big question that a lot of work is focusing on, and what I'm going to be talking about, is trying to find a sweet spot, so types of interventions that address both these issues at the same time, increasing female economic activity and agency, but at the same time ensuring that there is an environment that stimulates early childhood development. Pam approached this more from the early childhood education perspective, but economists a lot of times think about this from the or increasingly think about this from the women's work perspective. So what kinds of interventions can alleviate the burdens on women's time, but not so much attention is paid to the quality of childcare that's provided. So I'm going to talk about two examples of models that have been developed with careful attention to the specific context with a goal of addressing both these two issues at the same time. Creating opportunities for women to work in paid or to get income-generating activity, engage in income-generating activities, but also ensuring that children have access to quality childcare. So the first project is in Burkina Faso, and it's a mobile childcare project, and this is joint work with colleagues from the social protection team at the World Bank. And the second project, and from Jill, and the second project is in Congo, and it's a rural agricultural focused project that has a childcare component to it. Okay, so I'll start with the Burkina Faso context. So this is an urban public works project, and there are a lot of examples of other countries which are adopting public works projects. And the basic idea is these programs provide 6 months, typically in the Burkina case and ranges in other places, some guaranteed minimum wage employment for unemployed or underemployed people in the target population. So in the Burkina Faso case, 85% of applicants were female. But when it came to take-up, once people were offered the opportunity to work, there was much lower take-up among mothers. And those mothers who did participate in the program often brought their kids to the work sites and had informal childcare arrangements. So they would have them on the side with someone trying to keep an eye on them while also trying to engage in the work, and they would set up informal arrangements for someone to look after them while they were working. So the challenges were it was unsafe for kids. This is often heavy manual labor. There's dust, there's construction material, there's all sorts of hazards around. And the mothers also are distracted, so they're trying to work at the same time while they're trying to keep an eye on their kids. And so over a long period of time, through concerted effort, the project team developed a model for mobile creches where they provide tents that are, I should have put a picture actually, donated by UNICEF. But these big, large tents provide safe spaces for kids. They provide nutritious meals. They train some of the public works participants to provide or follow a stimulating curriculum, so engaging with the kids in play. And they bring low-cost toys and learning materials. And then they offer parental education, so training sessions for mothers primarily, with information on childcare, health, nutrition. And they're supported by visits from education and health specialists from the government. And each creche has a capacity for 50 kids aged 0 to 6. Okay, so while this sounds like an obvious no-brain solution to this childcare issue, it's not something that's been adopted widely. And there are lots of examples of other programs that have tried similar things with varying degrees of success. So what were the key factors, thinking about context, that led to the design of this model? One was engagement with different ministries that were focused on education to ensure that the curriculum aligned with the government's curriculum for early childhood education across this pretty broad span of age range. Research with public works participants to understand what factors would ensure that they actually brought their kids to the creches. Consultation with regional experts to localize the curriculum, figure out what kind of toys would be appropriate, what the cost would be, and then piloting this model in one particular commune to see what you could learn in this phase, and then scaling it up. So right now we are in the process of doing an impact evaluation, and the approach is to test this in 18 public work sites with a creche, comparing it to 18 randomly selected control sites that don't have a creche. And we are doing a survey of focusing on female public works participants with a child less than 6 years, with a sample of 2,000, just over 2,000 of them. And like Pam said, we're focusing on the women themselves, their cohabiting partners, children under 6, and we are now going to add some things on siblings too. We had some basic things on that, but thinking more broadly about understanding what the impacts are on other household members. In terms of scalability and sustainability, if anyone has a guess on how much this costs per child per month? $5? I got $5 here. Anyone else? $20. $20? $100? $50? Okay. Well, I'll tell you how. So we've done this basically focusing on the 20 that we have 2 that are not in the evaluation. But the main cost is salaries for the public works BAMs, the brigadiers, who are manning the sites, and they get paid the minimum wage, or I guess womaning the sites. They get paid the minimum wage, which is $62.50 a month. The supervision visits by the education specialists, and then by the health workers, and then they provide a daily snack for children. So overall, it comes to per creche, $833. Per child, it's $16.65. So we had, I guess, you get the prize. We're the closest one at $20. And hopefully we'll hear some similar things on costs in other places. But the idea is that this is a relatively affordable model that could be scaled in other contexts with a similar population. The second model comes from a pretty different context. So this is a project that's focused on rural agricultural households. And here, 80% of women, so this project in DRC is focused on increasing the productivity of female farmers. So 80% of women in these communities and 60% of men engage in farming. So to try and understand the demands on women's time and the potential impact of access to childcare, the team did a baseline survey of almost 3,000 farming households, about a fifth of which were female-headed households. But even in the male-headed households, they separated the sample into female plot managers and male plot managers. So female plot managers are women who are primarily responsible for the decisions about a particular plot of land. And they find that women female plot managers spend almost 2 hours more on domestic work per day and have 26% lower agricultural productivity. There's high reported demand for use of a childcare center. And so the team built on this by doing focus group discussions, in-depth interviews with people in these communities to understand what factors would be important for the design of an effective childcare model. And so the main things that came up were the age range. So providing care for children under 2. Again, if anyone has a child under 2 and has to think about this compared to an older child, there's a lot of issues that come in terms of feeding them if they're still lactating, allowing the mothers to come to them. They're just more complicated, let's put it that way. And so then financing, also thinking about what is a sustainable financing model. The actual cost of operation is often more expensive than women can afford. And if you go through route of having subsidies, it's typically not sustainable. But the financing model really depends on the degree of formality. So this was the big takeaway that came out of this. So if the formal model typically tends to be new infrastructure that's built, a school or a classroom explicitly for this purpose, provision of food, children having toys to play with, and typically parents can afford to pay for this type of model. And centers tend to be heavily subsidized, but that's not sustainable. On the other end of the spectrum, informal model is basically informal arrangements between community members where one watches a kid for one period of time and then the other one does for the other period of time. In this community, what came out, or in this setting, what came out a lot was a lot of distrust, more distrust towards community members as childcare providers rather than formal childcare providers or external people who weren't known and were just trained for this purpose. And then concerns about the quality of stimulation. And so what the team came up with is a hybrid model, so using existing infrastructure in the community, so existing buildings that aren't used or spaces that aren't used, low-cost play curricula, that similar to the type of thing that was used in Burkina Faso. A lot of different projects have developed these types of things and adapted curricula to a specific context. And then the center is run by a trained community member who's provided formal training on early childhood development. And this is also in the process of impact evaluation. The plan is to do an individual level lottery if there's excess demand, or do community level randomization if there isn't. So I had hoped at this point that for both of these we would have some initial results, but we're still in the process of doing the baseline surveys right now. So unfortunately we don't have data on this, but this is stay tuned, whetting your appetite, and hopefully in a few months from now we'll have some results on what the outcomes are of these different interventions. But the key lessons from these two examples I wanted to highlight is, one, the need to adapt the childcare model to the context. So there are a lot of examples. So since I've started working on this Burkina Faso project, I've talked to a lot of people who've mentioned a public work setting with similar issues where they have introduced different or related type of intervention. Often they have an innovative design. So there's examples from Ghana has a project that had a similar thing to this where it was similar idea, but different design there. In Ethiopia right now in their public works project, they're also thinking about doing a similar thing across multiple, I think there's a mobile creche NGO in India that does similar things. But as Pam highlighted before as well, both the specific features of the design and the impacts aren't documented. And what this means is that we don't have the opportunity to learn from these examples, what works and what doesn't. There are cases where no one shows up because of concerns about quality, and there are cases where tons of people shows up and it works really well, but we don't really know what are the key features of that design and how it was adapted to the context. And the final thing is that a lot of the interventions from the perspective of women's work don't measure the child development outcomes. And so we know intuitively and from personal experience that when you do have childcare, you're able to be more productive, but the key question is what happens to the kids? Is it really better off for them? And what is the level of, what is the trade-off between cost and quality that leads to good outcomes without being prohibitively expensive? All right, I'll end there so that we can have more discussion, but there's more information on the mobile creches project and the DRC project and some of the other work at the Gender Innovation Lab if you're interested in following up on that.
It's great to see both costs and effectiveness data together in the same studies. Okay, so now we'll have Dave Evans, who's speaking on behalf of a group of authors on childcare, child development, and labor market outcomes for just women in Brazil, or both men and women? Tell us. Just women and grandparents. Okay. What about the guy?
Good morning. It's great to be here, and I'm excited to share some results that we have on publicly provided daycare in Brazil. This is based on work, obviously we're traveling far from Burkina Faso in the Democratic Republic of the Congo to urban Brazil, but where childcare issues are still very front and center in both the public mind and in the minds of private households. So one of the things to set the stage with this audience, I don't think I need to talk about how important early child development investments are. They're really important. So go to another conference if you don't realize that. After today, stay here for today. But one of the things within the context of early child development, we have dramatically more work on some areas than others. So for example, if you do a simple search on the scholarly research on preschool versus daycare and the impacts on whether on children or adults, you can see there are dramatically more studies in the last 15 years on the impact of preschool than there are on daycare. And yet, so many women around the world, including women in low and middle income countries, do use daycare arrangements of a wide variety, from home-based care, where you kind of leave the child with another household member, or community-based, where there's somebody in the household who gathers lots of children together and people pay her a small amount, or center-based care. And so with a group of colleagues, including Horacio, who's here, I'm going to talk about some new evidence from Brazil. So the vast majority of the evidence that we have on preschool and daycare is from high-income contexts. And then the other is that from low and middle income countries, we could find just 3 other studies on center-based care. So there's one study from Colombia by Bernal and others published just this year that showed that when kids transition from a home-based care to a center-based care, that it actually has an adverse impact on their cognitive development, but a positive impact on their nutritional outcomes. There's some brand new evidence from Nicaragua, urban Nicaragua, that shows that kids who get access to child care centers, it actually improves their social skills and improves their mother's labor force participation. And there's a study from Nairobi, Kenya, that also gives some evidence that it boosts mother's employment, that doesn't actually look at children's outcomes, just like Kenny was talking about a few minutes ago. So in this study, we're asking, what is the impact of publicly provided daycare for children aged 0 to 3 on both their subsequent child development and on outcomes for the rest of the household? So what this paper does, it tests the impact of publicly provided care over the course of 7 years. So we're not just looking at concurrent outcomes, we're looking over outcomes over a significant period after the children have exited daycare, using a lottery to assign children to daycare in low-income neighborhoods of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. This is an example of what one of these daycare centers looks like, or creches as they're called. So what the program provides is full-time daycare on weekdays from 7 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. There's a whole range of activities, so there's a pretty clear schedule. Some of the centers deviate a little bit. They adapt the schedule, but there's a schedule that's set up, that's broadly held to, that includes physical play, storytelling, art, music, rest. And then the kids get 5 meals or snacks a day. So it's like they work at Google. I don't know. So 2 of those are small snacks, and 3 of them are more regular meals first thing in the morning, at lunchtime, and before they get picked up. These were designed with the help of a nutritionist. I am not a nutritionist, but I've looked at the menu, and they seem like healthy, the kinds of meals that I'd be happy to feed my children. Okay, so the way we try to get at the impact of this, we identified 244 daycare centers that had more than 11,000 spaces available. 25,500 children applied. So, if you're someone who likes to evaluate things, that's your dream come true. It's obviously unfortunate that they did not have spaces for all of the children. But given that, and Brazil subsequently has been expanding their provision, so there's less of this excess demand now. So 1,600 kids who had special needs automatically were provided with spaces. They weren't part of the lottery. They automatically got childcare spaces. But then a lottery was held for the remaining 10,000 spots. So out of all those kids, we didn't have the resources to gather data on all of those children. So we picked 4,350 children that were selected for the evaluation. So essentially what we're doing here is we're comparing the kids who won the lottery to the kids who lost the lottery and randomly got placed at the end of the waiting list. If you lost the lottery, you got placed on a waiting list, and if you were first on the waiting list, there was a pretty decent chance that you'd get into that daycare center. And so we didn't make that comparison. We compared them to kids who were randomly placed at the end of the waiting list. So in terms of data, so in 2007, households applied to these daycare centers. We got some basic identifying information about them, the household, a little bit of household data. So in the first year of daycare, in 2008, we gathered daycare status. Did you actually make it into a daycare center? Some basic information on income and assets and caregiver stress. And then in 2012, we gathered a much richer collection of instruments, a history of daycare attendance, labor market outcomes for the whole household, cognitive function, child behavior, anthropometrics, and then we gathered something very similar in 2015. So 7 years after the kids had first entered into daycare, 8 years after they'd first applied for the program. So we always hope for with a randomized evaluation, part of the objective is to make sure that before the program, the kids who get in and the kids who don't get in are very similar, so that we can attribute differences at the end to the daycare program. And we find exactly that. Across almost all of our outcomes, we find that the kids, the households that lost the lottery are very similar to the households who won the lottery, right? The only significant difference we see is whether the caregiver can read or write, and those who lost the lottery, it's a little under 97% versus a little over 98%. So hardly what we'd think of as a dramatic difference. In terms of attrition, so we can't find all the kids 8 years later, but we can find a lot of them. And what we see here basically is that across the winners and losers, those who won and lost the lottery, we're able to find 52% of the winners at the very end of our study versus 48% of those who lost the lottery. So there is a little bit of imbalance in our attrition, but if you look at those who attrited, they look exactly the same. We have a very rich set of data, and they look exactly the same across all of the characteristics that we collect. Okay, so what do we find? So the first thing that you hope, we're offering publicly provided daycare, and so we hope that it actually has some impact on that. What we found is that winning the lottery leads kids 8 years later to have experienced about 2/3 of an additional year in daycare. So it's not that if you didn't win the lottery, you didn't get daycare ever. So you were on waiting lists, so a lot of kids by the next year, they were back in the lottery and they'd won again. In other cases, and in a lot of households, if they didn't get access through the lottery to the publicly provided free daycare, they enrolled in some sort of private daycare, maybe a community daycare center of some sort. And so you have a significant increase, but it's not 3 years from the age 0 to 3, right? It's about 2/3 of a year. Kids are about 20% more likely to have had at least 2 years of daycare. Those numbers go down, but they're significantly more likely to even have had 4 years of daycare by about 6%. Now, how does that affect everything? Fundamentally, the first question is, how does it affect the households? So in the very first year, we find a small increase, about a 5% increase in caregivers' likelihood of being currently employed. And we see a similar pattern across a range of employment outcomes, things like hours worked. In 2012, so 4 years later, we gathered data on a richer array of people. We see a similar impact on caregivers, on the primary caregiver, which usually was identified as the mother in most households. But what we see that was a little bit surprising to us is a huge increase in labor force participation of grandparents. So in a lot of cases, grandparents were the default caregivers as mothers went into the labor force anyway. And so we see what looks like more than a 20% increase in labor force participation amongst grandparents, mostly grandmothers. We also see a significant increase in labor force participation amongst older siblings above the age of 16, which is the legal working age. So it's not increasing child labor, but it's freeing up these siblings who would otherwise be at home taking care of their younger siblings by more than 15%. Now by 2015, most of those results have attenuated, which is what we'd expect because all the kids are out of daycare at that point. So what this program is doing is providing a window of increased labor force participation and increased income to these households. We still see some impact on the siblings that is sustained even 8 years later. We find that if you look at formal labor participation, so if you look at monthly income, if you look at Social Security contributions, which is a common proxy in Brazil for whether people are actually in the formal labor market and not just selling something in the market, we see very similar patterns. And so it's not just that people are working more, they're getting more into the formal labor force. In terms of assets and income, we see results that are consistent with what we'd expect given that increased labor force participation. So in 2008, there's a significant increase in both the household income and an asset index. In 2012, we see an even larger impact. And by 2015, we see an impact that's no longer statistically significant, but if anything, it looks positive. In terms of the home environment, so we don't see, so one of the things that you see that offhand might look bad, but it's not actually bad. In 2008, caregivers spend significantly less time with their children. Now, on net, we think it's good to spend time with your children, but the point of daycare is to allow caregivers to spend less time with their children. So this just means that daycare is working. Now, once the kids get out of daycare, when we're looking at 2012, 2015, we see no significant difference. So it's not that putting your kid in daycare for 3 years means that subsequently there's some less attachment that means later you're not spending the time with your kid that one might hope. If we dig a little bit deeper into the home environment, we see something pretty similar. So we see a slight increase in whether caregivers are likely to read or sing to their child in 2012. Somehow not being around the child all day maybe gives them a little more energy to read or sing to them in the evening. Those effects disappear. We see insignificant effects on the number of books. We see a decrease in negative attitudes. I know that the labeling is a little bit counterintuitive, but we see a decrease in negative attitudes. In 2012, that's slightly significant. By 2015, that's also disappeared. And then with the stress, again, so this is reversed. So we see a significant reduction in maternal stress in 2008. And then by 2012 and 2015, again, as we might expect, since the kids are out of daycare, those effects are no longer statistically significant. Now, what about the kids? So one of the things that we see that's most striking is that the children's height for age and weight for age has increased significantly. So their height for age in 2012 is 0.16 standard deviations higher. In 2015, it's 0.11 standard deviations higher. And these results endure. So they're a little bit smaller in 2015, certainly, but we still see these impacts once these kids have long departed from the daycare system. For weight for age, we see even larger impacts, and they're sustained. In terms of cognitive function, we see some suggestive evidence on cognitive function. This isn't a huge game changer, but we do see if we do an aggregate cognitive z-score, kind of putting all the cognitive tests together, what it looks like is in 2012, these kids have a significant gain. By 2015, that's grown smaller and is no longer statistically significant. If you look in the individual measures, so a common receptive vocabulary test, the TVIP, we see really large gains in 2012. Again, all the other kids have caught up by the time we get to 2015. And then across some of the other, in executive function, we see some indication of an improvement by 2015. And then across a lot of things, we don't see a strong difference. Now, in terms of child behavior, we don't see any impacts. We don't see anything on, an index of all the scores or across frustration, attention, impulsivity. So we might say, oh, that's disappointing. There have been a few studies from high-income environments that suggest that going to center-based care can actually have adverse effects on children's behavior. And so whether that's because kids were already in higher quality private care or relative to their home environment, that going to a center-based care can have an adverse impact. We don't see any evidence of an adverse impact on child behavior. So even though there are gains in a number of outcomes, it doesn't come at the cost of better child behavior. So as a last piece, I'll share a little bit of mediation analysis. So what this analysis seeks to do is to say, okay, so we saw one of the largest, most sustained gains that we see is in children's anthropometrics. And so where's that coming from, right? Parents are working more, we have higher incomes for the households on the one hand, and so they have more resources. On the other hand, they're also getting 5 meals a day at these creches, and so that might have an impact. So with this mediation analysis, what we do essentially is we look at the original impact. So the weight for age in 2012, the basic impact was almost 0.2 standard deviations. And then we say, okay, if we put the updated income, the income that has been increased because of daycare centers, into the regression, how much does that explain of the coefficient, right? And so what you find is you see, once you control for income, you get a small reduction, right? But a lot of this difference in the weight for age is not explained by household income. When you put in the home mediators, it actually goes the other direction. You put both together, there's very little that seems to be explained by either what's happening in terms of how people are behaving at home or the household income. And we see a similar pattern with height for age. Some of it seems to be explained by these other factors, but not most of it, which suggests that in the context of these creches that have a significant meals program, and one of the important things to note is that this isn't school meals for kids who are 5, 6, 7, 8. These are meals for kids who are in a critical age of development, kids from low-income households, age 0 to 3. Getting those meals in those years can have lasting, enduring effects, together with some at least short-run impacts on cognitive development and giving their mothers, their grandmothers, their older siblings the chance to get out of the household and participate in the labor market. So, in fine, we find a significant increase and enduring increase in anthropometrics, child development, cognitive development. There's some suggestive impacts of improvements, but on the whole, not enormous. No adverse impacts on child behavior, but big increases in labor force participation, especially for grandparents, which is something we haven't seen documented in other studies, but oftentimes they're principal caregiver in extended family households. An initial rise in incomes, although there is catch up over time, and then not much of a change in the home environment. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dave. Okay, so now we'll have Sabrina Habib, who's joining us from Kidogo, which is a childcare provider in Kenya. Welcome.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm delighted to be here with you all to share a little bit about our work at Kidogo and the childcare services that we provide. Now, I know this morning we've already been to Burkina Faso and the DRC, and then we've hopped over to Brazil, and I'm going to risk our jet lag and take us back to Kenya. And I want you to imagine that you're in Nairobi in an informal settlement or a slum, and you've just been told about the concept of baby cares, and you want to learn a little bit more. And so you're walking through the winding alleyways of the slum. You get to this unmarked property, you take your shoes off at the gate, and you open the door. The smell is awful. The smell of urine, of feces, it's suffocating. But the woman that you're with urges you to move forward. And so you enter into this darkness. You can't see anything. You've come from this bright sunlight outside. And you inch your way forward until you feel your foot hit something. And you look down, and it's a baby. You are so horrified that you've almost stepped on a child that you instinctively lean forward, you pick her up, and as your eyes become adjusted to the darkness, you see 15 to 20 to 25 babies, all on the floor, all awake, but completely silent. These babies have learned not to cry anymore because they don't receive any attention for it, or you learn in some cases they're given alcohol or a sleeping pill to keep them hushed through the day. This baby care represents the best childcare option for working moms living in Nairobi's urban informal settlements. There are 3,000 of these baby cares in Nairobi alone, with more growing every single day. And moms are paying anywhere between 50 cents to $1 per day for 12 to 14 hours of care. And I use the word care very loosely. This was my experience 8 years ago, almost to the day. I left the informal settlement, went back to my apartment in Nairobi, called a friend and said, there is a childcare crisis going on and nobody's doing anything about it. And we left that conversation with this question: how can we provide a higher quality childcare option for roughly the same price point that moms were already paying? The reality is that moms don't have maternity leave. Most of them are working in the informal labor market. And grandmothers and aunts and extended family support systems still live in the rural villages. And so women have to make a very difficult decision every single day of where to leave their kids, anywhere between the ages of 2 months to 4 years of age, when they go to work for the day. In some cases, they're left home alone, tied to furniture, not out of neglect, but this is the safest place for them to be while the mom runs out to wash clothes or sell fruits and vegetables and returns during feeding time. In some cases, the kids are left with an older child, usually a girl who's been pulled out of school to look after their younger sibling. Or in the best case scenario, they're left in one of these unlicensed, unregulated baby cares. Essentially, it's a 10-foot by 10-foot corrugated metal shack with very little stimulation, very little nutrition, and no hygiene. And we just know how detrimental this is for the child's development. Fast forward 3 years, and after conducting hundreds of interviews to try and understand the situation better, talking to mothers to figure out their needs and their wants and their stresses, talking to daycare operators to learn about their frustrations, and after saving enough money, we quit our jobs and we moved to Kenya full-time to launch Kidogo. Kidogo is a nonprofit social enterprise that improves access to high-quality, affordable childcare in East Africa's low-income communities. We do it by working with daycare operators like the one I had come across, or mamapreneurs, as we like to call them, to improve both the quality of care that they provide, as well as the profitability and resiliency of their childcare micro-businesses. We do this through a social franchising approach. We enter an informal settlement, we map and recruit all of the existing daycares, or women that are unemployed and are looking to start a childcare micro-business. We offer them training and coaching and mentorship, and they join a community of practice over a period of 6 to 8 months, where they benefit from peer-to-peer learning within their own neighborhood. They improve their quality, and once they reach our standards, we conduct a basic retrofit, so we put in a $200 refurbishment on the facility. We paint it and brand it as a Kidogo Center to signal to the community that this is a quality center. And we offer ongoing quality assurance to ensure that the centers maintain their quality. Now, I know this is a women's labor conference, but I think it would be remiss for us not to talk about the importance of child development. When we started Kidogo, the focus was really on how do we create a solution where women don't have to worry at work. But as we dug into the research, again, we're not researchers, we're entrepreneurs, but as we dug into the research, we saw that those first few years are absolutely vital for a child's development. It is in these earliest years where motor, language, psychosocial, cognitive, all of these skills are being developed. The brain architecture is being set. And in this critical window of time, positive experiences as well as negative experiences can detrimentally rewire the brain and shape it for future development. We can see here that there on the left is a picture of a brain of a child who, due to adverse experiences during this critical window, those first 1,000 days of what it's being called, where malnutrition, toxic stress, abuse, whatever it might be, literally changed the brain architecture where fewer neural connections were being developed. And as a result, that child will never truly reach their full potential. The child on the right who received loving, safe, stimulating, nutritious environments in those first couple years of life really has the opportunity to soar. And the saddest thing about all of this is that a child that didn't get a good start to life is kind of stuck. Their brains cannot be rewired. The effects of this is irreversible. And so we have this critical window. I see Joan Lombardi in the room, who is a renowned thinker in this space, and she urges us not to think about this as a childcare crisis, but to think about it as a childcare opportunity. The truth is that when we're thinking about the first 1,000 days, and particularly in environments where you've got poor households and women have to work, children who are 0 to 2 years of age are not often at home, they're not found in health facilities all the time, they are in childcare centers, which means that we have this incredible opportunity in the first couple years of life to provide positive interventions, both to shape the trajectory of a child's life right down to their brain architecture, as well as see all of the cumulative effects on their mothers, on their grandparents, on their siblings, and on the household in general. So at Kidogo, when we talk about positive experiences for our children, we sum it up in what we call the Kidogo way. It's the 5 building blocks that we think are most critical to providing a quality childcare environment. It starts with safe, stimulating environments. This is about ventilation and getting cook stoves out of the center where curious children easily go and get their fingers burned, and where billowing smoke leads to tons of respiratory challenges. It's about good ventilation. We talk about a play-based curriculum. So rather than having kids sit idle for 12 to 14 hours of the day, it's about getting them engaged in all different types of play and ensuring that they've got local materials, recyclable materials with which to make toys out of. It's about nurturing caregivers. At the end of the day, no matter what you do, the impact that you have on the child will be based on that single interaction between a caregiver and a child. So it's about ensuring that caregivers are trained on responsive caregiving and that they understand the basics of positive discipline rather than beating or pinching or biting children as a means to discipline them, which is unfortunately the norm in the communities that we work in. It's about health, nutrition, water, and sanitation and hygiene, ensuring there's a good feeding program, there's health checks, there's deworming and vitamin A supplementation, there's clean drinking water, there's hand washing, and there's referrals to the local health facilities when we've got cases of malnourished children. And ultimately, it's about parent engagement. Parent cafes, talking about the importance of the early years, giving parents the skills they need to practice positive parenting, so that there's a good continuum between what we see in the childcare center and what we see in the home environment where kids are spending their evenings and weekends and holiday months. I think that the key here is that childcare isn't just about a nicely painted building, right? Quality childcare is what we're looking for. It's about the magic that happens inside the center, and we call our magic the Kidogo way. Over the last 5 years since we founded Kidogo, we have created a network of 85 centers serving 2,000 children every single day between the ages of 0 to 4 years. We've provided 5 million hours of quality, play-based childcare. And the best part is that we're just getting started. Our plans are to scale across Kenya and East Africa, both organically and through partnerships. We've just signed a partnership with Unilever to offer childcare at their tea plantation in Kericho, and we've signed a partnership with an organization working with prisons to ensure that children that are locked in prisons with their mother have access to quality, stimulating time in the prisons. The benefits of Kidogo go well beyond just the children themselves. We've been working very closely with the IFC on a Tackling Childcare initiative where we're framing childcare as a win-win-win. Childcare is good for the child, obviously. We've talked about how it sets the child up for success. We're intervening in those really crucial early years to ensure that children have the educational, the health, and ultimately life outcomes that we would look for. It's good for women and girls. Unfortunately, child-rearing falls mainly on women and girls, and so ensuring mothers have access to childcare means that they can get gainful employment, they have less stress at work, they're more productive, they can increase their household income. And for girls, who often have to take care of their younger siblings, ensuring that girls are able to go to school and achieve their educational outcomes. And it's good for economies. Ultimately, when you've got more people in the workforce, you've got better economies, you're ensuring companies are more productive, they're achieving their bottom line, you've got more tax revenues that are coming in, you've got a pipeline of human capital that you're investing in to ensure you've got great citizens for the future. And in the future, you will see less social safety benefits needed, you will see less investments needed in prisons, and all of these other things that we see later on in life that talk about the importance of investing in the early years. I want to end just by introducing you to Faith, because I think Faith kind of resembles everything that we're talking about here today. Faith is a 9-year-old girl when I met her in January 2015 at the opening of our second Kidogo Center. We had an opening event to invite the parents and family members to come see our center, and Faith's mother was working, so sent Faith with Martin, her sibling, on her back. I remember Faith because she had kind eyes and a bright smile. And I couldn't forget that smile. And so when I saw her again, just a couple months ago at the Kidogo Center to attend her brother Martin's graduation from our Kidogo preschool, she said that she has been able to go to school more often. She didn't have to miss as many days because Martin wasn't sick as often as when he was in his previous baby care. And she dreams of being a teacher when she grows up. And I think the reason why we do this work Forget the research, forget the charts, forget the graphs. It's about girls like Faith. It's ensuring that girls like Faith don't have to bear the brunt of being a mother when they're only a child, and ensuring that more girls like Faith have the opportunity to go to school more often and be the people that they wish to be. Ultimately, as a service provider, our goal is to measure quality of care provided, number of meals, number of hours, number of children that we have. But at the end of the day, we think that we're in the business of providing peace of mind. It's about ensuring that mothers can go to work not worried about the state that they'll find their child in when they come home, not worried about if their child has been drugged without them knowing. It's about this valuable asset, which is part of the struggle of women's economic empowerment. And I think if we don't talk about childcare in the conversation of women's empowerment, we're really missing an opportunity here, both for the immediate effects on women's employment, but also on the long-term effects of creating this generation of creative, problem-solving, independent, emotionally intelligent citizens of the world. So no matter what you do, whether you're in research or you're running an organization or you're working at a big NGO, ask yourself the question, what am I doing to contribute towards a mother's peace of mind? And I think if we start with that question as part of our conversation, we will accelerate this agenda so much faster. Thank you.
Okay. Now we'll have our panel come up to talk through a couple questions and to go to the audience. We'll just take a second to put the chairs on stage. So, colleagues, join me. Okay, well, thank you for 3 really excellent and thought-provoking conversations. I'll start with a couple questions for you, and then we'll go out to the audience. I think all of you, to some extent, are talking about these markets for childcare, and I think that's there's already some existing provision. You showed us an example of a really terrible one. We've seen at the start the problem statement, and the provision of these public programs, for example, is a response to that. But I think you, Kenny, were really highlighting the importance of understanding what is the problem that we're solving for, who's actually providing care in the households. So I wonder if you could reflect a little bit on what these markets look like, what the quality looks like, what has been the market response, for example, to your innovation, to Kidogo. Does that mean there's more childcare providers now? Are you lifting the quality of competitors, for example? But let's start with you, Kenny, on that issue. What kinds of things do you think of, and how do you evaluate that as well?
Yeah, so one of the things that we're planning to look at in both those studies is really understanding demand. Because a lot of the time, people go into this space and think, there's a problem, we need to provide childcare, and then some kind of center is provided, but nobody comes for various reasons. In some places, if there's a cost requirement, it's a cost thing, but in other cases, even if it's free, people don't bring their kids, or only certain types of people, certain people bring their kids. So I think on the market side, researchers often come into this from the supply, and because there is this overwhelming amount of data that demonstrates that there's this big burden on women. But understanding really the demand, even though women themselves often say that they would use childcare when it's provided, often the uptake isn't as strong as you would expect. So even in the Burkina, we've started now rolling out the centers, and there's huge variation. Even though the capacity is 50 at each center, a lot of these started off being undersubscribed. So really, and part of it is in the DRC case, that we thought that the quality would be an issue, but that was only 1% of people who didn't want to bring their kids who said they wouldn't bring kids to a center, said it was because of quality concerns. The biggest thing was more about trust of the providers, and so there's a lot of sensitization in these, at least in the context that I'm familiar with, that needs to happen to increase the demand side. And the second part of this is when you look at and you mentioned this partly in the Columbia study, that there are negative impacts on kids going to these centers. Really understanding what the counterfactual is, because that varies in a lot of places. It's not, sometimes it is people taking their kids to these low quality holding pens, basically. But in other places, it's these informal arrangements, which have these negative impacts on a labor supply, but on the other hand, are more acceptable for a lot of people than center-based care. So I think it is a tricky problem, and again, it's really context specific, really understanding what the counterfactual is.
And we can imagine it's pretty dynamic over time as labor markets change and as opportunities change, right?
Yeah.
And what about you, Sabrina? Do you want to talk us through a little bit what's happening in the childcare market now that you're an entry there? And
Yeah. So I conveniently zipped over we spent 3 years, we saved up money, and then we started. Those 3 years, we actually had an initial idea, which was, there are daycares, they're poor quality, let's bring them together, let's train them, let's slap a brand, and call it a day. We'll have solved the childcare crisis. We were very naive. And when we initially did those interviews and talked to daycare operators and said, hey, come join this program, they said, no, thank you. And we asked why, and they said, oh, my quality is fine. And by the way, I grew up in something like this, and I turned out okay. And what we realized was that there was no marker of what good quality looked like within that community. There are amazing early childhood centers in Nairobi, but they're all in the high-income areas. And so if you were to take somebody from Kibera into a high-income area, they would see that this wasn't achievable. And so we actually had to pivot our model and start the first 2 years of our organization by building our own early childhood centers within the community and showing what good quality looked like and bringing mamapreneurs into those areas. And once they saw what was possible, it opened up their minds, and then they wanted to join because they just, at that point, hadn't had a benchmark of what to look for. And I think the other thing is that we've done a lot of research over the last few years on what parents want, because I think we need to start with that. Parents are not passive beneficiaries, they are customers, especially when they're putting in money for these programs or for paying for part of the feeding program. And we, over the last 3 months, we're not researchers, and I keep saying that because there's no rigorous method we've used, but we talked to 2,000 parents and asked them, what is it that you're looking for? How do you make childcare decisions? And we found that it's based on 3 things. Convenience, so it's somewhere convenient where I can drop them off as I go to catch my matatu to work. It's cost, for good reason. And then it's trust. Do I trust the person that I'm leaving my child with? And what's amazing is when we looked at non-Kidogo parents and Kidogo parents, we noticed that the 3 factors that Kidogo parents now cited as how they choose their childcare center is based on interaction. How does the caregiver interact with my child? It's based on nutrition. What is the child being fed? And it's based on hygiene and safety and cleanliness of the space. And cost and location and who the caregiver was were kind of 7, 8, and 9 on the list. And so I think this speaks to this idea that we can talk about the importance of quality, but if people have never interacted with quality, if they don't know what it is, if they've never experienced it, it's not something they'll want to adopt. But once they've experienced it, that's all they want, and that's what they will look for.
so you have to generate demand for quality as well. That's a really interesting point. So Dave, what about the market in Brazil? So this is a big publicly subsidized program. There were obviously other kinds of daycare on offer. Do you have a sense of how that operated? Was it just the price differential, or what was going on there?
So I think there are a couple of things that come into play. One is, I think, our large impacts on grandparents and siblings show that not everybody was availing themselves, certainly not full-time, of an alternative formal daycare arrangement, whether in one person's home, lots of children gathered together, or some privately based center. A lot of people were just relying on household income. And so, this is a place where targeting was crucial. So in Rio de Janeiro, this was not in all neighborhoods. This was in low-income neighborhoods where the people who would, and you go to the creches and they are clean and they're safe and they've got a program, they've got food. They are not fancy. You go to them, they don't have lots of state-of-the-art materials, but they're safe places for children. And so it's a really viable alternative and essentially a subsidy for very low-income households to be able to access the labor market. I think another element of this, which is distinctive from some of the outside options, because this is a full-time daycare. So some of the publicly provided programs that I've seen in other countries will provide daycare for mothers for 3 hours a day, 4 hours a day. What that often enables mothers to do is to participate in the informal sector, because you have 2.5 hours free between drop-off and pickup, and you can run to the market and sell something. Whereas having a full-time daycare option provides an opportunity to actually enter the formal labor market, which otherwise these moms might not have.
One thing that surprised me from some of your findings is, sometimes you think of rural women will take their kids with them to work and, no problem, totally compatible. So is there really a childcare need in some of these places? But your sort of background work and your baseline is really showing there's demand for care in rural settings and agricultural settings. Can you talk a little bit about that?
So one issue with that, when you were talking about it being a dynamic thing, is the seasonality about that. And so I think that's something when you're thinking about formal centers, is another concern, because there are going to be times when women have less going on. If they're engaged in agriculture because of the seasonality, they probably are going to have times when they can look after their kids without having competing demands. But there are going to be other times in the season when they don't have those resources or that flexibility. So I think especially focusing on agriculture, rural households, it's a different question, and the model then needs to be different to take into account the seasonality. Second issue is, from that survey, the differences in productivity only showed up or were more extreme in there's differences between female-headed households and households where there's a male in the house. And so that's, something that we might expect, but also in households where both the men and the women engage in the same activity, these issues are different or manifest themselves in a different way from when they're all engaging in separate activities. And so there's some complementarity that happens when you're both farming the same types of things at the same time. But it's different if you're in an urban area where one person's doing this and another person's doing that, and there's very different sectors. So I think absolutely that the rural setting the concerns there are very different, because the employment opportunities and just the seasonality about that has different implications for what women are doing and what the competing demands are.
But it's certainly not irrelevant. I guess that's as a layperson who hasn't been in the field for a long time, you sometimes hear, it's the woman in the peri-urban area or the family in the peri-urban area or the urban area that needs formal daycare versus people who are in agriculture, not so much. But you're quite right. I think that's a really important point. Can I ask a provocative question, just because we're here at CGD and we talk about it sometimes, but what about the cash benchmarking idea? How much better do these kinds of programs do on that double outcome, the kids' outcomes and the women's economic empowerment or family labor productivity and participation? How well do these do versus cash transfer programs? Do you have a sense of that at all, or is that something we need to test? Anyone?
So I'll just say, in Brazil, we haven't compared this to impacts from Bolsa Familia, but that's actually something that we could try to kind of look at and see. I think one of the questions when we're talking about center-based care, which can be an appropriate option, especially in urban areas where you've got high density and it's easy to, you have a lot of kids who are nearby, that, you need a certain amount of fixed cost capital to start sort of a significant high quality center, that if you have a bunch of households with a little bit of cash, it's not necessarily obvious that a private provider is going to actually find enough of a market to make that upfront investment. And so that's an argument for where the direct provision may actually be more effective here than the cash transfers, but it would be an interesting comparison to make.
I think a related issue to that is the training. So that in both of the models that I presented was something that was provided by the program and kind of needed some kind of external intervention. I think the question of can these mothers organize to set up some informal system where some of them look after the other one, that works in a lot of cases, but really having someone come and provide some education training on best practices for early childhood development, I think that requires more organization. And in a lot of cases, there isn't that alternative. If what's available it doesn't have this quality aspect. And so, I think that cash can't do alone. I would anticipate, but I don't know any studies, again, looking at this.
And some of those quality aspects are difficult for parents to observe. Some are easy for them to observe, but it's difficult for parents to observe what happens to minute. And so that's another reason that the private market, just with cash, just like it is with public education, it can be difficult for parents to observe the quality of teaching. And so there's a role for sort of the careful regulation that can come in the public sector.
Or even to know what to look for,
Yeah.
right? I think, again, we find that parents, when they see a painted building, they think that is quality.
Right.
But to know that it's about the caregiver, getting down to the level of the child, or even the shift between academics and rote memorization, what they would look for is there a chalkboard? Are there desks and chairs for my 2-year-old to sit in? Is my 2-year-old coming home with homework? At the end of the day, are they being ranked on how good of a child they are compared to the other children? And so kind of bringing all of this incredible research that exists and that is housed in this room and putting it in a language that parents understand and communicating it to them so that they understand what to look for, what quality actually means.
So have you experienced any regulation from the part of government that has been useful in that sense?
No.
Or?
And I don't know if that's a good or bad thing, but unfortunately,
good. I don't
and certainly in Kenya, children who are 0 to 3 are just not talked about. It is this hot potato issue where early childhood has become this topic, and yet early childhood is thought to start at the age of 4. And so if you're talking about early childhood education, the Ministry of Education is on it. But anything to do with 0 to 3-year-olds, it's the Ministry of Health. But the Ministry of Health only thinks about immunizations. And if it is the Ministry of Social Protection, they're only thinking about kind of orphans and vulnerable children. So it is this hot potato subject that is just being tossed around, which means there are no regulations. There's no way to license a daycare. A daycare would have to be registered as a business, which is an exorbitant amount of money to register as a business and get the licensing. And so it isn't talked about, which allows us to fly under the radar a little bit as well as advocate to government. But there needs to be a lot more regulation, I think, to ensure that quality practices are maintained.
I mean, this issue kind of falls in between the sectoral cracks, right? And you talked about these incredible anthropometric outcomes, which is interesting, the cognitive outcomes, the labor market participation outcomes, or you can imagine a women's ministry doing it. It's just, and I think that's probably one of the issues that we find when we try and convince governments to act on this, because it's owned by no one. Do you have any sort of insights on that?
One thing on that is I think regulation can be dangerous. So in the Burkina case, so the only reason that we're allowed, or that the program is allowed to operate these mobile creches is because they're mobile and temporary. Because the regulations for child care centers is that you have to have someone with a bachelor's degree to run an early childhood. So that's, regulation can be, I guess have negative impacts because that raises the cost and it really raises. So at this point, even thinking about the sustainability of these running beyond the 6 months for the public works program, there's questions about whether it can be seen as argued that it's a temporary thing, that in the long run, the plan will be to get people who are skilled to take them over, but still trying to figure out if there's some way that it could fit within the formal system, because right now the regulations are that you need to have someone who's got this infeasible level of training if you're going to scale it up and have it be affordable to the large majority of people.
So maybe a role for policy reform at the World Bank. You can throw it into the conditionality.
I do think, I would just say, I think probably everybody agrees with this. I think regulation of childcare centers is a good thing, right? And we've seen high-profile stories in the news, in schools and childcare centers where terrible things have happened, and that's a big part of what regulation is intended to do. At the least, protect children from terrible things happening. So obviously, there's poor regulation or sort of regulation that's mismatched to the realities, and that sort of has to be reformed. But I think on net, the goal in every country should be that there should be public regulation. I will say on this interdisciplinarity issue, it was a huge challenge in Brazil when I was working with the municipality of Rio de Janeiro on this with a whole team. We were working with a very dynamic, these daycare centers fell under the Ministry of Education. Secretary of Education was Claudia Costin, who some of you know, who was doing a lot of exciting things. And the challenges of getting health inputs into these daycare centers, of getting social protection inputs, of getting other ministries in the same city government to work together was incredibly difficult, just because education was going to get all the points or the, all the credit for this thing. And so then getting the Ministry of Health to invest resources into it, or social protection, just the way most governments are structured, it's a very difficult challenge to overcome without someone who's willing to take a step forward and say, forget about the gimmies, we're going to make the right thing happen.
And I think it's going to come from the people. Like, I am so excited the day that childcare becomes an election issue in Kenya, where it's not top down, because it is so hard to get different ministries to work together for all the reasons that you mentioned. But if women will organize and come and say, this is what we need, and I'm going to elect you based on what your childcare policy is. And if we can kind of get this momentum coming from the bottom up, as well as working with conditionalities at the World Bank and policy reform, I think that's what's really going to move the needle.
We're waiting for that to happen in the United States as
Say
well.
that.
And yeah, stay tuned. It's an election year and childcare matters. Let me ask you about this question. We'll turn to the audience. One thing, Sabrina, that you mentioned is that you tried to match your unit costs to what people were being charged, and you made that all work. Can you talk a little bit about that and how it worked with demand? I mean, how are your prices doing versus competitors in the market, the women that weren't sort of brought in as a mompreneur, I like that word.
Yeah, so we're priced to the market. If we were priced above the market, nobody would come because people are paying. Each individual mompreneur runs a profitable childcare micro business and earns enough to make a dignified livelihood, but it is tough. And I think we say we operate quality centers and we do the absolute best we can, but ultimately quality, if you strip everything away, it really comes down to the caregiver to child ratio. And the average ratio right now is 1 to 22 in common baby cares. And just imagine having one toddler, and now imagine having 22 of them for 14 hours in a 10-foot by 10-foot space where no one's allowed to go. It is awful. And so we've been able to find somewhat of a balance between a 1 to 10, a 1 to 12 ratio, while ensuring the mompreneur still makes money. But that is nowhere near best practice that we see here in the US or in Canada or in Europe. And so I think what is going to be this biggest unlock is a subsidy, right? It's about governments coming in and putting in money. And we're starting to see that in South Africa. We're seeing it in other places. East Africa is just not there yet. But I think that's going to be our biggest win, is if we can get some type of subsidy coming from the government so that it is sustainable, and ensuring that ratios are down so to make sure that quality is there. I think that's going to be transformative, but I think we're a long way away from that.
Yeah, and Kenny, you showed us cost data, which is so rare to see in many programs. So how does that cost data compare? You said $20 per child, is that right,
60,
more or less?
65.
Okay,
Yeah.
so how does that compare to, say, how much the government is spending per year on children in primary school, for
I have
example?
no idea, but that's a good question. I will look into that. Yeah. I
And
don't know.
likewise in Brazil, I mean, how does this fare vis-a-vis education interventions?
Right.
per
So
capita
these are expensive. It's expensive to do a publicly provided, high-quality, center-based program, and so that's costly. The cost, like the formal cost analysis and comparing to other programs, is something we have yet to do. But I think, again, part of the reason it's costly is because it's full day and it's providing meals and
5
you know,
meals.
yeah, and which I know I'd love to go to one of those daycare centers.
We have food out in the front. Dave.
Yeah, exactly. But if and so I evaluated an early child development program, a community-based program in Mexico, which was much cheaper, which did not give mothers anything like the amount of free time, and it didn't provide these resources. And so, of course, we want to find sustainable, scalable solutions, but there's also a level to which you get what you pay for. And so if we want to provide quality care for kids, then we have to be willing, as individual households and as a society, to pay for it.
I think the metric we can look at here is percentage of household income. So, for example, with our Kidoko centers, we find the dollar a day is roughly 15 to 20% of household income is spent on one child for childcare. We're seeing numbers as high as 30% here in the US. Women are spending 30% of their household income on childcare. So I think that could be an interesting metric to then compare across different countries and look at cost effectiveness of a program.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Okay, let's turn to our audience. If you would like to comment, say a question, please keep it brief. Please say your name and where you work. Let's start. Okay, come on, the morning. Yes. We're bringing, yeah.
Thank you. Those presentations were amazing and really thought-provoking. I have two questions. The first is back to quality, which is to say, how do you maintain quality while scaling? Because what we saw in the US, I think Dave mentioned it, is that as they scaled up Head Start, that the lower quality Head Start was actually detrimental for kids. That relates to the second question, which is, how do these efforts to promote childcare, center-based childcare for 0 to 3, kind of pair with efforts to promote better maternity and paternity leave? Because maybe it's actually better for kids to be at home with a caregiver, they reduce infections, more one-on-one stimulation. I guess I'm just wondering, how do we pair those two efforts and not lose sight of the fact that that may be a better option, especially for 0 to 1 or 0 to 2-year-olds.
Okay, others? Over here? Oh, I'll make you walk around.
Hi, I'm Maria Maitali Sliman, the World Bank. Thank you very much for very, very interesting presentations. So trying to work on the care economy in general, development of childcare from the private sector provision point of view. And we are often faced with the question, but, so I work in Middle East and North Africa. People tell us, but people find solutions, right? Informal provision, they have families, they have, enlarged families. Why do you want to work on this? Do you have a supply and demand study? What's your justification, right? How can you help us and give us argument in countries where we don't have supply demand studies and where the stereotype is that basically the grandmothers, the aunts, wherever, the neighbors will take care of the children and everything is fine. I mean, you talk about the quality issue, of course, etc. But how can you help us in the absence of such argument? Thanks.
That's a good question. Okay, last right in the middle. And we'll come back out to you in a moment, audience.
Hi, good morning. Stephanie Perlson. I'm with Population Reference Bureau. Thank you all for your presentations. They're very informative and interesting. You all mentioned some of the positive parenting that's offered at the childcare centers that you spoke about, and I'm just curious if, what sort of male engagement there is in these parenting programs.
Okay.
Thank you.
So three very thought-provoking questions. Who wants to start off?
I'll jump right in with the, on ensuring quality. So in the Burkina case, the engagement of the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health has been crucial for that, and scaling up from the pilot in one commune to now the 20 sites. And so part of the model is to have these visits by these monitors or specialists to come in, check that things are going as they should, and then provide some supplemental training to the childcare providers in the centers. And so because in each commune they do have people in the ministry or staff, but doing that in the government centers, it's basically bringing them in to serve this role in the mobile childcare centers, which is also under the government since it's a government public works project. So I think in this case it's been a natural extension, and because it's part of the public system, it makes sense. But in other cases, it's clearly a concern. Pairing the issue of whether how to think about care for 0 to 3-year-olds as compared to increasing leave, I think is an important one. So when I talk about this mobile childcare thing, sometimes the reaction I get is, why are pregnant or lactating mothers doing public works to begin with? Like, why are they there at all? And shouldn't they just get cash and stay home with their kids? And maybe that's the way to think about the cash alternative, is that they just get to stay home rather than them using money to go work.
Yeah.
But I think that's a really important question. And because of these detrimental effects in some cases, I think it's a real issue to think about, but not something that we're working on in this case. On the questions of, I'm going to let someone else answer. I guess evidence from other places could be informative. So basically saying, even if there's no information on demand, I think documenting just the huge difference in time that women spend on childcare. So having time use, if there's time use data from some context, and basically saying it's clear that women spend more time, or older siblings spend more time on childcare. This suggests that if you have it, that there might be an alternative. But yeah, I think sometimes evidence from other cases is compelling as well. And then the final question, I forgot the last one. Maybe I'll let someone else answer that. Oh, dads. Oh, yes. No, that's really a great question, which in this case, we had planned to do this. So the big picture thing, and hopefully we're going to do this somewhere else, is to have a comparison between the impacts of providing childcare compared to the impacts of engaging dads. And then looking at the combination of the two. But we didn't end up being able to do that in this for some logistical reasons, but I completely agree that's something that's a big question and yeah, something that also requires more work. But I think we are going to talk about later in the day some more, hopefully.
Yeah. Dave, can I follow on this question of sort of, this idea that women aren't working or something, that they should be, that they're at home, they can take care of the kids or they can figure it out. And I think the findings from Brazil are so interesting because the mothers are working anyhow, and so it's about that whole household impact and labor market impact. I mean, is it considered good when you talk to policymakers that the grandparents can work more? Or, what in relation to this question about sort of what are the realities of labor markets and the role of women and childcare?
Yeah, no, I have, I guess, two thoughts on that. One is that grandparents in urban Brazil, we're not talking about a 95-year-old grandmother who has to totter out, do something. We're talking about women who are still game to be part of the labor force and contribute to their households. And if we want to allow them that opportunity, that's one thing. I think the other argument is that, notwithstanding Leah's accurate argument that low quality centers are bad for kids, what I would say is that most evidence from low and middle income environments is that, especially for low and middle income households in those environments, that providing them some sort of care opportunity often boosts at least a number of their outcomes. So not necessarily relative to a community-based care, a center-based care isn't necessarily better than a community-based care, but relative to just staying at home with grandma for 3 years, we actually see that kids have more opportunities for socio-emotional skill development and for developing. So a lot of the adverse effects that we see, some of them are from high-income countries where kids were already in high-quality private care and then they transitioned to a lower-quality public care. That's not what we're talking about in rural Burundi. And I'll just say on this point of quality, because it's so important. So one of the things that Brazil did is it resisted, in Rio at least, they resisted the demand to scale very, very quickly. And so they took it slow so that they could monitor and had a very close monitoring system. Now, not every country has a public service that's capable of doing a great monitoring and inspection system, but the Rio de Janeiro was, and they scaled slowly so that they were able to do that, so they could do careful monitoring. And on the father thing, like I mentioned before, I evaluated another program in Mexico that was parent training. And the goal was to evaluate mother training and father training. And we could not evaluate the father training because nobody showed up to the father training. So we had 2 fathers. And I don't know any statistical methods that will allow me to evaluate the impact on two dads. And so,
enough said, really, right?
So so I think part of engaging fathers is, in some contexts, helping to rethink the role of fathers and helping them understand the important role that they can play, in addition to what a lot of the parent training programs, which are trying to improve existing parenting skills.
On the quality side, I think certainly quality at scale is one of the biggest challenges. And I think certainly starting with what is quality? What do you mean by quality? And really defining what that looks like, because quality is one of those nebulous things that means everything and means nothing at the same time. And so getting really, really clear on the metrics and knowing what you're looking for, quality assurance processes, all the things that I think we all do really well. But I think sometimes the thing that we're missing here is that the incentives for quality for a daycare operator, assuming this is a private daycare, and the incentives for not offering quality, there's a mismatch. The mamapreneur, a daycare operator, is incentivized to take as many kids as possible because that's extra money for every child that she receives. And so when we say quality is important, do quality, we're going to come and measure your quality, and if you're not doing, we're going to offer you some training. There's no incentive. There's no reason why she, as a very poor woman who wants to maximize her own income, would want to do that. And so I think it's about being very intentional about building carrot and sticks in your quality assessment process. What are the benefits of offering quality? Is it that you will have more reliable clientele? Is it that you will have a wait list, so if clients are not paying, you can bump them off and take people off your wait list? Is it that you can charge potentially a little bit more? And what are the sticks? You know, for us, if you don't adhere to our quality standards, we remove the brand from your center. You're no longer a Kidogo center, which then signals to the community that maybe I shouldn't take my child there anymore. I think being very, very intentional about that. Fathers, it's really hard to get them to show up. What we found that works is telling them how important the early years are. Fathers, it's so fascinating. In Kenya, a lot of the parent-teacher associations, the chairs, are men. And it's because they feel like it is a status symbol and it's really important to be invested in this school committee. So if you can bring that same importance down to the child level and say, actually, the child is the most important, this 0 to 3 age range, I think we'll find ways to get more men involved. And I think on bringing awareness to the issue, certainly more research is always great. I often wonder, though, how much busy policymakers actually read 200-page reports. And what we've found works really well is to bring them to these childcare centers. If they say, this isn't a problem, there's aunts, there's grandmothers, what are you talking about? Tell them to come for a day. Walk them through the slums, because many of them, or the low-income areas, or wherever you work, walk them through it and have them see it for their own selves, what it looks like. Get their wives to come. We actually find that it's not the policymakers, or it's not the presidents or the prime ministers, it's the first ladies that champion the issue of early childhood. Bring them along. And I think once people see it, they can't close their eyes and say this issue doesn't exist, because they will have seen it for themselves.
In case any policymakers are interested, our report is only 30 pages long.
And there's an executive summary, so that's just like, I'm always so conflicted about the first lady approach. You're so right, but at the same time, right? Okay, let's Joan in the back, and we'll take 3 more.
Hi, good morning. I'm Joan Lombardi. I'm just delighted to be here. Thank you to the panelists for terrific presentations. And I must say, to the Center on Global Development, I think the fact that you're having this event is a metaphor that childcare has finally come of age. And I say childcare because we care for children, not days. So I have a comment more than a question, and it's really about the research, because we're going to see an increase in the amount of research going forward, and that's a great thing. But from decades of doing it in higher income countries, I think what we have to learn is a few things. One, we've really got to look at the counterfactual, because children are in other settings and we can't assume they're home, and that's the difference. Secondly, the implementation matters. So just seeing on a menu that they get 5 snacks doesn't mean they did.
Yeah.
And so really we have to look at implementation issues, and I think those great researchers of the World Bank have been telling us that for a long time. And I think we've learned also that quality matters, age of onset matters, home environment matters to child development. And so we have to look at all those things. So it's not, does childcare affect child development in a black box way? It's much more complicated, and we have to go into this knowing that. But I'm very excited about the conference, and congratulations to everyone.
Thank you, Joan. Joan is the inspiration for this conference, so. Let's go over here.
There are 3 hands over here.
Okay, this lady in black, woman in black. Oh, okay, sorry, go ahead. I know her too.
Hi, thanks a lot for the great presentations. Quick question, especially for the African models. The jobs the caregivers have at these services, are they good quality jobs? Are they formal, stable? Are their rights protected? My concern is if we scale up these very low quality early childhood models, we are scaling up very precarious works for women. And so how do we bring that issue to the attention and to the discussion?
Okay, and now the woman behind, thank you.
Thank you. I had a similar question on what would be then the price if we actually met all the minimum labor standards for the caregivers. And I don't know if in Brazil then, if you were a government employee in these crashes, then you would have some kind of minimum, right? So I'm curious about that. And the other thing is with the grandparents and the older siblings, which I truly appreciated. Does it make sense to look at net effect? Like I imagine that the older siblings and the grandparents would also have care needs, and somebody's providing those needs. And would that, so net of, right, receiving care and then providing care, and whether that might also explain a little bit the inelasticity with respect to the mother's response. I mean, so we're really looking at the full range of care services provided by or expected from the mother to the entire household, not just the child. So is it possible to unpack that?
Good questions. Okay, so we'll come back. We'll start with you. And the question on, are these caregiver jobs good jobs? Are they formal sector jobs? What's the, is it low quality childcare that's scaling or what? How do we think about that issue?
Yeah, I think unfortunately right now, childcare, at least in the settings we work in and what we see in East Africa, is that childcare is not a sexy profession at all. It's something you do when you're not good enough to become a real teacher. And so it's seen as something that anybody can do. Anybody can look after babies. And I think one of the things we need to bring a lot of attention to is elevating the profession of early childhood, that you are taking care of the brains of children at their most critical standpoint. And I think if we change the perspective on that, then we will see higher incomes for childcare professionals, we will see more benefits. But at this point in time, the unfortunate reality is that providing childcare for low-income populations is not the most profitable business ever and is not the sexiest endeavor ever. And I think that that needs to change.
Yeah. And I mean, there's so many countries that are employing childcare teachers, for example, and obviously in the case of Brazil in Rio, those people are public sector employees, correct?
Correct.
And that's, many countries are using informal arrangements or like community mothers or whatever.
Right.
Can you talk a little bit about the trade-offs, either you or Kenny, on sort of those choices about how to contract caregivers?
Well, I'll just say one thing on the Brazil model, which is that they are public sector employees. One of the changes that they were in the course of making towards the end of our evaluation was making them certified teachers rather than, so raising the bar on childcare providers. And obviously providing the maximum quality care is the objective. As a lot of us who work in education know, there isn't necessarily a high correlation between degrees, and so making sure everybody has a bachelor's degree doesn't actually necessarily predict the quality of care at all. And so, raising those easy to observe but not necessarily well correlated bars may not, it raises the price because you have to pay people more to attract those, and you may not get the return on quality you're hoping for.
Yeah.
On the Burkina Faso model and the public works model, I'll call it that in general, the idea there is that the child care providers end up running the centers as their public works. So the public works beneficiaries, the participants get 8 hours, they work 8 hours a day for either 5 or 6 days a week. In the Burkina case, it's 6 days a week, they work 8 hours a day. And most of them are doing things like digging ditches or cutting grass at a government building. So the model here is that these women, they're mainly women. I think we have like 10 men out of the 200 that we have in the study. So they, as their public works assignment, are running these creches. So they work those 8 hours. They get the same $62 a month that the other people get, but they do this as their work. And the good thing is, even though it's temporary, 6 months, the training that they receive is something that endures. So once the program moves on somewhere else, these are women who have been trained, and now they can, even if they can't organize in the same way before, they can serve as a resource for other women in the community. If they have questions about things, they can share. The idea is that they will then be a resource in the community and a way for sharing this knowledge on best practices for early childhood stimulation. But they are,
I think it would actually be really interesting to understand, maybe look across the world and see how many countries actually offer a child care certificate or degree or certification or something. Because from what we've experienced, you can become an early childhood teacher. But that really is about 4 to 6 year olds. And I think unless people are recognized in some formal way, and certification is so important for many contexts, I think that would be an interesting thing to look at, because that might be the first step in showing how important this profession is, that it is a profession, not just something you do to pass the time.
And then just to finish our session, the question about sort of evaluating the full set of outcomes for all the household members, so not just labor market participation, but an older sibling. Actually, we'd like to know something about how they're doing in school and whether, what do you think about that?
So I think what we're observing here, it's a great question. What we're observing here is the net effect, in the sense that we're just observing the outcome, and so that's net of however many grandparents actually need care themselves. I'm sure that explains why we don't see all we see a 20% increase in grandparents working. There are a bunch of grandparents who still aren't working because of that side, and I think that's an interesting point that could explain why we see smaller effects on mothers, because the capture, the child care relaxes one constraint for moms, but not all constraints. So that's something we can dig into the data a little bit more to try to unpack. It's a great idea.
Okay, so we're going to stop now. The next item on our agenda is a coffee break, always the best part of every conference, right? And we'll start again at 11 with a keynote from Horacio Tenas. Thank you, panelists. Very interesting.
So this one or that one? From in there? Attention, everyone. We're going to get started in just a minute. So if you can finish up your coffee and take your seats. Keynote coming up. Thank you.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
Should I leave this with you?
Let's put it on this. It's time.
It's working. People are listening to you. It looked like no one was really hearing.
They're so
Welcome back, everybody. My name's Owen Osier. I'm a researcher in the Development Research Group of the World Bank. I study women's labor force participation. I see Radha Rajkotia is here. She's one of the people who got me involved in one of my first projects on women's labor force participation. I study early childhood. I study outcomes, cognitive outcomes for little kids. Leah Fernald is here. She advised all of the measurements that I did in some of my earliest work. So I'm very conscious of this tension that there's a bridge that needs to be built between the measurement and understanding of programs for early childhood, for women, and for everything in between, that the effects we have on one may have effects on the other. I'm an economist, and we don't always build bridges that well, but I have the pleasure today of introducing Orazio Attanasio. And he is the Coles Professor of Economics at Yale. He has affiliations with the Institute for Fiscal Studies in London, BRED, NBER, CEPR, and so many other acronyms that you didn't actually come here to find out about. But he is one of the standard bearers in economics, I would say. Not many economists have not only published in the top journals in economics, but also have reached out to journals in child development. And Orazio, I think, is leading the way in that. So without further ado, Orazio Attanasio.
Thank you. So let's first see if I can operate this. Okay.
Yes.
And that's the clicker. Okay. Well, how do I go back? All right. Okay, thanks very much for the invitation. It's really nice to be here for a variety of reasons. I've been seeing so many friends and people I know well. I should add, however, that I really, really enjoyed the first panel. I think the discussion there resonated with me in many different dimensions. To the point that I was saying, oh, I should have put this in my slides. And so I will comment on some of those things. I was telling David earlier, just a minute ago, the one thing that I will not spend time here commenting on, but I think it's an important point, is the issue that was discussed about whether it's cash transfers versus direct interventions. And I think that's the wrong way to put the question. I think they don't need to be necessarily substitute, but they could be complemented in many important ways. But that's a discussion for another day. Today I'm going to talk about a lot about measurement. I don't know how to operate this thing, but So I will refer to child development and parental behavior in particular, but I will put quite a bit of emphasis on what we know, what we don't know, what work needs to be done in terms of improving our measures, and that's very, very, very important. Is there a way that I can? Well, okay. So as we know, as we've seen, child development in recent years has received quite a bit of attention. And we know that early years are important, both because they have long-term consequences. What happened, there were some nice pictures on the brain development. What happened then in the first couple of years is going to have very long-run effects. But also we know that the early years are malleable, and therefore they become salient for policies. There has been quite a bit of research that has been going on in this field. That a conference like this is a proof of that. Among economists, Jim Heckman has been pushing this agenda quite a bit. Among people that do the stuff, I'm very familiar with the Reach Up and Learn that is growing and growing, and many others that I don't have enough time to describe here. And indeed, this work has generated quite a bit of progress. I think we have a better understanding of the process of child development, how children grow during the first few years. We start to understand what kind of policies work and where and when. But I think there is a lot of work that remains to be done. We are still missing important pieces of in our understanding of the process of child development. For instance, what dimensions, what does it mean, child development? What dimensions we look at? And how these different dimensions like cognitions versus social-emotional skills, executive function, etc., interact with each other. What is the dynamics of that process? For instance, I see results both in developed and developing countries where you see fade out of interventions and then these effects reemerging later on, which is an indication of the fact that probably simple versions that we have been, you including me, but lots of researchers have been using of the process are quite inadequate in the sense that there might be important windows of opportunities and the process is far from being linear and simple. And so we need to understand this better. We know that parental behavior is key, but I think we still do not understand how parents behave and why. What we need to get a better handle of is what drives parental behavior towards children, how parents allocate resources among different children. This is a way under researched topic, which I think is quite important. And who makes decisions and control resources? I'll talk a little bit about that. And by this is, bargaining power between spouses. And finally, the other big challenge is that how do we scale, and there were quite a few mentions in the previous panel, effective interventions. We have a few examples of interventions that seem to be working quite well. How do we implement that at scale? And it's not just the amount of resources that go into by the way, the tables with the cost are extremely useful, and I wish more studies had that. But it's not just that, because if you want to scale up at the national level, at the regional level, an intervention that aims at changing individual behavior, parental behavior, then you have to get ownership by the recipients of these interventions. And again, the stuff that was said in Kenya. And there are lots of quality came out as an important element in discussions in the previous panel. And quality has got different dimensions. Quality has a dimension that is very difficult to pin down and is very difficult to observe. Parents might be able to see the building, but they're not seeing what goes on into the building, and that's crucial. That's the first point. The second point is that quality, as is perceived by parents, it's not necessarily the case that parents, especially parents from poor background, are aware of the importance of stimulations in the early years and the importance of good quality. Again, one of your quotes in the first panel was quite remarkable. They say, "Oh, I grew up like this. I didn't need anything better." And I think that's an important point. So when talking about scaling up, we need to find ways to identify the right agents within communities so that you get the message through and the community acquires ownership of interventions and programs. And that's a big challenge. And finally, which is relevant for all of the points above, how we measure stuff. How we measure the outcomes, which is not trivial, but also how do we measure the mediating factors, the inputs that go into the process of child development. So this slide is about the importance of measurement. I think measurement is essential to understanding the process we study. When I was talking about different dimensions of child development, you need to measure those dimensions if you want to model them. And that measurement is key to model parental behavior. So you need to measure the drivers of parental, and it's key to the design of effective policies, both in terms of actually the content and the research that goes around designing effective policies, but also in terms of monitoring and evaluation. So you want to put in place mechanisms that allow the authorities, the government, or whoever runs these things to monitor them. And when I say whoever runs that thing, I really mean it. It doesn't need to be necessarily the government. It could be NGOs, could be other institutions. So as there was I'm an economist, and economists have been reluctant to measure important drivers of individual behaviors. That is a long history behind this, but until recently, economists have been reluctant to measure beliefs, to measure subjective expectations, to measure bargaining power, or hypothetical situations, what attitudes people have when given a question that designs an hypothetical scenarios. There are good reasons behind this reluctance, but I think it's too narrow an approach. And fortunately now there is lots of research, and even among economists, there are quite a few people that are doing some really interesting work in this dimension. And one thing that I would like to say for that is that if we have the right measures, if we have enough measures, then we can estimate and identify better and richer models of individual behavior that allow us a better understanding of the world and eventually the design of effective policies. There is much work that needs to be done in measurement. That's something that I've been learning in recent years. And I think there is work to be done in using existing measures better, and at the same time building new tools that allow us to measure. I should also mention, especially when I started working in child behavior, I was shocked by the rents extracted by a few publishers, owners of standardized tests. And you need to use those tests because otherwise you don't publish your papers. And there are good reasons. You have to use tests that are validated, standardized, and all that. But I was shocked by that, I could tell you. some interesting stories. Fortunately, there are a number of really good initiatives that are taking place. Here I mentioned just one. There is a big project which actually unifies 3 projects that were growing in parallel on trying to measure child development in the very early years. It's now a big grant funded by the Gates Foundation, I believe, and I believe that it's almost ready, some of the instruments and I think that's really good news. Eventually we'll get to a point where we can use standardized reach measures made of interesting items for free. I think there is space for further initiatives, both in terms of using the existing measures more effectively and in terms of measuring new aspects. And I will say something about that, especially for parental behavior. So the example I will use to make my arguments is a project that we started in Tanzania a few years ago. And it's the first time I worked on a project that was exclusively about measurement. So we went down there with the idea of trying new measures. There is no intervention here involved, no policies and the like. So we wanted to devise a number of new measures that would allow us to measure different dimensions of child development in a scalable fashion. In this way, it's very complementary to the projects that I mentioned a moment ago. But at the same time, we wanted to measure the environment where children live and grow, and measure parental beliefs and attitudes, and measure bargaining power within the marriage, within couples, so to have all the elements that eventually drive what happens within families and possibly model them. And so we want to use those measures. So what I will do during my presentation today, I will give you a few examples of these measures in all those 4 points that we get. So how to use and improve existing measures. That was one of the many things I learned over the last few years. When I started looking at maybe 10, 15 years ago at child development issues, my idea is, okay, surely we know how to measure child development. And that was something that is not quite true. And there are lots of challenges. Let me skip this. So the points I want to make here is that, A is the dimensions, and B, how we measure them. And we have to live with the idea that perfect measures do not exist, and measurement error is there. So probably the best strategy, both from a research point of view and from the point of view who designs surveys, is to recognize that explicitly, and then making your choices in terms of the survey that you design and the measurement tools that you use and how you collect that data that are consistent and they give you an advantage when dealing with these measurement error problems. I'll give you some specific examples on that. Measuring young children is very hard. There are some measures that are considered the gold standards. The Bailey's BSID is one example. Apart from the fact that when you talk to at least to some child development people, they say, oh, the Bailey's is not that good anyway in terms of predictive power. But apart from that, assuming that it's good, it takes 1.5 hours to measure one child and has to be done under certain conditions by a psychologist that is trained for a number of weeks on a certified psychologist that receives further training for administering the test. I saw the test administered a number of times. It is a difficult test to administer. You can understand that. But that means that if you want to go to Tanzania or to India, it becomes really, really hard to do it. There are some issues with language, in contexts where different languages are spoken, and so it becomes really, really hard. So unfortunately, alternative cheap measures can be very noisy. A few years ago, we did Caridad is here. We did a study in Bogota. We took about 2,000 children and we administered them the Baileys. And these are from different socioeconomic backgrounds. Rich kids are not here. You cannot touch rich kids in Colombia. But the bottom 85% of the income distribution of Bogota is represented here. And so we administered there the Baileys, and then a week later, we administered 6 different tests, which vary and were done not by specialized psychologists, but under the condition that would be prevalent in a standard survey. So administered by good interviewers trained for the purpose. This graph here gives you the correlation. So the children were all between 6 and 42 months. It gives the correlation between the Baileys, which is supposedly the gold standard, and these alternative 6 measures. And what you see here is that they are, especially for kids under 18 months, they're very, very low. We're talking about 0.1. So, which tells you that these measures might not be particularly useful. This is the correlation with the these are tests for cognition, and this is the correlation for the subscale of the Baileys that measures cognitive development. This is for language. Now, language gets better, and there are some items. I love the MacArthur. The MacArthur is a great test, and you can get 0.6 at 18 months between the MacArthur and the Bailey's cognitive test. But again, at below 18 months is very, very hard. So those are real challenges. And one idea is that can we do that better? Now, I apologize here. I agonized whether to put this slide on. I know that if Sally Grant McGregor was here, I said, "Oh, you start speaking Greek again." But I think it's worthwhile to write down explicitly the model that we have in mind. So the theta there is the cognitive development in dimension J. So the J could be cognition, could be social-emotional skills, and what else. And that's what we're interested in. So for child I, or age T, that's the theta JIT is what we want to know. What we measure is the M's, and we have K different measures for every dimensions, and with those parameters alpha and beta. So the beta are important parameters because they tell you how salient a given the beta J tells you how beta JK is, how salient measure K is for dimension J. Now, this is a specific model. It's simple, it's linear, it's not necessarily bad. There are a number of assumptions that are needed to identify the parameters of the model. So I give you a bunch of data on M's, and I'll tell you, okay, can you use those data to estimate how developed that child is in dimension J? And if I make a number of assumptions, I can do that. Now, some of these assumptions are very strong, and violation of those assumptions might make my estimates of the theta of the development of that child quite noisy. However, and that's the point I was making before, you need at least 2 measures to identify this thing, and moreover, those 2 measures have to have measurement error. The epsilon here is the measurement error. The measurement error between those 2 measures has to be independent. So if you are collecting some data, then you can organize your data collection expedition so that you have maybe 2 different interviewers assessing the same child in 2 different days. And that makes that assumption valid. You only need 2 of those. might be more or less realistic in different contexts, but the point I want to make is that you want to write down your model that eventually you're going to use. And you have to use this because this is recognized and the perfect data does not exist. And they are plagued by measurement error. And then you can make, you can collect the data in a way which is more consistent with this and eventually make the data more useful. Now, different measure systems can be utilized. As I said, this is linear. It doesn't need to be linear. Often you have binary outcomes. Can the child say these words or not? So it's a 0, 1, or maybe 1, 2, 3, whatever. And you use different statistical systems. Now, the model that I wrote down, the Greek part, can be seen as an aggregator of the available measures. And indeed, if you use most of the standard measures in the literature, they come with the scoring algorithm, which you test the child, that gives you a number of things, and you put this in this black box, and by magic, this algorithm produces a number that tells you how to develop that child. Now, if you read the 200 page, say the Booker-Johnson test, which lots of people use, if you read the 200 pages manual, you discover that those scoring algorithms are effectively that model I wrote on the board, with alpha and betas estimated on a sample of children from Florida in the 70s. Now, are those numbers useful if you are evaluating the development of children in Colombia or in India or in Burkina Faso? Probably not. And moreover, with the computing power we have now, you can use the single items and estimate your own alpha and betas. And then you rescore the stuff in a way that is much more appropriate. That's easy. That's that easy and should be done more extensively. Examples of this, I said I love the MacArthur. The standard scoring of the MacArthur is just summing up the words the 100 words that the child is asked. You ask the mother whether the child say home or whatever. Do you need to consider the simple sum? I giving the same weight to different words? Does it mean the same if a child can say home or if it can say heteroskedasticity? It's a different, it's a different level of development, and you might want to use that information. So that's something that can be done. In a way, behind the D-score and the current projects, these are the ideas are partly behind because they are trying to take items from different algorithms and tests and use those to construct more effective. Effectively, if you have a bunch of items, say from the Baileys or the MacArthur, you can estimate the model and say, and identify what are the words that are more salient to measure child development. So the one with the high beta. You might also want to choose words that have different levels of alphas, but that's for different reasons. Then, there are a number of issues about what kind of scale you use, what kind of anchoring you use, and I do not have the time. There is some interesting work, recent work that has been done on this dimension, but I don't have the time to go over that. And at the end of the day, I think I'm very much in favor of taking the single items and do your own scoring with your models, because depending on the question you're asking in a specific study, you might want to address different points. And you might want to have the ability even to use the scale and the anchoring that is more relevant to the context. These are some papers that I recently wrote on those issues. Now, the example in Tanzania, what we did in Tanzania to measure that, we started from standard measures. We used the Bailey and we used the Credi. And then we estimate relevant indexes from the existing items and test. We use these estimates to select the most informative items and propose, therefore, new measures. So that's the start that I will discuss now. So novel indicators of child development, and then I will move on and talk about bargaining power within the couple, parental beliefs about the process of child development, and parental tastes and preferences. The last 3 bullet points are all things that were taboo for lots of economists, in the sense that this is not what you're supposed to measure. So in Tanzania, we did 3 different dimensions: cognition, language, and social-emotional skills. And we use different approaches to measure. So testing the child, again, using basically items from the Baileys, and maternal report, so asking the mother about the specific things. We also, I don't have the results on the filming. So we asked the mother and child to engage in certain activities and then film them. We just scored those films. We meaning, a bunch of students, psychology students at UCL in London, scored those films, but we haven't looked at those yet. So once we have those items, we do factor analysis to identify, basically estimate the model I wrote before, to identify the items that are more informative, and then see what kind of factors we can get from a limited number of items. Then in a second step, we recruit a new sample of kids, and then we administer to them the reduced number of things. So we started from the MacArthur language inventory test and the Baileys. So let me go to the. So this is a MacArthur test. If you just do the sum, that's the distribution. We have 400 children between 6 and 42 months. That's the distribution of the row score, which you get by simply summing up the words in the MacArthur. If you estimate your model, which is you rescore the MacArthur, that's the stuff that you get, which is much more sensible, the distribution of scores. It's true the correlation between the two is 0.93, but still it's a very cheap thing to do, the rescoring, rather than taking the simple sum, and it gives you probably better information. The next step was to analyze items from the Baileys and try to select. We started with 70 out of the 91 in the Baileys, partly because there were a bunch of items that were not really relevant for the older kids got 0 there. So in the end, we ended up using 70. And some items from the credit. We do some statistics on that. Let me skip that. This is the interesting exercise. So the blue line is the distribution of the score that you get if you do in the entire Bailey. The green line is the red line is the distribution if you only do 17 out of the 70. That is a massive reduction in the cost of administering this test. It's 70 versus 70. And the correlation coefficient between the two scores is 0.975. So effectively, you're getting the same information out of this, and for a fraction of the cost. And then when we did the validation, we went back to a different sample. That's the green line. And that's for I forgot what is the difference between these two. It's a slightly different sample. But again, the message is the same. So how am I doing with time? Okay. So the next step is measuring the drivers of child development. It's not just the outcomes we are interested in, but if you want to do effective policies, you need to understand the mechanism that generate those outcomes. And that's what you want to do that. When you write down models, or at least of economic behaviors, there are lots of factors that are important in modeling this behavior. And examples of this is, you're trying to understand what parents do in terms of investing in their child. And so probably the power within the couple matters for choices. I was glad to see Amanda and Laura here. It was one of my first experiences of working in developing countries. This was in Colombia after some experience with the CCT in Mexico. One thing that really changed my view of these things, I've been a consumer of models of intra-household bargaining between husband and wife. And I first went to the Progresa sample in Mexico and talked to some of the ladies. And I asked them, okay, does it make a difference that you get the money rather than your husband? And they looked at me as if I was a complete idiot. And so, of course, it makes a difference. And we discussed a bit about that and the mechanism behind that. And it convinced me that these things are important, what happens within marriages. And in this sense, the discussion between CCTs or interventions can be relevant, because even with cash transfers, you might change things that happen within the family that are of relevance. But anyway, we do measure that, and we measure beliefs and tastes. And by taste, I mean, I'm putting the blue one, the stuff that is what I'm gonna talk about, is we put individuals in front of hypothetical choices and say, okay, how would you allocate these resources among these commodities? And so that's what we do. There are many other things that you can do that are important. So subjective expectations, the work of Chuck Pansky and collaborators, that has been very important. But also information, what people know, and what they know about each other, how much they trust each other, going back to your presentation. All these are very important and should be measured. So let me start with bargaining power. A few years ago, with Pedro and Ingvild and Alex, we did an experiment in Macedonia. That was interesting because the CCT program there was administered in 100 towns. And in 50, the money was given to the husband, and in 50 was given to the wife. So we could check what difference it made. So what we did was a bit of a crazy idea. After we did the standard data collection, we called the ladies the following day to the office where the data were being collected. And we put there with this is simplified. In reality, it was a little bit more complicated for reasons that, if you want, I can explain. But basically, the question was, here is 100 dinners, which is 2 days of work for that sample. We're going to give that to your husband. How much are you willing to pay so that we give them to you rather than your husband? And that was our measure. As I say, designing that question is quite complicated, but it's not that simple. But that was what we were trying to measure. And that was our attempt to measure bargaining power within the marriage. Why? Because if there is a lady that say, I'm not willing to just give the 100 to him, it probably means that she's reasonably powerful within the marriage. If she's, on the other hand, she's willing to give up half of the money so that she can control it, means that she has very little control of how that money is spent. So that's what we did. We also asked, this was actually paid out, that amount. So it was a real choice. After that, we also asked an hypothetical choice with a much larger scale, so 10 times as big. So what do we get? First of all, there is a considerable variability. I do not have the time now to show all the tables and what variables, but the ethnicity matters, religion matters. And so you can see there are some women that are not willing to pay anything, but there is a distribution. More importantly for us was that the CCT does change that measure quite substantially. You can see these numbers here. This is with different specifications, but overall, it's a 5-6% reduction on the willingness to pay for in the towns where the money was given to the mother. So that was good. So now we went back to Tanzania. We repeated the same thing, with one difference here. Now we do it twice. We do it with the wives, but we also do it with the husbands. These are two different samples, so we're randomly allocated. We have a total of 550 households. It's 150. We asked the wife, 150 we asked the husband, 150 we asked the wife, but in the presence of the husband. So it's a couple thing. So this is the first two samples. Is the difference between how much the wives and how much the husband are willing to pay. So of the initial 6,600 Tanzania shillings, I think it is, the wives were on average willing to give up 2,720. The husband, 660, so effectively zero. And the difference is very, very significant, which again is an indication that this measures, it is capturing something real. Second step, beliefs. I mentioned before, what parents do is informed by lots of things, including resources and stuff, but it's informed by what they believe is the productivity of certain investments. So do I talk to my child? Well, I do because I might like it, but I do it if I think it's useful. If I think it doesn't make any difference, because my mother never talked to me when I was little, I might not do it. And so it's interesting to try to measure that. This is what I was telling David that the Rio paper is taking a long time to be completed. This is another one. We just released it, actually. I was very proud of that, with Flavio Cunha and Pam Jervis. We collected this beliefs data in Colombia. So if you're interested, it's available in the NBR. But basically what we do, we present the mothers with scenarios. So we think that child development is a function of where the child is in terms of development now, and a certain number of activities that the mothers does. And then you get an output. So it's what we economists call the production functions. We have inputs and you have an output. So what we do is present the mother with the scenarios in terms of initial conditions and investment, and we ask, what outcome do you expect? Now, said like that, it seems very simple and very stupid probably, but what we do it is a much more complex. What we identify scenarios using a factor model in terms of language, so identify what words are particularly informative about the process of development. We do the same for investment activities. So we use the items from the FCI, we identify the items, and now suppose that this child can say this, and this other word, is 9 months old, and her mother does this and this activity. When do you think this child is going to say this other set of words? So that's and we ask about 12 questions of this type to each mother, changing the initial conditions and the investment. So we have different points of the domain and we map into this function. Okay, I said this in words. So this is the tablets that we use to do that. In the original Colombia sample, actually, they were literally wooden tablets with a rope and with a bead that you could move. Now we use electronic ones, so you can actually slide these things. So this is low, high, low, high in terms of initial conditions and investment. And then for each of these, you can say when it's going to say these words that are easy words, medium word, and the difficult words. And so that's when we actually what is the probability of a child of a certain age, or how many children out of 100 will say these words. So that's the way it works, and it works reasonably well. Incidentally, and I'll show you the number in a second. We train the respondent to answer these things in a slightly different context, because there is this concept of probability and the like. But once they give the answers about child development, we don't correct the data. The interviewers are instructed not to correct anything. So these are the distributions you get on language. So these are the easy words, medium, and difficult words. And these are the 4 types of scenarios. So low is a high. They line up reasonably well. And so for each mother now, you can compute what is her perceived rate of return in terms of improving this probability of saying these words, of increasing investment from low to high. And you can compute that for a child that is initially low initial condition and high initial condition. And that's the stuff that we do. Again, for the first time, we did it both with mothers and fathers. In the Colombia sample, what we get is that and that's a very strong result, mothers think that the investment is more productive for children that start from a low level of development, which is consistent with anecdotes. So if you talk to these mothers, they say, yeah, the children just grow. If they really need help, that's when it's useful. Now, it turns out that it's actually wrong. If you look at the numbers of child development, investment is more productive on children that are already quite developed. But that's what they think. Here we see something similar. This is the return 0.44 for 0.45 for mothers on low initial condition, 0.31 with high initial conditions. What is striking is that at the high initial condition, there is no difference for fathers. But the fathers in low initial conditions, they have a much lower. So that's and significantly lower. So fathers are they think that investment is much less productive on problematic children. For the first time, we did not just cognition, but we also did social-emotional skills. And so again, with the same sort of indicators, we choose scenarios and we choose outcomes. And again, you find these differences between mothers think that children need. The help you can give children in social-emotional development is much higher. It's much more useful for mothers than for fathers. And so we now, in India, we've done something similar. And for the first time, because in India we're doing a longitudinal project, we actually have 3 measures of beliefs. And so we can study, I don't think nobody has ever done it, but we can study how beliefs evolve over time and how they can be affected possibly by the interventions that we were evaluating in India. But that's work to come in the next few years. We haven't done it yet. Final thing on preferences. So we use, in Tanzania again, we use a hypothetical game to elicit data on parent preferences for household allocations of resources. This is not new, has been done a number of times. The Jasser Shea in 1964 It's a paper that I love. I know this paper since I was a grad student, and nobody knows this paper. It was never published. It's an MBR thing. But what they did, Tom Shuster was the guy who invented the PSID. So was one of the founders. He passed away a few years ago, but he was one of the founders of PSID. And this paper was wonderful because he had a sample of a number of US households, and they would ask them questions. Suppose you buy a car that is worth $2,000. This is 1964. And suppose you are offered the following loan contracts. Which one would you choose, if any? And then would randomize across the respondents both the interest rate and the maturity of all these loans. It's wonderful. It's so clever. And then it tested in 1964 for the existence of liquidity constraints on these households. Nobody has done anything similar since. There are hypothetical questions, however, more recent ones, and that's one of the things we've done in Tanzania. So we asked participants to allocate an amount of money to different expenditure categories and different household members. The participants first allocate a given amount. We give them a bunch of beans and say how many beans you give, and we tell them this represents whatever. And then how to allocate, given I spend this on the child, how much is for food, clothing, education, health, luxury goods, and transportation. So that's the question. Those are the categories. So this is the answers given by the mother, the father, and this is by the mother when the husband is present. Okay? And so the one thing that you, and this is the how much you give to the child, to yourself, to your spouse, and to the child. Okay? So mothers give, first of all, mothers answers like fathers when the father is present, but they answer differently when the father is not present. They give more to the child than the fathers. Okay, so that's the, these are statistically different, while there is no difference between these two. Second, that's how they allocate the amount they're given to the child. That's why how they allocate it to different categories. By the way, I think I don't know if I mentioned, but the sample is randomly allocated between fathers and mothers, so they're balanced. And the big difference is given they give more to the child, the women, and what do they spend the money or the hypothetical money on? Clothing and food. That's the stuff they do. If you look at education, school expenditure, if anything, the father is higher. And these are no percentages, these are amounts. These are number of beans. Again, something that was said in the panel resonated to me. I forgot who was saying about, you were saying something about the fathers participating in Parents Association. Probably school expenditure here refers to not necessarily on childcare, but on later on. And so the amount is not different. But the two big differences are in clothing and food. So to conclude, how do we do? These measures are not easy to construct, to implement. There are lots of issues. I mean, the bargaining power is one of the hardest one. When we first did it, we wanted to use the Groot Becker-Marshak the Groot mechanism, and you cannot do with Muslim populations because there is an element of game of chance of gaining, and so there are all sorts of issues. Having said that, so I think it's worth going that way, but if we do it, we have to do it seriously. So the next step is validation of these measures. And the way we planning to do in Tanzania now, we want to do a step 3. If there are any funders that would be interesting to talk to them about, we plan to do a step 3 in which we compare the hypothetical allocations to actual allocations. So we do a CCT or a UCT, an unconditional cash transfer, and then we check how they spend the money. More generally, I think there's a comparison with actual choices. More generally, I think we need to, when designing these measures, we need to think about what questions we are asking. The context thing that you mentioned was quite relevant, and really what we need to learn. So that's what. Let me just. I would love to hear a few questions if there are any, and so let me just leave the conclusions on the slides. It's suffered. Yep.
Thanks very much. I'm Matthew Dukes from RTI.
Sorry. I think maybe I need to be more visible because someone else always speaks before I get to. Apologies. Yeah. Just curious if the responses for each of these sets, whether it's beliefs, preferences, or bargaining power, whether the responses of the mothers and fathers change or are different if the child is a male or the child is a female?
Okay, in the few places where we did try that, we did not find a difference, including, for instance, in Colombia sample where we did the beliefs. We tried to relate perceived returns to investment for a bunch to a bunch of observable, including the gender of their own child, and we didn't find anything. If there was one variable that was relevant in the Colombia sample, is the Raven tests on the mothers. So the mothers had to fill in a Raven test, and mothers that scored higher, they had the higher perceived returns on investor.
So now with the microphone, I'm Matthew Dukes from RTI. I love this presentation. I love the focus on measurement, and I think that I spend a lot of time trying to convince colleagues that it's the most cost-effective thing you can do to improve a study is to spend a bit of time on measurement at first. But because I lack bargaining power,
can give us a tip.
I don't always convince them. And the bit in the first part of the presentation, the bit that I think that usually gets cut out is we usually have time to reduce a set of measures, transform them, do the latent variable analysis, and maybe even that takes place after the study is completed, but before you do the final analysis. What I never get to do is then try out on a new sample, which always kind of bugs me, and I wonder if what we're losing by not assessing these measures on a, having transformed them on a new sample. Do you have some sort of sense of what you're missing there? Have your measures been revolutionized when you've taken it to a new sample?
A difficult one to answer because the cheap answer is it depends. It depends on the context for sure. If you ask me, was it a surprise that we did do this in Tanzania? So we did our analysis on the original sample, we devised the same, then we went back, we recruited a new sample from the same villages, and we administered the reduced test. And there was no difference. I mean, the distribution looks very similar. Was I surprised by that? Not really. But that's probably very context specific. In general, I think trying to validate if you propose a new measure, especially if you plan to publish this result, you better validate it rigorously. And there should be resources, research funds allocated to that validation exercise that would be very useful.
Sorry, hi, Annalisa Schwartz, Suarez and Associates. I have a question. When you're looking, measuring women's bargaining power in relation to the husband, you're assuming, there's the source of income of that household will basically come from the husband, more or less. So I was wondering, that won't be right, the assumption. Okay, so and the other question would be, it would be interesting to see what will be the mother's bargaining power in relation to the source of income, whatever it comes from, because many of the CCT recipients, as we know, they're single mothers. They're not really a two-parent kind of household. So it's just like, would that be another variable to consider in such a study? What would be like actually the source of income of that mother, and what kind of bargaining power she'll have? For example, does her income come from her family, for extended family? And how she'll be able to allocate her resources within the family.
So on the first question, in the literature on bargaining power and stuff, many people tend to use the fraction of household income earned by the mother as a proxy for her bargaining power. I think that's very bad practice, because that variable is obviously important. I'm not saying that it's not important, it's super important. But to translate literally that fraction into a bargaining power measure is not the right thing to do, because that measure, the labor supply of the women, will affect a bunch of other things. The attractive thing of the cash transfer, especially if it's randomly varied across towns, is that it's completely outside of their control. So to measure these things is really the appropriate thing to do. That's not to say that labor supply, female labor supply, or the income, it does not affect. Of course it does, but you need much more structure to derive a measure of that. And the attempt that we did with this measure was exactly to solve this type of problems. For single mothers, yeah, obviously there is no bargaining power with a husband, because there isn't one. But and as you point out, there might be other sources, and that's a good point. I have another project in Tanzania. It's just this is using not my own data, but data was collected a number of years ago by EDI, where we have for extended family, we have information on the quality of information among members. And that's very useful. I think it's not just bargaining power, but also try to assess what kind of networks they participate into, and what kind of, I didn't talk about it, but this network stuff is really important. For instance, the intervention we are doing in India now on early childhood development, we have both home visits, individual home visits, and then group visits. If we compare the two, the outcome on the children is very similar. So you get the same effect on the Baileys and the like. What we do find that the group intervention is much more useful is to increase the connections that the woman has within the village. And lots of these ladies, they come from a different village, they're relatively young, they don't know anybody. And the group intervention, putting them together in the same place, increases their connections. And they might be useful for that reason.
Hi, I'm Heather Knauer from University of Michigan. Just a question I have about this research on bargaining power is, have any studies looked at households that are comprised not just of the nuclear family members, but intergenerational or larger families, where perhaps like the mother of the husband might play a pivotal role in the family or other structures?
The simple answer, I don't know. There might be. I'm not aware of studies that have looked at that. I'm sure that there might be some. And it's a very good question. It's an interesting one. It relates to what I was saying earlier. In many contexts, the connections that people have even outside of nuclear family, can be very important. By the way, talking about a country which is not a developing country, the US. If you look, there is an old discussion about the quality of income and consumption data in US surveys. And the presumption, when I was a grad student, I thought that income is easy to measure, consumption is difficult to measure. And if you look at the middle class and rich families, that's true. If you look at family in the bottom 20% of the income distributions, that actually falls. Because consumption might be relatively easy because they don't have money they spend on basics. And income is can be incredibly complex and complicated because you have, my boyfriend gave me some and my uncle and whatever. There are all sorts of transfers, both and even the public assistance, but the interpersonal transfers can be very complex. So yeah, it's important set of issues.
Thank you, Horacio. Laura Rawlings from the World Bank. I just wanted your opinions, thinking big for a moment, because you've done a lot of work in the area of cash transfers and on impacts on parents and children. And we've been working with colleagues from Ideas 42 on trying to test some behavioral interventions, working with parents. And I was wondering what your thinking is about the role of behavioral interventions to try to alter parents' behaviors and the types of investments that they might be making with their children. I mean, this was part of the idea behind conditionalities in the first place with conditional cash transfers, but that obviously was mainly predicated on using available services, and there seems to be a whole world of possibilities about how parents actually interact with their children as well. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay, I could talk for hours about this. It's a really interesting question. Personally, I think I will tell you my opinions, then we can elaborate later. Personally, I think that cash only is not enough if you want to achieve outcomes on the children. You give people cash is not going to be enough. In many contexts, obviously, there are all sorts of caveats, but in many contexts, that's not enough. Which brings us to the issue of behavioral. You want to change individuals' behavior. They are not trivial. Those are the right interventions, but they are not trivial to design effective interventions. And they are definitely not trivial to scale them up. That can be very, very hard. Where the complementarity, and that's the point that I really want to make, the complementarity with the program like conditional cash transfers. It's not that the conditional cash transfer simply impose the conditionality. They might play a role as well. But it's not just that, because you cannot condition the cash on being a good parent. But what that instrument gives you, meaning the government authority or whatever, would be the possibility of identifying agents within the communities that have enough voice to convey a certain message. When we first did the one in Colombia, the main idea there was to design the home visits in a scalable way and then ask the madre líderes of the conditional cash transfer to deliver them. Why did we do that? Because you go there, you talk to the beneficiaries, you can recognize the madre líderes right away. They are more entrepreneurial, they are smarter, you can tell who they are, and they are listened to. So you can use the infrastructure that is created by a program like the CCT because it's not easy to identify who are the smart women. The CCT put in place, the same is true for Mexico, the promotoras in Progresa. And I was amazed. I had a number of discussions with policymakers in Mexico. As far as I know, nobody has ever used in a systematic way the promotoras of Progresa or Oportunidades, whatever you want to call it. And that's a waste. Because again, you go to the villages, you see that these people are different, and therefore If you think that to change behavior, you have to reach, you have to get ownership by the beneficiaries, but above all, you have to convey the message. Poor people get spoken to by lots of people, charlatans, policymakers, sometimes are the same people, and and why should they trust? And so you have to reach out using the appropriate channel.
We have time for one last question. I've been given the unpleasant task of saying that.
Let's take two.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Patricia Wekulo from the African Population and Health Research Center. What I wanted to ask you to comment on is the initiatives to develop measures of child development, because we had the IYCD, and then before we could get to use it, there's the GSED, and then there have been other tools before that there is work going on with, but we don't get to see the final product.
Yeah, I can answer shortly. As I mentioned during my presentation, I think that's a great initiative, and it's something that we really, really need. I know some of the work that has been done, and I think it's very interesting. If you ask me, would you do exactly the same thing? No, probably I would change a few things, but that doesn't mean the quality, the work is not high quality. It's really important work that is being done. The one dimension that I think we should push to get more is to measure not just child development, which is essential, but also factors around the determinants of child development. FCI, things like what do parents do and what is the environmental factors that might drive that. There's one last question there. She's been asking.
If it's okay, I'll ask you both to connect over lunch. I know there are a few others as well. If you're able to stay around for a few minutes, I just want to make sure everyone gets sustenance because it's a long day. Lunch is served in the back. We're going to break now. And ask that you be back in your seats for 1 o'clock for the next panel. One last final round of applause for our keynote speaker.
Thank you.
Hi, we're about to get started. If you'd like to find your seats, please.
All right, everyone. We're going to get started again. If you can take your seats. Hope that you all enjoyed the lunch break. I was just saying to Pam, hopefully it's a sign of a good conference that there are so many folks who want to get together and have side meetings and chat during the lunch break. But we're happy to have you back for the next formal session. I'm Megan O'Donnell. I'm Assistant Director for Gender and a Senior Policy Analyst here at the Center for Global Development. And I have the pleasure of chairing the next session, which will focus on parental beliefs, aspirations, and agency. We're going to have a chance in this session to dive a little bit deeper into a few themes that already came up this morning. First, in terms of broadening evaluations to not just focus on children, but also mothers, and especially other caregivers like sisters. How are we thinking about what parents hope for their older siblings, right? For their girls versus their boys? What are the expectations we're putting on older siblings? And how do we engage with those to be evolving gendered social norms? Secondly, as was already brought up this morning by Sabrina and Kenny and others in the first session, when we're thinking about the quality of care, it is sometimes just as important to focus on the perception as it is the reality. So of course we want to be thinking about what is improving outcomes for children in terms of their health, their nutrition, their development. But we also need to make sure that parental aspirations and values are sort of being brought along with those outcomes, right? How are we, as Amanda Glassman put it, generating demand for quality child care?
And then finally and importantly, how are we engaging in these topics in a way that is context specific and culturally sensitive, and not sort of a one-size-fits-all or a top-down approach that we know is not likely to be impactful. To address all of these questions, I have the pleasure of introducing our next esteemed panelists. First, Emanuela Galasso is a senior economist at the World Bank, and her presentation is going to focus on parental beliefs, investments, and child development using experimental evidence from Chile. Manuela will be followed by Matthew Jukes, who is a fellow and senior education specialist at RTI, and he's going to talk about understanding the classroom and whether it's the basis of effective pedagogy. And then rounding us out will be Sharon Wolf, who is an assistant professor at the University of Pennsylvania, to discuss clashes in the classroom, grappling with differences in parent and teacher expectations. So just like this morning, the three speakers will give their presentations, then we'll have a question and answer session, so be ready to share your thoughts and questions at that stage. First, Emanuela.
Thank you so much for having me here. This is a great workshop and conference, and this has been already a very, very enriching start of the day. I was recommended to use dark color, so this is my dramatic black statements. And I'm going to talk about our sort of work that started back in 2011 in Chile with a large-scale parenting program. But before, the motivation was already got started by Orazio's talk about the importance of the key role that parental investment play in child development, and how much we are we know that they're important, but we still have a lot of knowledge and research that needs to be done on understanding what are the determinants of parental investment in different contexts. And so we started with Bernstein's Handbook of Parenting and really work on the context where our intervention had been placed to try and define information, beliefs, what parents know and what parents believe, and then use the evaluation to map these beliefs into behaviors, investments, and then from investment into outcome. And I'll be talking about a large-scale parenting program that was exactly aiming at shifting these information and beliefs in the parent and child interactions. So I knew that Orazio was going to cover these important topics, I think the framework that economists use in terms of modeling investments as in a dynamic way, as with a child development, they choose investment as a function of how much they value human development, and when the child as an adult, but how much they actually enjoy and interacting with their children. So preferences play an important role in their decision making. They face constraints in terms of income, resource, and time. Time scarcity is an important dimension. Prices, and they work in a given environment, and then they take the child development level at a given age, and based on what they observe how the child is doing, they choose the level of investment or the level of engagement that is going to produce the child development level at in the next stage, in the following age period. And the subjective beliefs about how this mapping works is an important and crucial step into making sure that this mapping occurs. And so I just wanted to go back to the talk that Orazio gave in terms of thinking about what we would really like to measure, and what we measure ends up helping us understanding on how we model investment and how we model modeling child development. And the first thing first is the beliefs about the process of child development. Orazio talked about the subjective beliefs about what are the returns on the importance of investment, why is it important to talk to your child or to use positive parenting behavior. But also equally well, there is and that came out in some of the work that I've done in nutrition and early childhood development, what are the perceived costs of not adopting positive practices? Oftentimes, we don't measure the subjective returns about positive behaviors, but also the perceived cost that the parents have of what are key age-appropriate investments at a given point in time. But also the subjective perception that intelligence is something that is malleable and something that the parents can act upon is an important dimension to measure. So just to give you a sense of how the elicitation of perceived beliefs, that we still haven't quite analyzed this data, but give you an example of what Orazio was talking about. You use the instruments about, so the salient instruments about what are the key behaviors that predict outcome in your data, and you create scenarios of high investment. In our case, we had high investment in how the mother reacts to behavioral challenges, and high investment in terms of cognitive stimulation, but also a low investment in terms of how the primary caregiver responds to a behavioral problem or ignoring or lacking for early stimulation. And we created these vignettes for high low investment scenarios combining both cognitive and socio-emotional behaviors, but also randomly selected a sample where we measure only cognitive stimulation and scenarios for high and low cognitive stimulation and scenarios for high and low behavioral practices. But the other important component is thinking about the measurements and the preferences that was touched upon at the beginning. So what is perceived to be important from the parent's perspective? And I just wanted to touch upon some of the work that other economists Doptet and Zilibotti have done by using the world value surveys to track what parents believe that it's important across countries, and whether, say, structure or cognitive stimulation, or what are the key dimensions that the parents value. And what comes out in across countries is that the positive parenting or an intensive democratic authoritative parenting style is important when countries have high returns to education. And so when the stakes are high, parents perceive these dimensions to be more important than in other settings. And this holds across countries, but also descriptively within countries across socioeconomic settings. So what is valued to be important has high socioeconomic values within socioeconomic groups within a countries, and over time, what the education aspiration, what parents perceive, also might change as the economic context changes. We also would like to, so we take that the child development that the parents observe is given, but what is considered normal in different settings is also highly subjective. This ranking of what is height or what is child development depends really on the context, and there is important work that has been done in Zambia, in Guatemala, and some of our work in Madagascar of what the reference population is and what parents perceive to be a normal child development in order to engage in investments. And then, given all this knowledge, the parents need to know what to do, and so these are the practices in terms of, that can be enhanced through information, demonstration, and play, or social learning through group interactions, and then they should do what they know in terms of really enacting these practices, and that's where some of the behavioral nudges might come into play. So with this preamble, I'm going to talk about Nadia's Perfectos. Nobody's perfect. It's a great project to be working on in terms of feeling okay about a parent. And this is a large-scale, low-intensity group-based parenting that was scaled up in Chile, and we work with the Ministry of Health to build in an evaluation of the program as this was rolled out. This was adapted from the equivalent Nobody's Perfect program in Chile. It's built in the public health system. This was in Canada. It's being used really to target low-income population and especially with heavy immigrant populations. And as you will come to see, It's targeting children 0 to 6, and it's a semi-structured curriculum that really tries to promote positive parenting. And it's a group setting that targets only adults. So the parents are being listened to, and they are the target population in terms of thinking about how to switch beliefs about their parent and child interaction. So this was adapted initially in 2009 through the public health system, using the public health infrastructure, and relied upon a trained facilitator, the health worker within the health ministries, targeting children 0 to 5. Now, we used the rollout of the evaluation to test the basic standard Canadian policy that was adapted to the local context, which is only 6 to 8 weekly sessions. They're about 2 hours each. The groups are formed of about 6 to 12 parents per session. The parents are invited in their control del niño sano, so their health visits and health checks, so that they're invited to participate into the setting. And the key aspect of the curriculum is that the sessions are implemented through a very well-trained facilitator that enhances, that really facilitate group dynamics and elicits the problems that the parents are facing. But we took advantage of the evaluation we collaborated with a local NGO that was working on parent and child interactions in preschools, and added 2 sessions with parent and child interactions to the basic program, because given the existing literature, we knew that maybe not only the touching parents only, but allowing the parents to demonstrate what they had learned with the child might have had an added value. So we added 2 sessions that were designed to boost language and the importance of talking to your children through dialogic reading, but also promoting the importance of play and how to structure play. So in terms of, we had this discussion of what is the right counterfactual. This is the demand-side intervention along a system that provides a lot of services. So from the health, from pregnancy to birth and to the first years of life, there is a lot of public health services that are available to mothers. And this comes as a parenting intervention within an ecosystem of services that the parents already have access to, but to strengthen their parenting skills. And so the innovation of this program is really the curriculum on experiential learning. So the parents have first, they share experiences that they're facing with their children, and then they have to the process of raising awareness about what the problem they're facing becomes a critical step in realizing that what are the problems that they're facing, and then they choose what the topics are to be discussed in the sessions. And it's important to notice that what they feel like they really perceive as major problems that they're facing in their parent and child interaction is managing behavior and how they perceive themselves as parents. So how do parental self-image, self-care, it becomes a space where the parents feel that they need a discussion more than the child cognitive and socio-emotional stimulation. So in qualitative work, we found that the parents actually perceived this space where they can only talk among themselves instead of having the children with them and having to care for them as an important mental space where they could talk about their problems. And then the facilitator prepares some group activities that are based on the discussion and on the actual problems that the parents are facing. So in thinking about this theory of change where we wanted to measure beliefs, parenting behaviors, and child development outcomes, we try to think about the list of underpinning determinants of parenting behaviors, parenting style, self-efficacy, self-confidence, the perceived benefit of stimulation. We try to measure as much as possible the mental health of the caregiver, and then expand on the home environment, not only thinking about cognitive stimulation, but also socio-emotional practices, besides the expenditures in health education, and then measure the outcomes that we were expecting to be affected by the intervention, language, executive function, and socio-emotional development. And so we sampled 160 public health centers stratified by type of center. We had waiting lists that were created per health centers. We randomly sampled 18 families per center among potential participants. And then within these 18 households, we randomly allocated 6 to the basic intervention, the NEP básico, NEP intensivo, so that are 6 households, and a control group of 6 parent and child diets. And so we have about 3,000 households. It's a low take-up setting, as in many group activities. So we have about 25 to 30% participation. There are time constraints. There was also some delay between usually these sessions happen during the day, so there might be some time constraints for full-time working mothers, and then we interviewed them at baseline just before the intervention in 2011. We rolled out the interventions within 4 to 6 months, so 6 to 8 sessions per group, and then we administered an endline surveys 3 years after the intervention had ended. So in terms of measurement, we have, so these are the outcomes that we administered. And I just wanted to sort of come back to descriptive statistics from the baseline. In terms of thinking about these socioeconomic gradients of beliefs, we find that there are strong socioeconomic gradients both in parenting styles. Permissive and authoritarian are perceived to be sort of negative attitudes towards parenting as opposed to a democratic or more authoritative approach to parenting, and they exhibit a sort of a socioeconomic gradient according to the mother's caregiver's education, but also there's an important socioeconomic difference in terms of the parental self-competence, how they feel themselves as parents, which has important implication for the design of interventions. And this maps into investment. So both, this is the home environment, which has been documented to have high socioeconomic gradients in low and upper, middle and upper income settings, but also our measures of nurturing disciplines also exhibits a slight socioeconomic gradient in investments. So what do we find? We find that the intervention really shifted perceived self-efficacy as parents and the perceived parental impact about how their own behavior affects child development. And we have a marginal effect on the perceived social support of friends, which is an important sort of dimension that was mentioned also in the case of the India group activities, where you have a group parenting interventions, you sustain a group dynamics that provides a support group for the mothers down the line in terms of problem solving for parenting after the education, after intervention has ended. And this translates into investments, home index as sort of a sizable improvement in the home index and in the adoption of affectionate parenting practices and a reduction in negative discipline. And this is important. So this is important also so the magnitude might seem small, but we have only 25 to 30% take-up, so they translate into very sizable effect sizes for the participants. And 3 years after the intervention, we find that not only the beliefs and the behaviors change, but also developmental outcomes in terms of receptive language and socio-emotional development are affected by the intervention. We do not find any impact on behavioral problems of executive function. We perform a mediation analysis, sort of a simple accounting of how much of the change in outcome is accounted for by changes in behaviors and beliefs. And we managed to explain up to 20% of the changes, the effects in receptive language with the composite changes in behaviors and beliefs, but a much larger account of the socio-emotional changes. So up to 40% of the intervention and of the effect on socio-emotional development was explained by our behaviors and beliefs. So I think only by measuring, this was sort of our first attempt to really fill in the buckets of measuring the beliefs and expectation and attitudes. And only by measuring them, you can start modeling them. We have not yet gone into the step of accounting for measurement error and putting more structure into the analysis. But we find that this intervention, very low touch, has effects 3 years after it ended on both belief stimulation behaviors and child outcomes. And we believe that the fact that the effects persisted has an important implication on the design, and we think that the key shift in the roles about beliefs and expectation plays an important role in sustaining these effects, and we started with a very short reduced form mediation analysis, but we think that by putting more structure and fully mapping the changes from beliefs to behaviors and outcomes becomes a fruitful way forward to think about these problems. Thank you.
Do I have a presentation?
Yeah, they've just got to get it up.
Okay. Would you like to hear Manuela's again, but delivered by me? Okay, great. Okay, well, it's great to be here, and thanks everyone in advance for fighting through the post-lunch glucose dip or spike. Nutritionists can tell me which one it is. I want to talk about some work that I've done, several research projects over the last 3 years in Tanzania as part of the USAID-funded Tusome Pamoja program, which means Let's Read Together, which is an early grade literacy and preschool program. It's a pretty big program. It's in 5 regions in Tanzania, 1.4 million children, 3,000 schools. So it's a fairly big intervention. The ECD component is only in 1 school. I'm sorry. That would be small. 1 region. And so a lot of the data, I'm going to present some ECD data, but a lot of the data I'm going to present is from primary schools and from the lower grades in primary schools. I hope you'll buy the argument that it's relevant to ECD, because really this is a story about the encounter of children when they first arrive at an education institution and how they bring their culture from home and how that meshes or doesn't with the culture of school. And I think that's particularly relevant in ECD centers. And of course, many of the children in our studies will have encountered school for the first time in primary schools. So the studies, I think, have come together into an argument about how I think pedagogy in ECD and in lower primary can be improved. And this is the argument. That I'm going to focus particularly on literacy programs because that's what we have a lot of experience with at RTI. We have a large room. They've been more effective in the last decade than ever before, but there's huge room for improvement. I'd argue because many teaching activities, such as group work, gradual release, have little evidence and are patchily adopted by teachers. And that's because teaching involves social interactions which are culturally conditioned, not in ways that are mysterious to us. We're all familiar with it, there's lots of evidence, and they're quite predictable. And argue limit the effectiveness of some pedagogical strategies that teachers use. So my recommendations are to stop changing how teachers fundamentally interact with other humans, at least as our first solution to improving instruction. And I'm going to talk about 2 ideas. One is co-creating teaching activities with teachers that meet 2 criteria, that they're culturally relevant and also meet key learning principles of effective learning. And also look for possibilities to build the social emotional skills, particularly of children. So the outline, I'm going to set up the problem first and then talk about these 2 categories of the social classroom, children's behavior and teaching activities. So we start with studies in primary schools that have shown actually quite impressive effect sizes in improving literacy. But if you look at the absolute gains in oral reading fluency across these effective programs, this is the little blue bars at the top. The absolute magnitude is 4 words, 5 words, 7 words per minute that children are reading. So we know we can do a lot better. And I think about our effectiveness in changing behavior in two categories. In preschools or in primary schools, there's this category on the left, which is changing the pedagogical goal. So getting teachers to develop oral language and focus on phonics, getting children to interact with text. And I would argue that the programs we've been involved in have been pretty successful in getting teachers to adopt these approaches. And I would argue that the evidence, the reason why several of these programs have had a shift in child outcomes is because of this focus. But these goals need to be delivered through activities. And we try and encourage teachers to include small group work, to move from whole class reading to paired reading, to have play-based learning. And I would argue that we haven't been very successful at shifting teachers' activities. And if you look at the literature and you try and find evidence, very few people isolate these kind of activities, assess their effectiveness, and there's not a lot to tell us that these work in our contexts. And I think that we think about teaching often as being delivering technical skills to teachers. We're teaching them phonological awareness, how to teach that, and imagine that they can deliver that in a whole variety of settings. And I think we don't focus enough on the social context of classrooms. That classrooms involve a group of human beings interacting with each other in ways that they have largely always interacted with other human beings. And this leads Richard Tabalawa, the Botswanan researcher, and his book about why pedagogical reforms fail in sub-Saharan Africa, to make the observation that new teaching activities need to be congruent with the values and past experiences of those who are expected to adopt it, or else tissue rejection will occur. I like this metaphor of like one culture rejecting the tissue of another culture's teaching activities. So what are the values and past experiences of teachers and children in our classrooms? Well, there's research in this book by David Lancy, Anthropology of Childhood, and a lot of work in cultural and developmental psychology that makes a persuasive case that at a broad brush level, we can think of cultures on a continuum between two extremes. On the one hand, rural agricultural communities with less formal education. On the other hand, urban commercial centers with more formal education. And a lot of transition between the two. But focusing on that first set, the agricultural communities, we know a lot about the kind of values that are imparted to children, such as respect and obedience rather than individual expression and confidence. There's an emphasis on fitting in as opposed to standing out and being unique. There's a focus on others rather than a focus on the self. And gender roles are largely ascribed rather than chosen. So these are relatively predictable and at some level. So I'm interested in then how do these values affect pedagogy and the effectiveness of pedagogy in classrooms? And I want to talk about it in two categories. The first is the way students behave. So we started to ask this question in one region of Tanzania, Mtwara, with a qualitative study in 4 rural schools, where we asked, first of all, to teachers and parents, what qualities do you want your children to have a successful life? And largely, they say, parents and teachers say respect, obedience, discipline, being polite and calm. If you change the question to, okay, but what qualities do they need to learn in school? Or they need to succeed in school. Parents stick with their answer to the first question, but teachers now say a different thing. They say curiosity, confidence, being self-directed. So I think this contrast is essentially what I think this panel is about, and I know Sharon's presentation will address it. And it kind of raises a question and a conundrum that we have to deal with. And I think the conundrum is nicely put by the first director of UNESCO, who said that education should be adapted to the local environment of time and place. And yet, give the opportunity of transforming that environment. And a common response to that, how do we transform their environment? As a movement that's gathering pace to say, well, we think children will need these 21st century skills, critical thinking, creativity, collaboration. What I find a little bit challenging about that is it ignores the first part of that quote, the adapted to their current environment. To what extent are these the right goals for every context? And to what extent are these goals overriding these values? Are they compatible, or do they contradict them? And if they contradict them, how do we think about that? And whatever you think the end goal is, how do we even get from there to there? So I think one idea that's worth exploring is to take the cues from changes that you see evident in the culture itself. And from this study, we see that some people who live and work in this culture, i.e. the teachers, value curiosity, confidence, and self-direction. So maybe that's a first step to think about how we might want to advocate for change in the values that guide children's behavior. And I just want to make the argument in a couple of ways. First of all, in a separate study, teachers tell us that these qualities are important. So this is different from the first study. We asked teachers, what kind of activities really work in your classroom, and why don't they work, or why do they work? And one of the answers was that they need children to participate, and those who volunteer are often courageous. And different set of teachers used exactly the same adjectives as the first study, that those who raise their hands are the curious ones, and they're not shy and fearful either, they're confident. And we see this, more rural teachers tell us that this is an issue than urban teachers. So we see this as a sort of divide that we can predict really from the theory, that we find this more in rural areas. Anecdotally, this is a signboard in one of the rural schools we visited, the most rural school, in fact, which says Heshima ni Akiba, which is Swahili for something like respect is an investment. You contrast that with a child in an urban area, which is actually the son of one of my co-investigators, who's wearing a t-shirt saying, rules are made to be broken. The point being that you have these different values within society, and even in the study, I won't go into this in detail, but we did a quantitative study based on that qualitative work and assessed these indigenously defined traits that were important. And the one that had the biggest gradient, or really the only one that had any gradient across social economic status, was curiosity, one of these things valued by teachers. So we find that curiosity, children of high-income parents and also highly educated parents are the ones who are more curious. So we think these values are important for education, and we also see examples within the culture of people exhibiting these values. So it's perhaps a useful first step to think about how we may want to develop children's social emotional competencies. And then who knows, it could be the next step towards 21st century skills, or whatever Tanzania thinks is appropriate for their children. To add the gender dimension to this, the results of the qualitative study, we found more evidence about, as I think we would predict, of gender roles as reported by parents. Some of them, not all of them, but some of them said girls should be more obedient than boys, and that boys should be more sociable. By and large, teachers at least told us that they thought girls and boys should be treated equally. So, this slide is self-explanatory, I think. I'm not sure what happened to my table, but what I can tell you is that the quantitative findings when we assessed social emotional skills in girls and boys, as rated by parents, was that all the values that the parents endorsed, the traditional values, were scored more highly, around about 0.3 of a standard deviation in girls. So girls were rated more obedient, more conscientious, more polite, more religious. Curiosity and emotional regulation were the two that showed no difference between boys and girls. So curiosity being one of these key things was not. So you could argue that if you see these values of being respectful and obedient as a challenge to classroom environment, then the case is exaggerated for girls. We did a cluster analysis of these data and found, broadly, we can classify children into those who were more obedient, conscientious, polite, and sociable, and those who were less. And then we find some subgroups. There's a subgroup of high-achieving, as in obedient, conscientious children who lack emotional control, which largely is parents telling us that they lose their temper inappropriately, and they were more likely to be girls. And amongst those with, who were less obedient, some were more curious, some had better emotional control, and younger boys tended to be poor overall. So there's an argument for perhaps developing social emotional skills along prescribed, fairly narrow terms in terms of being confident and curious. There's a couple of studies, the School Readiness Program in Tanzania and Room to Reach Girls Education Program, that have demonstrated you can, in a relatively short period of time, 16 weeks, improve kids' confidence. And perhaps this is one thing to think about to improve their participation in class and improve instruction. So the second part, I want to talk about teaching activities and the role that the social dimension of teaching activities plays. So we did another study in 3 different regions of Tanzania where we observed teachers, we observed what they do, and then we interviewed them about their choices. We said, why did you choose to do that rather than something else? From the observation part, some of the things that we were, these are all a list of things that we were hoping to change but largely hadn't. Reading activities are almost all choral, not in pairs or groups. In the I do, we do, you do model, the you do was still very controlled by teachers. Little group work, and children were asked the same questions repeatedly. I'm sure you've seen this in ECD classrooms, a teacher saying, what is this? And a child saying, this is a dog. And then another child being asked and saying, this is a dog. And I think those classes are quite good for developing rhetorical style, but maybe not vocabulary. And so I'm really pleased to see the last 2 presenters, both economists, talked about hypothetical scenarios, so I feel like I have a license to talk about them too. We didn't see enough of the kind of behaviors we wanted in class, so we put these hypothetical scenarios to a different group of teachers and said, Musa asked students to read together in a class, whereas Sultan sometimes asked students to read in pairs, and get teachers to explain what we thought was in Musa's mind or in Sultan's mind. So these are 3 different scenarios, and these are dimensions of the social nature of the classroom that teachers mentioned. There were 17 teachers. So if you look at the asking repeated questions, repeatedly asking, is this a dog? Teachers said they liked this because there was a sense of togetherness, and umoja in Swahili, and it avoided embarrassing students who didn't know the answer. And this togetherness and fairness was important for why they didn't like differentiated instruction, or why they didn't like paired reading. They liked to keep the class together, and they wanted to treat children fairly. So here's a few quotes. Students ask questions they do not know the answer to. They will be laughed at, develop bad feelings about themselves, and can result in teachers being seen as incompetent. So this is a worry about asking difficult questions. So students naturally do not like to be in tension, so they're happy if you ask them the same question over and over again. When you teach as a whole class, you bring unity amongst the class. There's a sense of togetherness. Differentiated instruction, the weak students will feel isolated and disregarded. Fairness was important. Students being treated equally so that they feel together and united and will love one another. I think so we're interested in why so many activities are teacher-led when we're encouraging them to have more students to have more independence. Teachers told us it's a waste of time to ask students things they do not know. When you do something with them, you feel connected with them. This is something they said. This last one is about asking whether you thought it was a good idea to get a group of students to figure out an addition problem in a maths class by themselves. And they said, no, that's not a good idea because students will feel bad and isolated. And you should treat all children equally by telling them how to do addition. cooperation. It's no mistake that this program in Tanzania is called Tusome Pamoja, Let's Read Together, whereas in Kenya it's just called Tusome. Pamoja is an important part of the culture. So cooperation was seen as important. This is something I surprised me, that they said giving one book to every child, which you might think is an obviously good thing, they said hinders cooperation. And this, I like this because unprompted, one teacher managed to spew out the entire thesis of this presentation, which is that pupils always cooperate with others in life, and so therefore they should do it in school. So the conclusions are that we're aiming for effective pedagogy in schools and preschools and primary schools. And we think it will be effective when it's compatible with the cultural and social norms of the classroom. The first part of the presentation is a little bit of an exception, but I would argue that building social emotional skills is a change you can make that's relatively achievable. But it's really about not going against the grain and trying to change behavior in ways that you're not going to. What I'd really like to do is to co-design this with teachers, or put some more design thinking in this and say, look, let's try and strip away what we're trying to achieve in terms of what we know works in terms of cognitive learning principles, and say, you really need to know what levels teachers are at, students are at. Students really need to practice independently. So if you're not going to do the group work that you think is difficult, then how can we address that problem? How can we achieve these learning principles? We have a couple of examples. I think the best one is that we saw a lot of teachers using this, getting all the kids in the room to close their eyes and say, did you enjoy this presentation? Or did you not enjoy this presentation? Or whatever class. And then you can answer that question without embarrassment because no one else is watching you. But yet it helps checking for understanding. And with group work, what we'd really like to try and do, I think group work often is introduced with a lot of ideology behind it. As in, this has to be constructivist, this has to be student-centered, not teacher-centered. All these terms, I think just to strip it down to the things that we're trying to achieve, we're trying to get students the chance to practice individually and students to feel free speaking up in a smaller group. But we want to get teachers' input into how these can be relatively limited activities so that they retain control that is important to them, that they retain a sense of togetherness in the class, and it's easier to manage. So I think in conclusion, I think the whole idea, there's been the number of articles, books have been written with a cultural critique of pedagogy have existed for the last 30 or 40 years. I think my critique of their critique is it doesn't often accompanied by a solution. And wherein it is, it's often led by a couple of schools, by with anthropologists and cultural psychologists, often with kind of far out ideas of sort of abandoning the classroom altogether in ways that couldn't really be mainstreamed. So we're working with 3,000 schools and definitely in a very sort of mainstreamed government supported system, and trying to think about solutions based on sort of design principles about how we can get this to work. And we're not against trying to change how people do things, but just recognizing that and it's great to see from your presentation that you can change parent behavior and it's achievable. But it's difficult, and it's even harder if you're asking people to go against really fundamental core beliefs that they have about their culture. So just trying to make it easier for ourselves to be successful. I'd like to thank a huge bunch of collaborators in RTI, University of Dar es Salaam, and out in Tanzania. And thank you very much. Please send me your comments.
Well, while the slides transition, thank you so much for having me here today, and thanks for your attention. I'm going to talk today actually really bringing together the two presentations that we just heard around parent and teacher expectations and what happens when they clash. And I'll give you two examples where we had unexpected findings in these two studies. But I just want to frame a little bit is that we often think of parents' and teachers' inputs into child development as complements, right? They will build on each other. If we can get parents to support what teachers are doing in the schools, we're going to have larger impacts on children. And here is just some data to show you that some teachers feel that way. So in many, this is a few different countries. In some countries, more than half of teachers feel that there's really little they can do to improve children's learning if parents aren't providing the necessary inputs, if they don't have the necessary education, or if they have too many financial problems. So this is an example of teachers feeling that parents' inputs are really critical for their work. But we might also think of parents and teachers potentially as substitutes in terms of the effects that they might respond to each other in different ways. So this is a graph of the states in the US, per pupil expenditure on the x-axis, and the number of hours that parents report helping their children with their homework. And what you see is actually a negative correlation. As states are spending more on students, parents are reporting spending less hours helping children with their homework. So maybe they feel the schools are doing enough and they don't have to input quite as much. So we can think about that as complements and substitutes, and I want you to have that in mind throughout the next part of the presentation. I'm going to tell you about two studies, one in Ghana and one in Cote d'Ivoire, right next door to Ghana, where we had some different issues, sometimes coming from the parents, sometimes coming from the teachers. So we'll start in Ghana. And I'll be talking primarily about preschool and early primary years. So we're kind of shifting from the 0 to 3 to the 4 to 8. Early childhood education rates have been on the rise around the world. Sub-Saharan Africa still has some of the lowest rates as a region, with only 1 in 5 children enrolled in any formal early education program. Ghana's quite a contrast to that. They have a 75% net enrollment, so this is on-time enrollment, and over 100% gross enrollment. So kids are getting access to formal early education at some point before they enter primary school. And this is primarily because in 2007, the government expanded 2 years of pre-primary education, what we think of as the equivalent of preschool and kindergarten here for 4 and 5-year-olds, as part of their free compulsory basic education system. This is called kindergarten, KG1, and KG2. And in 2004, preceding that, they actually developed a very comprehensive curriculum for the pre-primary sector, which was really intended to be different than primary school. So the curriculum really values holistic child development, fostering creativity, using activities and play as part of education. And so really in contrast to what we often see in primary schools of a lot more rote memorization and kind of a lot of repetition and teacher-led activities. So that's the intention. In 2012, the Ghana Education Service and the Ministry of Education did a scoping study. It had been 5 years since they enacted this policy, and they wanted to see how was it going. They concluded that their curriculum and their kind of ideas for the kindergarten years was sound, but teachers weren't trained or using this pedagogy. So when they would actually go into classrooms, what they would see was basically extensions of the pedagogy you might see in primary school. And so the key priorities were really, the first was to train these untrained teachers. There's a very limited pre-service track for kindergarten teachers in Ghana. That's changing now. But at the time, that was less common, and so the goal was really to think about in-service training for teachers. And the secondary goal was to engage parents in schools and actually raise their awareness of the kindergarten pedagogy, but also use kindergarten as a platform to start increasing parent engagement and involvement in education more generally. So we partnered, my colleagues and I, with the Ghana Education Service, a local teacher training center, which is actually funded by Ghana Education Service, so part of the government, and Innovations for Poverty Action. And our goal was really to develop and test a nationally scalable model for teachers and parents with the goal of improving quality, increasing the use of the curriculum and the kindergarten pedagogy, and ultimately improving children's school readiness. And I just put, let's see, this doesn't work. Okay, oh, it does. Wait, okay. National scalability in here because we decided from the beginning that we wanted to build a program that could be continued beyond this particular study, right? So everyone that implemented this program were part of the government workers in terms of the trainers, the coaches, and the implementers, and we built it all within existing district and national education structures that were part of the country. So there were two parts to what we developed. One was this teacher training and coaching program, and the second was the parental awareness intervention. And we evaluated these through a randomized control trial. We were in one region for a few different reasons. We needed teachers to be able to get to the training center, which was in Accra, so the capital city. So we were in kind of peri-urban, semi-rural areas that were within 2 hours from the capital city. And we randomized schools to either a control group, this teacher training and coaching program, or the training and coaching program plus the parent awareness component, which was meetings that were implemented through school parent-teacher association meetings with the goals, again, of aligning parent expectations around play-based learning, early childhood development, and the role that parents can play in supporting children's development. I'm going to tell you right now some of the results, just a big picture. The teacher training and coaching program on its own was pretty successful, really shifted classroom processes, improved children's development. When that exact same program was implemented with the parenting component, we saw actually counteracting effects. So the parenting intervention, not only did it not add anything, it actually detracted a bit from the teacher training. So I'm just going to show you a couple results from the impact evaluation. What did we see in terms of classroom quality changes? And then in terms of child outcomes, we also have other outcomes that, for the sake of time, I'm not going to show you. And I'm going to show you what we see at the end of this implementation year, but then also 2 years later, do these changes persist? So we're looking at two kind of key constructs of the classroom. The first was just around implementation, where teachers actually using these practices that they were trained on. So this was just a checklist. During one classroom, did you actually see the teacher do any of these things? Praise the children for positive behavior, use a circle time activity, incorporate found items as learning materials, increasing the use of learning materials. There were about 15 practices. Just to show you some pictures. So here's a picture of a teacher who's using just found items, like bottle caps, cardboard, so that children had some materials as they were learning addition. And then here's a teacher who's doing a circle time activity with the class. So we look at implementation, and then we wanted to see what about quality, the nature of how teachers are engaging with children in the classroom. And so again, this was during one classroom observation period, and we looked at 3 dimensions of the classroom. A dimension around facilitating deeper learning or instructional supports that teachers were giving children, emotional support and behavior management, and then supporting student expression. And this was really, I think, the biggest shift we were trying to get teachers to make, to really move away from teacher-led activities to incorporating students' ideas into the classroom, helping students develop reasoning and problem-solving skills, some of those 21st century skills that Matthew just talked about. And so what I'm going to show you on the next slide is what we see in terms of the changes in implementation, and then these 3 domains for the teacher training and the teacher training plus parental awareness condition. These are effect sizes. This is all relative to the control group. So if it's above the line, you see positive changes, below the line, negative changes. And what you see is that when it came to implementation, there were pretty equivalent changes. Didn't really matter whether you engaged parents or not. Both the teacher training plus parental awareness, effect sizes of about 0.6 in terms of changing these practices. Similar for emotional support and behavior management. But here's where I just want to direct your attention. This was this domain of really the biggest shift from teacher-led to student-led and supporting student expression. Teacher training by itself, teachers were doing it. Adding parental awareness, teachers did not make that change. That was one change in the classroom that they pulled back on. Okay, we see something similar when it comes to child development. So first I'll show you overall school readiness impacts, and then I'm just going to show you it broken down by domain so you can see where they're coming from. Teacher training by itself, at the end of this 1 year, you see improvements in child development, about 0.16 standard deviations. What happens when you engage parents? Exact same teacher training. Teachers were all trained together, actually. They end up looking like the control. So something about engaging parents had the teachers pull back and potentially changed some parenting processes as well. And we see these pretty consistently throughout the 4 different domains. These are these 4 make up that school readiness composite. Okay, 2 years later, we followed the kids a year later, and then 2 years later, we see that this kind of pattern of impacts persists. Okay, so if we look at the teacher training, just the green bars, this is the program where we were seeing better effects. We see some persistence. Kids are now in early primary school. They're doing better in terms of early literacy and in terms of some higher order cognitive developmental skills. Kids who were in the teacher training plus parental engagement group actually have small but pretty robustly estimated negative impacts on their early numeracy skills. And actually, if they end up in a low-quality classroom in primary school, those negative effects are actually larger. So there's something about kind of cumulative, potentially negative environments for kids. Okay. So just to quickly summarize, the teacher training program by itself did improve classroom quality. We actually saw very large reductions in teacher turnover as well, and in burnout, which I didn't show you today, and child development, and that these persist on children 2 years later, but that the parental awareness intervention actually had negative impacts on literacy. On numeracy 2 years later. So what happened there, okay? So I want to just show you 2 pieces of follow-up evidence to help us start to unpack what happened. The first is that we have some evidence that the resistance or the kind of pushback was limited to children who were in households where there was a male head, and specifically a non-literate male head, so lower education. In households where there was no male head, we actually don't see differences between the control and the teacher training parental awareness group. So the pushback, potentially, was coming from households where maybe less educated men felt more empowered to push back potentially on teachers or on children. We also did a follow-up qualitative study with teachers and parents, and specifically sampled from this treatment arm to try to understand and unpack what happened for them when they were in this program, what were their experiences like, and what did they think about some of the messages. And I'm not going to show you the quotes that we have for the sake of time, but this is a published paper, so you could read a lot more about some of these findings, but I want to just highlight a few. The first was that parents, this came across very clearly, really valued pre-primary education. They saw it as a really important foundation to their children's development, both academically and socially. And they were weary of some of the ideas of more child-centered and activity-based education, and particularly were very weary about the reducing corporal punishment. That they felt that that was an important way to ensure that their children would be socialized to be respectful and obedient. And they didn't like the messages being told to, or being kind of introduced to different types of disciplinary approaches. This other finding to highlight from there is that parents really saw their primary responsibility related to ensuring children had their basic needs met, that they were fed, they were clean, that their school fees were paid, and that they didn't feel they had the time, realistically, or the skill set to be teachers for their children, that was really the job of the school. That's why they were sending their child to school. Teachers reported that parents pushed back on the intervention activities, and we have some pretty compelling quotes showing teachers talking about parents really arguing about some of the messages that were part of the intervention. And then teachers also reported being frustrated with the lack of parent involvement. The parents, they felt neglected their children, didn't invest enough in them, and that a lot fell on them to try to address. Okay, so for this particular study, I think one key takeaway is that we can use a pretty brief, light touch in-service teacher training to improve quality of pre-primary school and children's school readiness. But how to successfully engage parents, I think, is still unclear, at least in the preschool years. We have a little bit more evidence, and we heard some of it today, in those first few years of children's lives. But just one caveat, we should not assume we're going to have positive impacts when we do parent engagement, right? Not that it's not valuable, but really understanding parent-teacher relationships more deeply is needed. and also paying careful attention to parents' own beliefs and goals for their children, interpreting how they're going to interpret messages of an intervention, and who's really the right person to deliver them. And it's interesting to hear Matthew's ideas about how to really do this with teachers. Is there a way we can get parents also to be part of this process so they can support some of these changes? Okay, with my last few minutes, I want to tell you about one other study. This is an impact evaluation we just completed in Côte d'Ivoire, and I'm not going to tell you a ton of details, but just a couple points that just parallel what the project in Ghana. So this was a school randomized intervention of an audio-based SMS. So parents would get audio messages targeting their engagement in their child's education, both in school and things they could do at home. It's an intervention that's been shown to be very successful in Brazil and was being adapted by the Ministry of Education in Côte d'Ivoire. We also added a teacher support component, so also sending these messages to teachers around pedagogical tips. This was in the first 2 years of primary school. And we randomized schools to this: only parents, only teachers, both, or a control, okay? So we have different contrasts. I'm going to tell you what we found, and then I'll show you a couple graphs. So what we found was that positive impacts of this intervention on parent beliefs in the role of education and in their role in their child's education and in actual learning outcomes. We have new literacy, numeracy, and dropout rates when you engage only parents, okay? The condition where we also engage teachers to give them additional tips around improving educational quality counteracted the positive results. So like in Ghana, they end up just looking like the control group. We did an in-depth follow-up with teachers, and I'll show you some evidence that shows that teachers actually report that they would put forth less effort and that they would be more likely to want to leave the teaching profession if parents got involved in education too often. So I'll show you this. So this is just to show you those kind of main impacts on learning outcomes. The red bars are the effect sizes for only engaging parents. And you see impacts on literacy, numeracy, and reduced dropout rates over the course of one school year. The teachers only, we don't really see many impacts at all. And then when we have both teachers and parents together, those positive gains from the parenting are completely wiped out, right? They end up just looking like the control group. So as I said, we did some follow-up with the teachers and parents in the study. And sorry if this is confusing, let me just walk you through this quickly. On the x-axis, we have saturation level. We also elicited different scenarios with teachers. Okay, so we asked them, what would you do if X happened? This was around parents showing up in a school unannounced to talk about what their child is learning. And we asked them if 10% of parents did it all the way up to 100% of parents did it. Okay, so a smaller number versus all the parents coming. And we also asked if they did this once a year, once a month, once a week, or every day. Okay, and on the y-axis is effort. So what you can see is if more parents are coming, but it's not every day, if it's once a year, once a month, once a week, teachers will report putting forth more effort. Okay, this is the green, red, and blue. But if parents are showing up every day, what happens when more and more and more parents are coming? Teachers will say they'll put forth less effort. Okay, so maybe they're reacting, it's frustrating for them, they feel like these parents are more engaged, I don't need to do as much. We see a similar trend when we ask when parents engage with teachers more often. This was the treatment group where parents were engaged with the teachers. Where do you see yourself in 5 years in terms of your career? In the treatment condition, teachers were less likely to report that they would still be in that same school teaching, and also less likely to report that they would be teaching altogether. More likely to leave and be a civil servant in a bigger town. Okay. So just to quickly conclude, I have a minute left. So in both of these studies, we saw features of engaging parents and teachers created unexpected effects in 2 different countries. And it really, depending on our goals, it really might be more optimal to target either teachers or parents separately until we have a better understanding really of the social norms about the division of labor. What do parents expect? What do teachers expect? And can we successfully align those expectations? And should we? Or should we, kind of depending what our broader goals are, I think these are questions we need to think much more about. But at a minimum, acknowledging the team production between parents and teachers. And I really loved that this came up in Orazio's address and in so many of the other studies. Can we elicit these norms and beliefs? It seems pretty important. It's come up in a lot of different presentations. And I think we need to do that to really design successful interventions that support child development, but also meet the realities of teachers and parents' daily lives. So all in there, thank you.
So much for those enlightening presentations. Emanuela for starting us off with how to engage parents, Matthew turning it over to how to engage teachers, and then Sharon bringing it together at the end and highlighting some of the tensions that engaging both can have. I'm going to kick off with a few questions. Then I've been told that the panelists may have some questions for one another, and then we'll open it up to you all. Emanuela, to start with you. So it was very clear from the results you laid out that the intervention, Nadie es Perfecto, sorry to be multitasking, it had benefits for children. And so I'm curious to tie it back to kind of the overarching theme of today's conference, what these interventions have in terms of implications for parents, productivity, labor force participation, income, et cetera. And a related question to that, and curious for all of you to weigh in, is which parents are we talking about? So it wasn't always clear, I think with the exception of the male-headed households you mentioned, Sharon, at the end. Are we talking about primarily mothers? Are we talking pretty evenly about mothers versus fathers? And do we see a difference when we think about one versus the other?
I think the intervention was light touch enough that it really did not affect labor force participation, and it can be thought as a complement to the existing sort of interventions that might make space for female or parental labor force participation. This is a setting where there's been a huge expansion of daycare and preschools as a strategy to make early childhood development salient in the country as a sort of as a big investment. And so this is a complement to strengthen the parental self-image or self-competence or the way they feel about interacting with their children. And so we did not expect this from the design stage to have responses on the labor supply. And we're talking about mainly mothers who are the primary caregivers of these early, in this sort of first years of life. These mothers come in at the health checkups, and then they're invited to participate. And the way the groups are organized is very, sort of depends on the setting and on the facilitator. So they might take place during the day, during weekdays, but oftentimes they happen also during the weekend if mothers were working, and obviously full-time employment becomes a constraint to participation. And then so when we think about take-up, these are the caregivers who are less likely to really stick to or self-select into the project. But the fact that these are small groups and then can be formed and facilitated in the local settings was such that we also had only male-only groups where parents sort of only fathers could engage and interact among each other, depending on sort of the facilitator, or only adolescents, girls that could maybe talk about their problems. And so if you have sort of these settings where small groups can be facilitated, you can tailor the needs or sort of the discussion among parents who are facing the same constraints. And these are sort of more than half of the population was in the lowest quintile of the socioeconomic strata in Chile.
Mm-hmm. I thought the take-up rate point that you made was really reflective. So I agree with you, not necessarily going to have these long-term effects for income generation, over years and years in the workforce, but whether a woman primarily is motivated to take up the intervention because she is balancing these other time constraints. And what we can do to nudge, right, and incentivize folks to be taking up interventions that are impactful.
And what they think there, it's in the realm of possibilities of actually changing their parent and child interaction. And so that's, I think, the lever where we should try and measure as much as possible and design interventions that try to make this switch, especially among low-income households.
Yeah. Sharon, did you want to weigh in?
I just want to add one thing. So in Ghana, we were in, I guess actually relatively more, we were in the most disadvantaged districts that were within a 2-hour drive from the capital city. So compared to the rest of the country, relatively actually more advantaged. But still more than 60% of our families were below the poverty line in Ghana. And one thing that I didn't talk about that came out in the qualitative interviews was how much parents worked, and that they felt, they didn't see their kids during the week, actually. They were not often the ones who took their kid to school and picked them up. It was usually a sibling. And feeling like they were really stretched to capacity. And that was part of the pushback of, we're doing as much as we can, like it's the teacher's job at this point to support the children. So really thinking about the realities of time for parents, I think it's just another thing that really came across, which I didn't talk about.
And I think it relates to a point that I wanted to raise with all three of you, which is obviously, the priority has been to date to focus on parental expectations, aspirations, beliefs. But a number of these presentations are revealing that it is the big sisters, it is the grandmothers, it is these other folks within the household that may have real influence on children's outcomes, on their beliefs, on their ways of operating in school and in community. So to take some of the findings that you've generated already and to think about how to evaluate other caregivers, is there scope for that? Anyone?
I just think it's very important. I think we have not, we continue to not, we know the reality of children's lives and family units, yet we continue to talk about parents, primary caregivers, but actually secondary caregivers I think are really critical. But I'd love to know if anyone knows of work that has successfully engaged secondary caregivers.
We're going to hear some later, but Matthew, any other studies on your radar?
Well, no, but I just wanted to comment that, so the way I characterize a village, African village childhood is that when they're in the presence of adults, they have to be respectful and obedient. But they don't spend a lot of time in the presence of adults. And they spend a lot of time with siblings where, I've never hung out with a group of African siblings, but I'm hoping that life is more is more playful and curiosity is expressed. So that's a good reason to think about these different constituencies in the household, that it isn't just parents dictating how children develop. Right?
Related to sort of what is being instilled in children or what the expectations are for them, I loved that you ended with being solutions oriented and thinking about how we engage teachers through these co-creation methods. Sharon, you nudged at the fact that we could be maybe thinking of these co-creation methods as they relate to parents and other caregivers, potentially, since we've just touched on that. How do you think co-creating with parents would look? How could we be engaging them where they are, Matthew, as you said, sort of starting where parents are starting rather than imposing these kind of different cultural values onto places that don't agree with them necessarily?
I think that, for me, the most obvious conclusion of parents and teachers think differently is get parents and teachers in a room and talk about it. We tried to get at it a little bit. For example, we were trying to understand in our study whether obedience and curiosity were incompatible. If you take, we measured curiosity by asking questions. Obedience wasn't about but one measure of obedience is whether or not you're quiet. So clearly, being quiet and asking questions are incompatible. But when we ask parents, is it possible for a child to be obedient and curious? They said, no, that's the ideal. We want our children to be both obedient and curious. But the study wasn't really about that. But I would like to push them more and say, okay, so what does that look like exactly? And that would be interesting.
I think it's very context specific, and what structure obedience and socialization takes form in different places is really culturally driven, and and a lot of work has to be put into formative research ex ante and understanding the context really deeply, and working with local psychologists and local experts in terms of designing the intervention, and with a lot of design work ahead of time. And design thinking is really a good way of iterating curriculum designs and eliciting how the intervention is received by both the teachers and the parents.
Absolutely. There is one dimension of what Matthew raised that I'd be curious to interrogate further to know how culturally specific it is or how universal it is and what we do with that. So Matthew, when you raised the gender dimensions of how parents expect girls versus boys to act and talked about obedience in that regard, that is one, for today's conversation, I think particularly relevant aspect of what sort of norms or preferences we are imposing on older siblings, who in addition to the time poverty, right, the time constraints put on by these caregiving responsibilities, you sort of suggested that they may not be seen as successful in the classroom vis-a-vis their male counterparts if they're not as curious, if they're not as outspoken. So do you guys have thoughts about how to address that norm, or what work has touched on that?
Well, actually, so the curiosity was the same between boys and girls. It was the obedience and respectfulness and conscientiousness that girls were higher on. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I think we can't say this strongly, but the evidence pointed more towards a more gender equal view amongst teachers. And if you follow this model that I presented, or I talked about briefly at the beginning, that teachers are more like urban educated people, and you'd expect that, and that would be a one promising aspect. I know we've done a lot of work on gender responsive teaching. Is another way in, right, to get teachers to think about who exactly is participating in class and encouraging that.
The one thing I'll add is a project that Orazio is actually working on in northern Ghana with an organization called Lively Minds, and their goal is basically don't tell parents, like show them, let them be a part of the process. So they really, it works in communities where time poverty isn't such a pressing issue. So mostly mothers actually come and spend time every week in the classroom, up to an hour or two, and they lead different play-based activities with small groups. And then you actually get a chance to see that these actually play can be learning. And they're finding really big changes in parents' perceptions around and expectations around education, and big changes in children's development as a result. So I think giving parents an opportunity also to see some of these things rather than just telling them as a critical part.
No, it seems related to the point Sabrina raised this morning about needing to model what good quality is before parents can really understand what standard they're now setting for their children.
And I think the other thing to say is that I mean, part of the point I was making in the presentation is that there are examples within the culture, right? And I know that work on corporal punishment has had success in finding champions from within the community who share roughly the same cultural values as their peers, but don't believe in corporal punishment, and therefore can lead the charge from within.
Yeah, it was reminiscent of models we've looked at in the past from Tostan and other kind of community-led approaches where, Sharon, your point about the male-headed households that were a bit more resistant was particularly salient, because I think the more you sort of engage folks, right, and make sure that they are driving the change rather than being imposed upon, you're less likely to have that visceral reaction. Matthew, did you have questions for your fellow panelists?
Can I kick off the questions and you can take a bunch of...
Yeah.
But I just wanted to ask Sharon, so what I'd understood about your work before you gave this presentation was that the counteracting effect of parents in the classroom was a classroom effect, as in they prevented the teachers from, they didn't support the teachers in what they were doing, and therefore the teachers were less able to implement. But the fact that you found this effect specifically for male-headed households then suggests to me that maybe it's a household effect, that the counteraction is happening at home rather than in the school. And I wondered if you had any thoughts on that.
Do you want me to answer, or did you want to take questions?
It's actually a really good flag, thank you. We have time for a few questions. Folks are interested in jumping in the back right there.
Hi, this is Katie Anise from Open Society Foundation. I had a question for a couple of presenters. Sharon, very interesting work. Usually when we say parents, in 95% of the time that means mothers. But in your case, it means fathers or males in the house. So what do we need to do differentiated engagement strategies when we're engaging male caregivers, since we know that the data on mother parental engagement has a lot of evidence behind it? And Matthew, I just want to say I really appreciate this work. There's a surgence of research in social emotional, but there's very little work and research happening in the areas of values. You know, there's peace education a little bit in the democracy world. There's a new group called the Collaborative for Spirituality and Education. There are a few groups that are starting to look at values, so this research is really significant. And I notice now, and also a couple years ago when you presented the Gambia research, you looked at the dichotomy between, you know, rural and urban values, or traditional and cosmopolitan or modern. And I'm wondering, where have you found cases in which those values are consonant and can be practiced in the same place? For instance, curiosity and being obedient, or being respectful and collaborative, things like that. I'm wondering, have you been able to pursue any research where you don't just look at the dichotomy, but you're able to find places where it's working, for lack of another word?
Thank you. Other questions? Flora.
Okay, thank you, and thank you all for the great presentations. So my comment or question go to Matthew in Tanzania. I am Flora, by the way, from Tanzania. And what I'm wondering, maybe even for Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire examples, what I'm wondering is the fact that countries or governments have policies. Like in my country, we have the education policy, but we also have guidelines for teachers on what to teach, how to teach, and they even supervised by some of the bosses, like in classes and all that. So I was just wondering if you had any experience or if you have any thoughts in terms of balancing what we would call or consider as ideal models for teaching, which can bring maximum impact, vis-a-vis what maybe the government has put forth as guidelines for teaching and call it and all that, and how to balance between the two, whether or not we can easily influence or change the way we would prefer these teachers to teach, and whether or not to be easy or flexible, given that the government already has this maybe strict guideline that has to be there. So I was just like wondering if that was part of the learning, maybe for Tanzania, but also Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire. My other question is on, maybe a comment more, is on the fact that we do have parents with the expectations, but also teachers. But in urban areas like in Tanzania, we have an increasing role that domestic workers play in place of the parents who are very busy with the other lives out there, and they come late. They leave early at home, they come late at home. So there's this big role that is left in the hands of the domestic workers, who are very, I would say, illiterate because they are usually like standard 7 failures who did not continue to further schools, and they are now the ones who are taking care of these kids. They cannot help with the homeworks. They cannot guide with the behaviors. They have like all these big different dimensions from what the parents would expect, from what the teachers would expect. And so just considering that role, I wonder if you have considered that, but the thoughts on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Flora. So Sharon, 2 for you on male-headed households and fathers. Matthew, 1 for you on whether values like curiosity and obedience can be consonant, or are they always dichotomous? And then 2 that Flora raises on ideal models versus government sort of mandates and regulations. And then these other caregivers we haven't yet touched on outside of family networks or domestic workers. Do you want to start?
Yeah, sure. So the intervention that was, and I'm sorry, I was so scant on details for the sake of time, but these were, the parent intervention was implemented through school parent-teacher association meetings. One thing we did was give the schools airtime so they could call the parents and remind them to come, but we did not dictate who came from the family. And some families sent an older sibling to represent them. Some parents, both mothers and fathers, came. And unfortunately, we had miscommunication with our data collection team, and like basically no implementation data was collected on those meetings. So we don't actually know who came. But the households that I showed you were, that was the primary caregiver reported on a bunch of things about the household. So it could have been a female who reported that there was a male who's the head of the household. So that was a household level variable as opposed to which parent engaged in the intervention. And the reason why we chose PTA platforms is because every single school has one, and somebody from every family is required to attend a PTA meetings. There's 3 over the course of the year, 1 per term. So that was the platform we used to implement that program. But I can't speak to if they're better attended by males or females in the household. And we have, this project has made us completely rethink a lot of things. And we co-developed both of these programs with our government partners. And so we worked really hard that the components of the teacher training met the kindergarten curriculum that the government had developed and had wanted to see implemented more. The parental awareness piece was a little bit more experimental, but again, we developed that together. They were similarly surprised by the results as we were. And so anyway, we're thinking a lot more about how can we do this right. And part of that has been a discussion about secondary caregivers and how we could engage them potentially and domestic workers in households. And we did collect a whole bunch of data on the parents. We did parent surveys to try to figure out some of the mechanisms through which that program might have gone awry. But we saw no impacts on anything that we measured there from the parents. So we clearly measured the wrong things. So really the only indication we have is that there were some changes that didn't occur in the classrooms where parents were engaged, and it's hard to know what's driving really the counteracting effects.
Right, yeah, thanks, both great questions. The question about what is similar between urban and rural environments, I don't have any of my own data, but so I presented this very simple dichotomy as that's the first level. Heidi Keller, who works in Cameroon, has a nice wrinkle to it where she talks about 2 dimensions. So autonomy is 1 dimension, and she argues that in villages, people are generally not autonomous. They act on behalf of others or as a collective. But in countries that have a history of rural agricultural living like Tanzania, the urbanites do have autonomy like in Western countries. They act on for themselves. But they're more similar to villagers than they are to Westerners in the sense that in the relatedness dimension. So many of the things that, if you think about the teachers that in my study are talking about the sense of coherence and relatedness in the class. And these are educated, often lived in urban environments. And they exemplify what I'm talking about. And many of the people I worked with have this sense too. I don't know if other people have had this experience of having, I've worked with a group of people in Tanzania and given them an individual task and said, I'll come back in half an hour and hope you've all done it. When I come back, they're all working as a group. And it's so even amongst educated urbanites, there's this tendency towards relatedness that Western urbanites don't have, I think. So that, I think, is the thing that they have in common. And Flora, thank you for your question. Let me just say that my self-consciousness about, as a British person standing in front of an audience of people explaining what Tanzanian culture is, varies according to how many Tanzanians there are in the audience. And I hope I didn't get too much wrong. I think that it's really interesting, the relationship between government policy and practice. And on the one level, in countries like Tanzania, particularly under the current government, where things are quite hierarchical, teachers are very reluctant to do anything other than the prescribed government textbook, right? So introducing something else is very difficult. But on the other hand, I remember in the dim and distant past, I used to make my students read a paper about an intervention in, a teacher training intervention in Vietnam, which was really poorly designed, but it was successful precisely because the teachers ignored the design and said, we're going to do this our way anyway. And I think largely, so the point I'm making in the presentation is about doing things that are more comfortable for teachers and they're more natural for teachers. And I think the good news is that even when you try and, the evidence suggests that even when the government or whoever is telling them to do something different, they tend to adapt the activities to be something they're more comfortable with anyway. So I think we have that going for us in one sense.
Manuela, you get the last word.
I just wanted to add on the point about the cultural values and how obedience and sort of curiosity could sort of put back together. There's a nice development psychologist at the Turkish, Kitat Sabashi, who's really taken this as a sort of an important description of how in collectivistic societies where togetherness is really and sort of the group activities and the social dimension and group becomes an important dimension, you can put together both structure and discipline and sort of curiosity or cognitive and positive stimulation. And so I think designing the interventions like in community-based on group activities in a way that takes into account these values is sort of first order critical.
And on that note, please join me in thanking our panelists. We'll take a quick coffee break. Please be back here by 10 till 3. And we'll move into our next keynote by Leah Fernald. Thank you all.
All right, welcome back. If we can corral everybody back to their seats. I need a bell. Court is in session. All right, good afternoon. My name is Justin Sandifer. I'm a senior fellow here at CGD, and I am really excited to introduce to you Leah Fernald, who is a major figure in the field of child development in low and middle income countries with over 120 peer-reviewed publications. She is professor in the School of Public Health at UC Berkeley. She's been working for over 20 years, largely evaluating interventions to improve the lives of vulnerable children. And she is going to talk to us today about parents, poverty, and child potential family effects of interventions. Leah, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the invitation to be here, and thanks to all of the speakers who went before me and set the stage. I was telling Dave just now that the last time he and I were presenting in the same place, I was having to give my presentation in Spanish, and somehow he was able to be very articulate in Spanish, and I just clung onto the podium for dear life, but I'm just glad I can speak in English today. So I'm going to address the following questions today. I got the guidance that this symposium is really about this intersection of early child development and parents and the family environment. So I'm going to ask these questions. I'm also going to try and look over there instead of trying to crane my neck. Okay, so the questions are, how do family factors shape early child development? I'm going to look at maternal depression and then also the role of parental perceptions. Then secondly, how do interventions focused on children have an effect on maternal outcomes? And I'm really going to delve into this question about maternal depression and look at, if we think about interventions targeting children, for example, cash transfer programs or water and sanitation promotion, all of those have the potential to affect the family. So I will be delving into several research studies that then are measuring depression in those contexts. I'll say I'm not presenting any study in great depth, but I'm very happy to answer questions about those studies, but I'm going to try and give an overview today. And I'm also happy if you would like to ask any kind of clarifying questions during the talk, that's completely fine. So it goes without saying that there are hundreds of millions of disadvantaged children worldwide. And this framework that we came up with as part of the Lancet series on early child development really put optimal child development as a goal here to say, what can we do for the hundreds of millions of children who are failing to thrive? So nurturing care is a concept that many of you have already touched on today. Just to make sure we all understand what this is, that this is the concept that there are several kinds of behaviors and environments that children can live in which they then can have bolstered nurturing care. So for example, in the Lancet series, we talked about health inputs, nutrition inputs, caregiving inputs, and then education inputs. And so I'll just focus to give you one example on the caregiving one, which we've been talking about a lot today, for example, if you look at caregiving related to Human Development Index and kind of how rich a country is, what you can see here is a lineup of several different countries that are categorized into higher, medium, and low income. And then this is looking at what kind of stimulating activities children are receiving by their parents. And what you can see is this discrepancy between the socio-emotional stimulation and cognitive stimulation. So you see that children are getting a lot of socio-emotional stimulation in many contexts, regardless of income, but that really where we see a lack is in the cognitive development sphere. So that's the darker bar, and that you see really that those cognitive caregiving activities are lower than desirable. Similarly, what you can see by looking at poverty and parental activities, these are graphs looking across regions and across 38 different countries. And these are parental activities divided by mother and father, and then also divided by quintile. And so what I'll draw your attention to first, in terms of the graph looking at the mother, is that in the poorer income quintiles, you have only 1 to 3 activities with children in the past 3 days for the poorer income quintiles. And for the fathers, that you have 0 to 1 activities. I know that's not true for any of the fathers in the room, but 0 to 1 activities with children in the past 3 days for the poorer income quintiles. So there's really a long way to go in terms of thinking about cognitive stimulation. And I'm going to then tie this to parental perceptions and then also thinking about maternal depression in particular. So when we talk about nurturing care, we also think about this enabling environment, and this is where depression fits in this enabling environment for the caregiver and family. So this has to do with having adequate nutrition during pregnancy, having access to antenatal care and safe delivery, but really the focus for today is thinking about maternal mental health and how that fits. Of course, I want to acknowledge that there are many other social, economic, and political issues that can affect how children thrive. And those have to do with good governance, employment, security, housing, political economy, commitment. There are a whole range of different factors that are undergirding this whole system. But just for today, I'm going to really think about this enabling environment and what we can do to then think about interventions and look more as holistically as we can. So let's talk first about this question of parental perceptions. Thank you again to the speakers who went before me to really think and already set the stage, Horacio and Manuela, for thinking about perceptions and what those perceptions can do. I'm going to show you about this study that Manuela mentioned in Madagascar, where we really tried to quantify what this actually means, this issue of parental perceptions. So the first thing I would say, just as a background, is that knowledge and perceptions are crucial for the promotion of early child development. And we know that mother's time is limited, parents' time, everyone's time is limited in this idea of time poverty. And it's often split between these kind of multiple demands and responsibilities, and how the mother perceives her own child's development could really influence her own interactions with her child. If she perceives that her child, it may be that if she perceives her child has a lot of potential and is doing really well, that she may invest more in that child. It may be that if she sees her child is not doing as well, then she may underinvest in that child because she doesn't see it as having as great of a return. So there's not a lot of research looking at this issue. We attempted to measure parental perceptions using a tool that was taken from the MacArthur group on socioeconomic status and health, and it was adapted. I'll show you what that looks like. So first things first, we used the ASQI to measure actual objective early child development. And any of you who have worked with the ASQI know that it's not actually a completely objective measure of early child development. So there's the first limitation right off the bat with our study. But it was what we had, and we do have a subset of questions that were directly observed. So it's a mix of direct observation and parent report. So we have this measure that we're considering our objective measure of early child development. Then what we have, and you can see here's just some examples of what the parents have to answer. It's usually mothers. Like, does your baby look at objects that are 8 to 10 inches away? When you move a small toy up and down slowly in front of your eyes, does your baby follow these toys with their eyes? Beth and I spent a lot of time criticizing this measure in the toolkit for how to measure early child development. So we know its limitations, but given what we could do in the context, it was the best we could do for our objective measure. Now I'm going to show you about the subjective measure. Anybody used this ladder or seen the ladder? This is, yes, James has. That there was this ladder which was used for looking at relative socioeconomic status. Sharon's nodding her head too. You've used this or seen it. Yeah, so that basically people are asked not just about their objective socioeconomic status, but about their relatives. So traditionally what the ladder looked at was if you put everyone in your community on this ladder, where would you put yourself relative to everyone in your community? And it turns out that this ladder in the socioeconomic world, socioeconomic and health, status and health, that where you put yourself on the ladder is actually important, independent of objective measures of socioeconomic status, so that if you have a higher sense of your own self and status in the society, that your health outcomes are better, even controlling for objective measures. So we thought we could look potentially at maternally perceived child development by asking mothers. We could say, look, imagine the whole population of kids your child's same age on this ladder. Where would you rank your child? And you can see the distribution here. I'm going to show you a mosaic plot which looks at, on one axis is parent perceived intelligence, and on the other axis is ASQI, which we're calling our objective measure. Now, you guys know about Lake Wobegon, how everybody's above average. This is kind of what happened here, which is to say there are about 8% who underestimated their child's ability, about half that were approximately correct, and about 42% who overestimated their child's ability based on the where they perceive their child to be. So this is not a perfect measure at all of perception, but it was a first foray into this question of how does the perception match up with the kind of objective measure. I'll tell you that we had 3,000 children. This was the study that Manuela referred to in Madagascar. And in our model, we looked at underestimation approximately correct and then overestimation, and to look at what the risk factors were that were associated with each of these different outcomes and using a multinomial logit. And I'll show you what our findings are, which is, first I'll show you your sample characteristics, and you can see here that these are kids who are 2 to 3 years old, are pretty stunted at a height for age of -2. Weight for age, also -1.5, 63% stunted. Moms are about 28, and you can see a pretty large household size. So what we did find was that maternal perceptions of ECD were not consistent with an objective measure of ECD, with 8% of caregivers underestimating and 50% overestimating their children's abilities. And more accuracy at estimating children's developmental abilities was associated with children having better nutritional status, interestingly, suggesting that they're using nutritional status as a proxy for early child development. A greater belief of influence on their child's intelligence. So the moms who felt more like they were in control or had more autonomy when it came to providing, or self-efficacy, to providing inputs to their children. And then also those with higher education and greater wealth. And mothers who were more likely to underestimate their children's abilities were also more likely to be depressed. So that was one of the key findings, which really got me, I've been thinking about depression and maternal depression and the role that it's played for a long time, but this was interesting in the way that it connects maternal perceptions with maternal mental health. So the conclusions and questions that emerge from this research really are that maternal perceptions of child development in this population don't align with this more objective measure, and I know I'm aware of the limitations of the study, but I guess the questions that it raised for us was, if mothers are over or underestimating their own children's development, are they more or less willing to participate in a parenting program, or more or less likely to change their behavior? I don't know the answer to that question, but I think it's relevant to think that if a parent either is underestimating their child's ability, they may not believe that it's worth an investment if they're underestimating, and or if they're overestimating, they may not believe that it's worth their time. And when it comes to thinking about time, poverty, and the constraints, you think about these women who have 7 children and you're asking her to engage with a 2-year-old and spend more time with them, that there may be perceptions that are coming into play. A second conclusion is that this idea of weight or height being a proxy for healthy development, it could be that parents are missing cues relating to cognitive or language development. And the question really remains, are there cues that parents can use to help understand on-track development or not? And is it worth thinking about what those cues might be, or what those tools might be for parents? And then finally, how can programs in lower income settings incorporate maternal perception based on context in order to optimize messages? For example, and then this is a question for the group that we can discuss at the end, which is just to say, what are the ethics involved in giving parents feedback about child development? I know that there have been some studies that have provided, kids will take a test and then the parents will get the test scores, and then what does that actually do in terms of possibly changing the parents' behavior? Is there a way then to prime them to think about the effectiveness of an intervention or not? This is a question that really remains for me about this idea of perceptions and then what we can do with that information. So this is an open question. So I'm going to move now into the next question, which has to do with maternal depression and what role it plays in early child development in the context of poverty. What I'm going to show you is that depression is depressive symptoms, high depressive symptoms are a huge, huge cause of disability and suffering in the world, and it hasn't changed in the last several decades. It's really unbelievable how high the burden is, particularly on women. And I'm going to show you then how that relates to child development. So we all know that there's a lot of risks for children living in low-income countries: poor housing and lack of sanitation, larger family size. This is not news to anybody here, but this idea of the fact that women are more likely also to be depressed. How do we measure this, and what is depression? First of all, major depressive disorder is what we're trying to access if we do something like depressive symptoms. Who in here has used something like depressive symptom scale? Many of you have used this, so I don't have to spend a lot of time talking about it, but major depressive disorder is really what we're trying to get at. This is something where you actually have to have a clinical diagnosis, and it needs to relate to the DSM, which is now the DSM-5, and that has then a clinical diagnosis. What I'm guessing most of us have used is something like a depressive symptom scale, which is like the CESD or the Edinburgh scale or the Beck scale. Yeah, and so these ones are questions about the same categories like sleep disturbance and reduced energy or diminished ability to think or concentrate. And then this is then scored as a continuous measure or as a percent of the population above or below this cutoff. So if you have depressive symptoms, for example, in the US, our cutoff is 16, and you would say someone is depressed, but it's actually just technically that they have high depressive symptoms. What are the reasons that this can go wrong in any kind of context outside the United States? Kind of relates to what Horacio was saying about using the Bailey outside the United States or outside of Florida even in that population, which is to say there are differences in screening methods. There's a lack of formal validation of methods in a particular country or language against a gold standard. In fact, we don't even have a gold standard necessarily in many countries. And there are certainly cultural influences. I remember that working in Mexico and looking at the depressive symptom scales and adapting it, there was an over-reporting of the somatic symptoms relating to depression. So that reporting depression was really related to often like my stomach hurts, my headaches, there are many symptoms. And so the cutoff in Mexico is more considered to be over 35 and not over 16. So it's a much higher cutoff that's considered to be like clinically relevant for saying high depressive symptoms. So those are the measurement issues and the caveats about thinking about using the scales, using the CESD or using depression as a measure. And now we'll go into this, how relevant and important it is. So this is a list of the leading causes of disability in 1990 and 2017. And you can see here that, well, it's interesting that the kind of undernutrition stuff has gone down many spots, but depressive disorders was number 4 in 1990, and it's up to number 3 in 2017. And I would say here, just to read this, while diabetes emerged as the 4th leading cause of disability globally, many of the top leading causes of disability remain so in 2017, reflecting a lack of progress addressing these conditions. So this is something we've known about for a long time and still haven't really made a lot of progress on. In terms of the global burden of disease, I'm going to point out where mental disorders are here. And you can see not only that there's a big peak during these working years that we're talking about here in terms of balancing women and childcare, but that there's also a very large, this blue patch here represents the burden, the global burden of mental disorders. And certainly, you can see other communicable diseases and other kind of disorders, but you can see here that mental disorders are certainly a world leading cause of global burden of disease. Now, how is this relevant to early child development and or women's work and the kinds of things we're talking about in here? We have a life cycle for mental disorders that starts with unwanted pregnancy, inadequate child spacing, adolescent pregnancy, many of the risk factors we're talking about in low-income countries, that then will lead to having potentially a higher risk pregnancy and inadequate adaptation to pregnancy or newborn care, and then really into inadequacies in nurturing or stimulating qualities of caregiving environment. So those are the risk factors that are being faced through the life cycle. And then there's these lifelong risks of genetic background, problems in physical or mental health, deficiencies in psychosocial or educational environment, and then exposure to harmful substances or toxins. So this is really to say that there's a life cycle of risks relating to depressive symptoms, and then these risks for mental disorders certainly that will then pass on to the next generation. So it's not just in terms of how women are able to care for their own children, but then also what the children are then more likely to have those risks growing up. Depression in women, as I mentioned, it's 2 times the prevalence of depression in men. In the United States, we have 8 to 16% major depressive disorder in a representative samples of non-pregnant women, and 29% among low-income women, so it's higher in lower-income women, and it's certainly a pretty big burden. But then when you look at low and middle-income countries, you have 1 in 5 or 1 in 4, depending on when you're looking at it, from this pooled estimate of like almost 50,000, 40,000 participants in countries around the world, showing the burden of 1 in 4 or 1 in 5 women is facing depression during pregnancy and postpartum. So it's really a very salient condition and certainly has effects on child development. So why is the risk for depression exacerbated in low and middle income countries? I've talked about some of this already, which is to say that there's low maternal education, lower socioeconomic status, lack of social support, a history of abuse, and a history of mental illness. These are all things that would be exacerbated. But the other thing has to do with increased just exposure to natural disasters, increased food insecurity, a shortage of healthcare services, a high prevalence of infectious disease. And then this some really interesting research linking nutrient deficiencies. So B12 deficiency, omega-3 fatty acid deficiency, calcium, iron, selenium, zinc, all of these things get depleted during pregnancy. And so then when a woman gives birth, she's then faced with having her own kind of nutrient deficiency postpartum that can then contribute to higher depressive symptoms and depression. Fourth, I would say intimate partner violence is so prevalent. In a 9-country review from the WHO shows a prevalence of 10 to 52% of women who experience intimate partner violence, which is including psychological abuse, which are obviously clear risk factors for maternal depression. And then finally, there are cultural specific factors. Some of this has been touched on with respect to the sex bias that in some Asian contexts there's higher risk of maternal depression for mothers of girls. And there's increased risk of depression for those women. So there are a whole lot of reasons that depression is exacerbated in low and middle income countries. And then just finally, I'm going to show you a model. I hope you guys can see this, yes. A model linking maternal depression and child outcomes. So how do all of these factors then affect children and children's development? And what kind of framework can we use to think about these questions? So if you think about context, dividing context into the biological context, I talked some about nutritional deficiencies, the microbiome, a genetic predisposition, and then also a psychosocial context in which illness and trauma, intimate partner violence, poverty, sociocultural influences, child maltreatment, these are all the factors that I mentioned which are putting women at risk. And then if you then move here to say there are ways that the pregnancy, that cortisol receptors, for example, are up and down regulated during pregnancy so that a fetus is more exposed to the detrimental effects of the stress that they're experiencing. There are ways that inflammatory cytokines are also higher for women who are experiencing stress and depression that has direct effects on the fetus. I don't want to stress any of you pregnant people out because I know I see a lot of pregnant people in this room. When I was pregnant, I was always like, oh my God, what am I doing? Yeah, so I'm sorry in advance. I'm not really picking on the pregnancy, but this is just like what the hormones are doing. And then here, psychological have to do with prenatal depression, postnatal depression, and then chronic stress. And all of these factors then are leading to these potential mediators here, which are the biological mediators of stunted growth or the microbiome or the cortisol and serotonin, psychological. But what I'm focusing on here is the child development factors, which is then when we're talking about child development and cognitive mental health, that's how those things are connected. So I think that this framework, in spite of being stressful in itself and a little overwhelming, I find it helpful because it puts all the factors together. And then we can start thinking about, well, if you're trying to affect child development, is it possible then that you can work backwards and think about also affecting some of these upstream contributors to child development outcomes? So this is a final slide, just thinking about what the consequences are, and then I'm going to tell you the good news about some of the child development interventions that can improve maternal depression. So just to summarize what the consequences are of maternal depression for infants and young children and also for the women themselves. There's actually an increased risk of having a child perceived as having a difficult temperament and behavior problems. So there's a change in perception. I know this happens to me. If I'm having a bad day, I'm much more likely to blame my children's behavior on them having a bad temperament and not like something that I did. So there's definitely this idea of the dyad and that you're more likely then to perceive your child as having difficulties themselves. You're then also more likely to have a child with depressive symptoms and low academic achievement. A recent systematic review also showed just systematically lower cognitive function, poorer school performance, and then higher risk for mental disorders later in life. And finally, there is also increased risk of having a child who's underweight or stunted, based on 17 different studies from 11 countries, that there is this risk of having these poor nutritional outcomes. So the burden is real, and the effects are large. And so if we can think about a way to address this idea of maternal depression or think about ways that child development interventions can think more holistically about child development to incorporate the whole family, then we might be able to be more successful in terms of thinking in a whole family context. So any questions up to this point? Anybody want to ask anything at this point about the first part of the talk? Okay, I'll keep going. So now I'm going to talk about, I think, 5 different interventions types. And I'm going to go through for each of them okay, so the question here is, these are all interventions that are targeted at poor families, and mostly they're really trying to improve child development outcomes or child growth or some child outcome. And I'm going to then think about, well, what is it that we could say from these interventions? What do they do for women? And I'm going to really focus on women because although I would love to include fathers, most of the time it hasn't been possible. I'm glad to hear my other colleagues have been as equally unsuccessful in including fathers. The two fathers who showed up, and how did they do? We're having that same issue at the moment in Kenya. So I'm going to talk about 5 different interventions: cash transfer, a flooring improvement, water and sanitation program, home visiting, and then a group-based delivery of care, of cognitive stimulation, to try and figure out, to just show you some evidence that these will have effects on maternal depression. So I'll start just with cash transfer programs to say, what is the reason that a cash transfer program might have effects? I know several of you in the room work on cash transfer programs, so this is not a surprise for you, but here's just a theory of change. Essentially, what do we think a conditional cash transfer program would do? That's certainly, we might imagine that the cash transfer could decrease emotional stress and depression, and so then parents are more able to provide nurturing and responsive care to their children. And you could also imagine that if you have an unconditional cash transfer program, that the cash transfer would have this same, would follow this same path. The difference with the conditional cash transfer is that you may also, through the direct provision of medical care and nutrition supplements and all of the other prenatal care, that this may end up allowing also parents to be more responsive caregivers. And certainly, what we found in the Mexico context, which was where we first measured depressive symptoms, was that there was an effect of the conditional cash transfer program on reducing depressive symptoms. So I'll show you here this paper, which was looking at the CESD, and I'll show you just the full depression scale. So in this case, we used we did the full depression scale, in which we found about basically 2 points difference on the CESD, and then also we did this dichotomous cutoff, as you can see, and we used these 2 measures, one that was 16 and one that was 26. So the 26 was the one that was recommended for use in Mexico, and then the other one was 16. So the point here is that Mexico's conditional cash transfer program, that participation in the program was associated with decrease in maternal depression and depressive symptoms, and then also the probability of depression. And I have seen since then that there have been a handful of studies that have looked at conditional cash transfer programs that found a mixed result, so either no findings or some that have reduced depression. And I saw a recent Cochrane review, which was looking at unconditional cash transfer programs and also finding that they were not able to make a claim one way or the other because the evidence is not there yet. But it's certainly from our experience in Mexico, and also that this kind of theoretical framework that the increased cash in the context of a conditional cash transfer program was associated with decrease in maternal depression. I'll just, as 2 findings that are related findings, was that we also looked at perceived stress, which is considered to be a mediator of depression because it's a shorter term variable that can change on a more day-to-day basis rather than depression, which is considered to be more of a longer term stable variable. And we found that perceived stress was a significant mediator of the treatment effect on depressive symptoms and accounted for 34% of the treatment effect. And perceived control was also something that related to depressive symptoms and accounted for 12% of our treatment effect. So our hypothesis was that the program somehow gave mothers more sense of perceived control and less stress. And these findings were also supported by the study that we were able to collect child cortisol levels and found that the program effect did have a significant effect of cortisol, but only in the children of depressed mothers. So there was a way that the depression related to the children's outcomes in the sense that non-depressed, there's 2 theories here. One is that non-depressed mothers could act as a buffer for children, protecting them from poverty, or that the children of depressed mothers are more sensitive to context. So our conclusions about the Mexican CCT, like I said, they have been replicated in a couple other studies that have looked at depressive symptoms and other studies that have found no effect. But I do think that in terms of a theoretical perspective of providing the cash, there are some studies that have found really big effects of unconditional cash transfer on maternal depression too. So I'm going to show you one other study that looked at cash in particular. This was a living wage intervention in the Dominican Republic that was an increase of a 338% increase in wage. And it happened overnight. It was a factory that, basically that decided to implement a living wage. And so, but it was overnight and nobody was told about it ahead of time. So yay, that would be a great day to go to work, right? What we were able to do is follow them a year later. This is not a great study because we had to cobble together a comparison group, and there are a lot of problems with it. But the interesting thing was it was a plausibly exogenous change in income by a large amount compared with the Mexican example, which is really an increase of 25% on average of income. So these longitudinal results, we found a 5-point lower scale on depressive symptoms. So the one in Mexico, we had found 2 points. This is a 5-point. It was much larger than we anticipated. We thought maybe it would show a little bit of an improvement in depressive symptoms, but this really was 5 points lower on the scale. And then we did find also increased expenditures on groceries, clothes, home repair, and school fees. We had thought maybe we were going to find increased obesity and diabetes, but luckily we didn't. And it was just the improvements in terms of depressive symptoms. I'm going to read you 2 quotes about the living wage, because there was a parallel qualitative study that went along with this. With a living wage, I don't lose sleep anymore as a mother wondering how I'll make ends meet. I would say Altagracia is this salvation for a lot of mothers. And then secondly, to live a dignified life means to have a bathroom inside. It means being able to eat 3 times a day. It means being able to get an education and being able to and have your child get an education. A not dignified life is not having a future. So it did seem clear that that this boost in income, this large boost, really was associated then with decreased depressive symptoms. We were not able to measure the kids in this case, but at least all the mothers commented on the fact that they felt that it made them able to be better caregivers. So those are the studies that I'm looking at in terms of the cash. I'll show you just one slide on a study that was done by Paul Gertler and a team that was looking at this large-scale Mexican program to replace dirt floors with cement ones. Some of you are nodding like you've heard about this study. And I think this was a study that showed 2 points of reduction in terms of the CESD and also on perceived stress and also significant effects on growth and child development. So this is, again, these are studies that really are targeting the family or targeting the child, not necessarily targeting the mother, but are showing benefits to mental health. Okay, so this next one might be the most surprising because it certainly was the most surprising to me. This is how water and sanitation programs are going to reduce depressive symptoms among moms. So this was a large Gates-funded trial in 2 countries, Bangladesh and Kenya, which had multiple intervention arms, and I'm going to describe how this worked. So I'm going to show you the Bangladesh results. So these women were recruited when they're in their 1st or 2nd trimester of pregnancy, and they were mapped, and then there were clusters of 8 pregnant women who could be reached by a single health promoter on foot. They had buffers around them. It was a very robustly designed study to look at, I'll show you 8 different intervention arms, possibly the most intervention arms I've ever had to deal with in a study. So all of the clusters were then randomized, and I'll show you what the interventions were. So the first intervention was water quality. So having to do with safe storage of water, making sure the water was clean and potable. The second intervention was sanitation. So this is the potty scooper thing, so they can scoop out the poop off of the compound where the kids might be. There's potties, they're building of latrines, and that was the sanitation arm. Then there was a hand washing arm in which there were hand washing stations that were put in the different compounds so that people could wash their hands. Then there was a nutrition arm, and this involved giving lipid-based nutrition supplementation, daily doses. And then there was a whole lot of combination arms. So there's the water sanitation and nutrition, water sanitation and hand washing and nutrition, control arm, and then a double-sized control arm, and then the total number of kids, which was 5,040. So this is the one that Rocio loves, the BATE, the MacArthur Communicative Development Inventories, which we use in Bangladesh. So this is a structured parental interview with a list of words that the child either understands or understands and says. And the thing that's great about the CDI is that it's supposed to be developed in each different country. So the ideal development is that you're following a child around, and then you pick the 100 most common words and then put those in a list, and then those are the words that the kids get tested on. So we used the CDI, and then we adjusted differences for the whole list of variables that you see on the slide, sex and age and mother age and parents' education, et cetera. And I will show you the results now that in terms of the CDI, these is understanding words, so it was the understanding and speaking. So you can see here the control being 0, and then the understanding. So these are all the different intervention arms combined at the bottom. And you can see the significant ones have stars. And you can see approximately same effect size across the board. Curious, interesting. We anticipated that there might have been more difference. Then we thought, okay, let's look at this. Let's look at the talking and see if that's any different. Well, yes, look at that. Yay, all of the intervention arms had effects, but they're all pretty much the same size, which again, went contrary to our hypotheses because we thought there was a little bit more in the nutrition, water, and sanitation and hygiene, but we thought that this would be have a little bit more greater effects. And then we looked at personal social skills using the ASQ that I had mentioned previously. So our question was, what do these findings mean? And how do they relate to maternal depression? Well, what I'm going to show you is that this program also had a significant effect on maternal depression across all of the arms. So here you can see all of the effects on maternal depressive symptoms in the first year in each arm, and in the second year in each arm. And the point, at least the thing that jumped out at me, was that these effect sizes are all pretty similar. And it doesn't seem that there's really that much a difference across the different arms. So maybe what we're seeing here is actually some kind of intervention effect about having a community health worker or somebody visit your home and talk with you 4 to 6 times a month. And maybe it really has nothing to do with the toilet or the potty scooper or any of the things that Gates spent $25 million on. I don't even want to have to say that to the Gates Foundation, but I do think that there is an element here which really has to do with the parents, the mothers feeling supported in this case. And my interpretation is that I would say the ECD effects were pretty modest and not biologically distinguishable across arms, because we might expect that if they were really biologically driven, that there would be a difference across whether you're providing nutrition, whether you're reducing infection, whether you're reducing diarrhea. And then the effects on maternal depression also had these similar effects across arms. There were 4 to 6 home visits per month, which when I show you about the home visiting programs, I'll show you that those are much higher than the standard home visiting programs. And my question is really, are less depressed mothers better able to care for their children, able to absorb the messages, and is possibly depression the key pathway by which WASH benefits is affecting outcomes? I don't know the answer to that. I have a doctoral student who's working on this at the moment to try and understand how important this maternal depression pathway is. So that's the water and sanitation findings. Now I'm going to show you about 2 different types of cognitive promotion programs. One is home visiting and one is group-based. I'm going to tell you the punchline, which is that the home visiting programs actually don't seem to have effects on reducing depressive symptoms among moms, whereas the group-based do seem to. And I noticed that Horacio was mentioning the similar kind of finding with the group versus home in India. So it's possible that if we're trying to move towards supporting mothers and to be optimal caregivers, that we want to think more about promoting group-based activities so that they can get that emotional and social support. So I'll show you conveniently. I have a student who just wrote a paper about this question about home visiting and whether it promotes child development. So first we'll talk about the theoretical framework. How would a home visiting program affect depression? So home visiting programs on average have modest effects on cognitive development, so 0.42 effect size and language development. And these are targeting parents through coaching, but it's usually in a one-on-one setting to enhance parenting knowledge, to enhance, to change beliefs, all these things we've been talking about here. And they're supposed to foster positive parent-child interactions because often the home visitor will also engage with the child themselves. The hypothesis parenting mechanisms are rooted in this idea that if you change knowledge, you're going to change caregiving, and then that's going to influence child development. So I'll show you what they found in this systematic review. So the studies focused primarily on enhancing child learning. There were studies using RCTs. These were studies that were all children less than 24 months and all took place in a low and middle income country, and then also measured some kind of psychosocial or parenting related outcome after the start of the intervention. So the best studies were included in this analysis, and I'll show you that there were positive effects on many aspects of home, but not on depressive symptoms. So you can see here just this plot where on average, in all the studies that they found that fulfilled their criteria, that there were benefits for the home caregiving environment on average for these home visiting programs. Similarly, there are not as many studies that looked at mother and child interaction, but on average, they did find benefits to mother and child interaction based on, as a result of the home visiting. And finally, there were benefits for maternal knowledge as a result of the home visiting program. So in terms of those pathways that we expect home visiting programs to work, there were benefits for all of them, but there were no benefits for maternal depression. You can see here that this is the 0 line. Now, most of these studies were not powered to detect depression. There's only one, I think, that was the one in Francis Aboud's study Daisy Singla, this study in Uganda that was actually powered to look at depressive symptoms. So it's unclear whether this finding is really that the papers were not, the studies were not powered to look at maternal depression, or whether this is a true finding. I don't know the answer to that. But I do know that it's becoming clearer to me that the group-based programs have a potential for reducing depressive symptoms and providing more social support to mothers. So I'll show you, finally, just this group-based delivery of cognitive stimulation. This is a study that's, this is an unpublished study that's currently under review, but I'll show you some details of this study, which is also based in Bangladesh. And it's a group-based delivery of cognitive stimulation and child health interventions. So this package of messages to mothers is gigantic. And one of the questions we had in this study in the first place was, could we actually bundle all of this stuff together to try? Because there's some evidence that from a study in India that having too many messages was actually backfiring, and that mothers were not able to absorb it. But so what we did when we tried to incorporate kind of this traditional responsive stimulation curriculum, also nutrition messages, also water, sanitation, and hygiene, also lead and arsenic, and then some of maternal mental health. And we adapted the program that was used in Uganda. So I'm going to show you, again, I'm really just summarizing here to show you that there were benefits to stimulation, play activities in the home. So you can see what we did in this study was we had a control group, and we had a group in the sense that all of the messages were delivered in a group context. And then this one called mixed or combination is a mix of home visiting and group. And so what we were able to do was then to look at the depressive symptoms. And you can see here the CESD score in the control is 15. And it is reduced, but if you combine the intervention groups, there's an effect. And then if you look specifically at the group one arm, that there were significant effects. It seems to be primarily driven by the group arm. So there seems to be something going on in the group arm in comparison to this mixed arm that is allowing women to feel more supported and to provide more responsive caregiving and feedback and care for their children. So, okay, now I'm going to talk about my conclusion, and then hopefully we can have a big discussion. So what my conclusions from just this look at the literature in terms of thinking about maternal depression, what role does it play, and how can we think holistically about child development and also think about that maternal child dyad and the other family members. My first conclusion, well, this is not really a conclusion, this is just to make sure everybody heard that there's a very high burden of depressive symptoms in low and middle income countries, either while pregnant or after pregnancy. And depression has significant consequences for the mother herself and also for her children. I would say that maternal perceptions, depression, we know depression is changing maternal perceptions and are a potential barrier for targeting interventions. And also that programs targeting children can benefit mothers too and possibly reduce depressive symptoms. Finally, home visiting programs don't appear to have substantial benefits for mothers, but group-based programs really do have potential. And I'm involved in another study that's also head-to-head comparing group and home visiting, and it does seem that the group has more benefits, not just for the child outcomes, but also for the maternal depression. So I'm going to just end with a few questions that are lingering for me that I hope we can have discussions about. I have one more, just wait 1 second. Next steps and future questions. So the father, role of the father and other adults, grandparents, what role can they have in cognitive stimulation? How can we best engage them? It's a really relevant question here, and I'm not sure what the answer is, but I think that it's certainly the future to think about how to engage other family members. I know that my co-author Pam is going to talk about the role of siblings right after this, so I'm going to let her talk about that, but I do think this question of how should or can older siblings play a role in cognitive stimulation for younger children is really relevant and important, and we should be thinking about how to include them in terms of either also measuring what's going on in the household. Time use. How can we avoid overburdening women who are already busy? This question of feminization of responsibility and obligation I read about with respect to conditional cash transfer programs. This idea that like burdening all these responsibilities onto women is really not making their lives any easier and just gives them too much to do so that they may just end up not wanting to participate or being overburdened. And fourth, this question, it's interesting, Sharon, your findings about partnering parents with parents and center-based care. I think it's really, really fascinating. What we found in Malawi was that the engaging parents and also engaging teachers worked better than teachers alone. So our findings contradict what you found. I do think that there's hope for partnering with parents and to try and figure out a good way to do that, which is maybe we need to go back to the drawing board in terms of like doing design-based approach and what they're most likely to find useful. That's not going to be disengaging for the teachers then. I do think that partnering is really is the path forward. I'm not sure what that path looks like. And then also finally, how can we develop these holistic interventions for families? And then how can women get the support that they need for optimal mental health? Because children live in an environment with their family and in their communities and their schools, but really there's such a primary relationship with a maternal caregiver, and if that maternal caregiver is not able to provide the love and responsive caregiving, then the child is put at risk, and so is the mom. And now I hope we can have a conversation about these and other issues. Thank you.
So Leah's one request was that we not group up too many questions at once.
It's my working memory. I don't want to have to remember all the questions. Yeah, 7.
Yeah, okay. So I had a question. I'd like to hear, Leah, your thoughts, and then Sharon, I wonder if you'd be able to jump in the conversation. So the question is, when we construct interventions that are for parents in relation to schools, what does teamwork look like and what does it not? Or what does partnership, in your word, look like and what does it not? And so
you can answer questions about Malawi.
Should we think, Sharon, of your findings as saying, I told the parents to be in charge of phonemic awareness, and they aced it. And I told, on a different arm, teachers to be in charge of phonemic awareness, and they aced it. And then if I tell both parents and teachers that they're in charge of the same thing, they fight. Is that an interpretation of what we see in your study, or is it actually that like a partnership was designed and they just didn't buy it? So that's the question there. And then I also had one, and in relation to what you said about finding actually that partnerships can work well.
Yeah.
The other question is just about your really cool Dominican Republic findings on depression. And I wondered whether richer households that had those higher income levels to begin with, do they display lower depression? Or do you think this effect is going to go away once they get used to their income? You see?
Great.
So thanks for both of your very interesting remarks.
I'm going to let Sharon go first. Yeah, and then I think Michelle might have something to add, because she was a partner along with Burke Osler on the Malawi study.
Yeah, the Malawi study focused on young children, right? 0 to 2.
No, it was also preschool.
It was preschool age.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I think the comment I made. The comment I made earlier about kind of having parents get to see and engage and do and not just be told, I think was one of the key differences. I think in Malawi, it was 12 sessions where parents came together in a group and actually got to, I don't know the content of the intervention, but I think there was a lot more hands-on as opposed to in Ghana, it was really a discussion-based intervention. So we showed these videos that were highlighting key messages around early childhood development and then a discussion that was led by the district education administrator. So I think part of it was the content, so like how you engage parents, telling them and then kind of raising a kind of opportunity for discussion and then not following up with them until the next meeting, I think maybe raised some cognitive dissonance for parents. And then the messengers, I think the teachers were the implementers in Malawi, right? Is that correct? And in this case, we had kind of a district staff member who came in, I think someone from maybe a little bit of a higher status, and maybe was really not the right person to be trying to give these messages to parents. So I think there were big differences in the implementation that were maybe consequential.
Do you want to say anything? Go ahead. You sure? Go on. Go on, Michelle.
I mean, I would agree with that it was, the idea was to model and practice the behavior with the children in the group settings that we did. But I think it's also the framing around, it wasn't about engaging the parents in the preschool. It was around sort of a complementary support for parents and the activities they were doing in the home. And I wonder if that had something to do with it as well. So there wasn't like a competition. It was just almost like separate but complementary activities, with the idea that the kids were spending more time in the home than they would be in these settings where they were just there for a couple hours a day.
Just to add on to that the idea emerged, I think I had a kid one of my kids was in preschool at that time, and we had the Sound of the Week. Anybody have a preschooler or gone through the Sound of the Week? Yes, you know what I'm talking about. So it's like, everybody bring in something that starts with the letter E. And there's so much ways of engaging parents in the learning that the idea was, what if we can engage them as partners? And it does seem like Michelle's exactly right, that we did set it up separate, but I think ideally it would be a partnership in which you could engage parents in the learning that was happening at school, and then ways to reinforce that learning at home in the home environment. Ideal. Someday we'll set up the ideal study, right, Sharon? Right. Yeah, you tried. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you for the great presentation. So my question is on the burden of work on the women. I'm glad you raised that at the end on the time use aspect, but also earlier I think I heard you say that cash transfers is one of the examples that have helped to reduce depression, if I got it right.
Yes.
And you said something about non-conditional cash transfers, the effects were higher. So I'm just wondering, in Tanzania, for instance, some assessments have also evidenced the fact that some women were time burdened with the work, and particularly since it's a conditional cash transfer program where they have to attend to the clinics and education and all that. So it was so much burden for them. But then I'm just trying to think, or I'm wondering the evidence or your experience in the situation where cash transfers are like a relief. We have now more income and all that, and maybe it's reducing depression on that side of the income. But at the same time, if there is evidence on how this work burden has maybe contributed to the depression at the same time, so just that
it's
kind of
an interesting question, the trade-off. So I'll tell you where that question about the overburdening came from was how many things can we layer into the cash transfer program. So we also did a study that I didn't talk about in which we made available and promoted attendance at an early child care promotion program. At CONAFE was what it was called in Mexico, and overlaid it on a conditional cash transfer program. And we had 3 arms, one which was just the cash transfer, one which was a voluntary attendance to this child group-based, play-based cognitive stimulation, and one which was perceived as a condition of the cash transfer. And we only found effects when parents thought it was a condition of the cash transfer that they actually attend. That's where we found the effects on the kids. So what I'm saying is that this idea that we can solve any problem with cash transfer, the counter side to that is that we have to be careful of overburdening. If we're saying, okay, you need to keep your kids in school and you need to give them checkups, and if you have a child under 4, you need to take them to this group-based care, I think the idea of that overburden really came from those conditions. On the other side, and I agree with what Orestes said about unconditional versus conditional, and Sarah, maybe you could comment on this too, because you've written one of the most interesting papers about that question, which is to say what's most effective, conditional or unconditional. I think the evidence is in favor of conditional, certainly when it comes to child development outcomes, that it's more effective to have a conditional cash transfer. But I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Just on the mental health, thank you, on the mental health
piece, we find both the conditional and unconditional cash decreases psychological distress for the beneficiaries. But we actually find that the UCT has a much stronger impact, and part of that comes from that. So ours is a little different because it's adolescents, that the adolescents feel some stress attached to that condition. So it kind of
That's what she's talking about, right? The trade-off.
takes away a little bit of, so they're both positive, but the UCT, I mean, it's free money. So
Yeah.
they were enjoying life for those 2 years. The CCT was the same. The interesting thing was because we gave some of the money directly to the adolescent, the more the adolescent got, basically the more that effect went away. So the more she felt it was sort of her responsibility to now meet this condition, basically if the adolescent was getting almost all the money, the impact on mental health was basically zero. So what you would expect.
Okay, I think we have time for one more.
You mentioned something about the number of kids having an effect. And I wonder if, in fact, your results do support that. If you have a recommendation of such as this, which is that interventions at the lower parity would be more effective and that you begin to train younger mothers to, let's say, on self-care or something like that, and that's the better, you get more bang for the intervention when you do that at the younger age, at the lower parity, than you do at the higher parity.
It's an interesting question. I don't know the answer when it comes to early child development. I've seen in an analysis, maybe Beth, you know this analysis too, that Zulfi Bhutta has done on the nutrition interventions, in which he argues that investing in the adolescent girl is the most effective in terms of preventing nutritional deficiencies down the road, because you're able to invest time and energy into thinking about having an optimal pregnancy. So I think it's absolutely supported, certainly in the nutrition literature. Do you know anything in terms of the ECD? I haven't seen any studies that have looked at that.
All right.
It's a great question, though.
Unfortunately, my job is to take away the punch as soon as the conversation gets
yeah, like, I don't know. Okay, let's go.
But
We're
thank
done.
you. Let's have another round of applause. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
All right, so we're going to try to make up a little bit of lost time. It's like the 5-minute coffee break challenge. If you can get caffeinated and come back.
Oh, that's quite a challenge. When does this end, at 5?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Your session was
All right, everyone, we're ready to get started. For our last panel of the day, there will be lots of times to chat at the reception afterwards. Great. So our final session today is going to focus on childbearing as a shared household responsibility and think of the other individuals, child rearing. Thank you, Pam. Childbearing is also a joint shared household responsibility. It's the last session. So we have three great speakers. So Pamela Tequila, who is at the Center for Global Development, is going to go first and talk about the role of big sisters. And then Patricia Wakulo is going to talk to us about male involvement in childcare activities in Kenya. And then we'll go on to Rudy Levtov, who is also going to talk about the role of sort of men in decision making. And so hopefully we'll have a lot of time for questions at the end, but because we're already 5 minutes late, I'm going to hand it right over to Pam.
Okay, so thank you all very much for sticking here through the day. And I have been trying all day to make notes about things that I would like to add through to this talk based on the conversations we've already had. So hopefully I will remember those things. Let me start by saying this is joint work with three people in the room. So Leah, who you just heard, Heather Knauer, and Owen Ogier. But if there are any mistakes in the slides, it's my fault. Okay, so in the interest of time, knowing the caricature of the room, I'm not going to say very much to motivate this. We all know that investments in early childhood are important. And importantly, we know that differences, socioeconomic gradients start to emerge very early in life, and they tend to grow larger over time. And these relate to differences that we can see in terms of the level of stimulating activities and the characteristics of the home environment. So this is data from the MIX surveys, the multiple indicator cluster surveys, and I first want to show you what's at the bottom of this here. So this is variation across countries, and then within each country I'm showing the difference between the level of stimulating activities that that parents engage in with their young children, ages 3 and 4. And you see the gap between what you observe in the lowest wealth quintile and the highest wealth quintile. And so you see that there's a lot of variation across countries here, and the bright orange color are countries in sub-Saharan Africa, which I'm going to be talking about one of today. So you see there's a lot of variation in the level of stimulation in the home environment that you see across countries and within countries. And this relates to, as we know, the level of variation in early childhood development, these socioeconomic gradients that tend to grow larger over time. So I want to motivate this talk with two facts, the first of which may be a little bit surprising. And so the top figure here is showing you gender gaps within countries in the level of early childhood stimulation, the number of stimulating activities that parents and other adult household members are engaging in with their young children. And so what you see is that these gender gaps tend to be very small. Okay, so for really young children, we don't tend to see huge differences in the extent to which households are investing in young girls versus young boys. And this isn't just here, so you could think maybe this data set is somehow not very good. You see the same thing in the DHS. So there's been work that's been done looking at differences, gender gaps in vaccination rates within countries, and you see also very small or non-existent gender gaps in vaccination rates. So when we think about the investments that households are making in young children, we don't really see a lot of strong evidence of gender gaps. But of course, we know that as children age, we'd start to see relatively large gender gaps in a lot of important outcomes. So in sub-Saharan Africa, as of 2010, girls were still less likely to be enrolled in primary school. This is data from the World Bank's World Development Indicators. They were still less likely to be enrolled in primary school in 27 out of 37 African countries. They were less likely to be enrolled in secondary school in 19 out of 25 African countries. So we don't see differences in what households are doing really early in life, but they start to emerge as children get older. And so there are a lot of reasons that this could be the case. So, there could be differential returns to school. So some have speculated that women's lower labor force attachment, or the fact that in many contexts the returns to educating them are captured by the families they marry into, might cause households to invest less in girls' education. And what we also know is that boys and girls have different chore burdens within the home. So they do different tasks, and they have different amounts of work that they're responsible for as they age. And so what I want to do today is take a deep dive specifically into the work that girls do and talk about the role that sisters play in child rearing. So what we know from the anthropological work, and I really like that Matthew gave a shout out to David Lancy's amazing book, is that in many societies, big sisters play a huge role in taking care of young children. So, these are three different photos from different time periods. These two are from within the last 5 years, I think. One of these is Dana's picture. So you can see that these are all pictures of young children, young girls who are taking care of even younger children. And we know that this is true. We all know from experience that this is true. And yet, as others have talked about, and as we talked about at the beginning of the day, the role that sisters and brothers play in child rearing is often ignored in our discussions. So in economics, we have a lot of formal models of the investments that households, specifically parents, make in children. And these are usually concerned with the trade-offs between early investments and later investments, but they tend to think of the household or the parents as being the only ones who are able to make productive investments in children. And when we think about measuring the home environment, so that mixed data I showed you at the beginning, the family care indicators measures and the measures that they're built on focus exclusively on the investments that are made by parents and other adult caregivers. But what we see, so in our data, Heather had the foresight to think about adding questions when we implemented an adapt-in version of the family care's indicators in a series of studies of a pre-literacy program in rural Kenya that I'll talk a bit more about in a second. We asked whether anyone had engaged in different types of stimulating activities with kids in the last 3 days, and then we said who, and we allowed them to say, oh, it was an older sister or an older brother, even if that person was still a child themselves, so a 9-year-old or a 10-year-old. And what we see is that older sisters do more stimulating activities with young kids than anyone else in the household. And older brothers actually do a lot. So mothers do more than older brothers, but we see that, we're going to spend a lot of today talking about fathers. There's a lot of work to do on fathers. Fathers are not doing very much, and a lot is already being done by siblings within the household. Now, when I sent these slides to Heather, to my co-authors yesterday, Heather wrote back and said, you're going to get to this slide, and people could quite reasonably be like, well, yeah, we don't measure it because it's not as valuable. It could be that this is really good stimulating activity, and it could be that this is just kids playing that doesn't have the same impact from a developmental perspective. And I think that that's a really interesting empirical question. But then earlier today, Matthew made the point that that could be completely the wrong model, right? It could be that in the context that we're working in, which is in a rural Kenyan village, that a lot of what is being done in terms of stimulation, environments where kids can engage in informal conversations, a lot of the stuff that is going on may be stuff that's happening in child-centric spaces where there are kids of different ages and adults aren't there. And when you're in an environment with adults, the dynamic is more respectful. So I think it's a really interesting empirical question of whether the contributions of older siblings to the development of their younger siblings are important in terms of building human capital. And so that's what we're going to be talking about, that I'm going to be talking about today. And so we're going to be using data from, as I said, the baseline survey for an early literacy intervention that we're doing in 73 communities in Luo-speaking areas of rural Western Kenya. So we have data from this is baseline data from 2,500 children in 2,000 households. The children were aged 3 to 6 at the time. And so we're going to be focusing, so this is a very economisty sort of paper, and so I apologize to those of you in the room who, I'm going to try to make this as friendly as possible. But so the idea is to use a quasi-experimental identification strategy and think of households that have exactly one older brother or older sister as giving us a natural experiment in the role of sisters in child rearing. So the idea is that we're going to take households that have one older child and some older and some younger children in our sample, and we're going to see that those households look similar on a whole range of observable characteristics. So mother's education and household wealth and structure, household structure and all of that. And so that's going to allow us to then say, what is the impact of having an older sister as opposed to an older brother on child development? So the first thing I'm going to do is say that in this sample of about 700 households where you have exactly one older child, you see the same absence of a treatment effect of having an older of being a girl on the amount of stimulation that you're getting from your family. So the number of stimulating activities you get is similar if you have a 3 to 6-year-old kid who is a boy versus a girl. But if you have a 3 to 6-year-old kid of either gender and they have an older sister, they get more stimulation than if you have a 3 to 6-year-old kid who has an older brother. Okay, so they're getting more stimulation from the household as a whole. So why do we think that we can interpret this as a causal effect? Well, the idea, there are a lot of papers that do this. The idea is, of course, that after you get pregnant, you can't control the gender of the sex of your child. And this is an environment where sex-selective abortion is not really relevant. And so I'll show you on the next slide that these households look really similar. And so then we're going to be able to compare outcomes in households that have an older girl to outcomes in households that have an older boy to get a sense of the impact of having an older sister relative to having an older brother. And so we're going to do two things with this. So the first is I'm going to just show you this impact on child development, and I'll talk a bit about the measures in a second. And then I'm going to, if I have time, I'm going to talk you through a theoretical model that we have in the paper, thinking about the household decision-making problem about how to invest in their young children, and showing you that the pattern of results we see can only be explained if households think that older siblings are having a significant impact contributing to the development of their younger siblings. Okay, so first let me just show you that these households look similar on a whole bunch of characteristics. We see it in this sample. Households who have one older girl look very similar to households that have one older boy. Now, this is not something you should just take for granted. So there are a whole series of papers. So Dahl and Moretti, for instance, have a paper showing that in the United States, if you have a boy, parents are likely to get married if they were unwed at the time of conception, and all sorts of other outcomes flow from having a boy. And so we see that this doesn't seem to be relevant in this context. So we're going to be able to estimate the treatment effect of having an older girl. Now, it's in this selected sample. So I'll tell you that households that have one older child are a bit different than other households, but not that different. So as I said, it's about a quarter of our sample, and they look similar in terms of household wealth. Mothers are a little bit more educated in our sample than in the rest of the sample, but overall they're relatively similar. Okay. So I'm going to look at the impact on child development. This is a pre-literacy intervention that we are using the baseline data for. So our outcome measures are really heavily focused on vocabulary. And so I'm going to create a vocabulary index that has 3 aggregates. So we have vocabulary, receptive vocabulary in Luo, which is the mother tongue for all the children in our sample, receptive vocabulary in English. These are both adapted subscales of the British Picture Vocabulary Scale. And then we developed our own expressive vocabulary test. This is newly developed that we validated, and you can see we can talk about the validation. And then we also have some fine motor questions. So we took a set of adapted items from the MDAT, the Malawi Developmental Assessment Test. These were the items that performed the best in a shorter term study that we used before. And so we also have a fine motor index based on this subset of items. And then we have measures of early childhood stimulation, the number of stimulating activities that households engage in with their young children. These are, it's from the family care indicators, but I've said it was adapted to cover a slightly broader range of activities and to also measure behavior that's being done not only by adults, but also by older sibs. Okay, so first let me show you the impact on child development. So what you can see here is that, so these are density plots, and you can see, so older sisters are the orange density plot, and if you have, young children who have an older sister are in orange, young children who have an older brother are here in blue, and so what you can see is that there's more mass to the left here. So having an older brother is associated with lower child development on our aggregate index. So we can put this into a regression framework either with or without controls. You see that the point estimate is about 0.13 or 0.14 standard deviation. So I think the public health people in the room would say this is a very small but still statistically significant effect. And the economists would say, woohoo! But seriously, the impact is similar. So this is similar to the association you get with a 1 standard deviation or about a 3-year increase in mother's education or a 1 standard deviation increase in our socioeconomic status index. So this is not a huge effect, but this is also, comparable to other things that we tend to think of are important. The other thing to note here is that if the channel is through this difference in stimulation, then this is a lower bound on the role of siblings, because this is the difference between having a brother and having a sister. And so what we saw is that brothers also do a whole bunch of stimulation. And so this is telling you that if that is the main sort of way that this is being mediated, siblings are actually doing a lot more than this in terms of their impact on child development. Okay, and so you can see we've broken this down. It's actually working through both vocabulary and fine motor skills. But we're going to be able to take this apart a little bit. So what I've done here is I've run a series of quantile regressions trying to look at where in the distribution this impact is coming from. And what's specifically interesting, so here you can see that it sort of looks largest in the left tail, so that this impact of having a sister is having the most effect near the bottom of the distribution. Now what's interesting is that that differs across our 2 outcomes. So when we look at the impact for vocabulary, you see that it's this sort of imprecisely estimated. So these are all point estimates from separate quantile regressions with the associated confidence intervals. And you can see that it's sort of most likely to be significant here at the bottom, but it's sort of going on all the way across for vocabulary. When I look at fine motor skills, I see something quite different. So what you can see here, and it's a little bit small, I apologize, is that above median, you see an estimated impact that is very close to 0. So there's basically nothing going on above median. The fine motor skill impacts seem to be very much for kids who are below the median in terms of development. And so even though we see this effect seems to work on our 2 different classes of outcomes, we see it working differently in these, where the effect on physical skills seems to be really concentrated for those kids who are near the bottom of the distribution. Okay, so I just want to talk through quickly. I know this session, I don't want to hold up this session. I know everybody, it's been a long day. So we have a simple model of a household where you have a parent, an older child, and a younger child. And the purpose of the model is to think how we can use our stimulation data from the FCI to think about different mechanisms that might be driving this effect. So the first thing to think about is this pattern, is a pattern of stimulation what pattern of stimulation would be consistent with this just being about gender bias among parents? So I think it's fairly obvious. Oh, sorry, I'll come back to this in a second. So the structure of the model here is going to be that a parent is going to divide their time between work, so domestic production or labor supply, and investing in each of their 2 kids, the older child and the younger child. And their investments in those children by engaging in stimulating activities with them contribute to their children's human capital and welfare in the long term. And then we're going to have older siblings who also invest in their own human capital doing schoolwork, and maybe they also invest in their younger siblings. So if this were just a story, and then of course the younger siblings benefit from this stimulation. So if this were just a story about gender-biased parents, then we would expect to see parents investing more in young boys than in young girls. And we don't see that. So this is not just a story about gender-biased parents. So now, what would be going on if this were a story where siblings' contributions to the human capital of older siblings' contributions to the human capital of their younger siblings had no impact on outcomes, but parents, for whatever reason, were investing less in older sisters? So if that were true, if this were all about parents, then what we would see is there would be a treatment effect of having an older sister, and it would be working not through the sister herself, but through the parents. If you have an older sister and I as a parent want to invest less, if I as a parent have an older daughter, I invest less in her than I would in an older son, that frees me up to invest more in the young children. And so then you would see this treatment effect, and it would all be the parental channel. Okay? So then we can look at, is the stimulation being done more by parents? On the other hand, if this were a story that were not at all about gender bias, but were a story about technology, older sisters, for whatever cultural reason, are better at taking care of young kids, stimulating them, then you would actually see parents invest less when they're in their young children when they have an older daughter. Okay? Because if I have a great babysitter, I can do less of the childcare myself. So we get these two different extreme cases that make opposite predictions about what happens in terms of parent stimulation. And then there's an intermediate case where the parents are biased. They invest less in older girls, and the older siblings contribute to child development. And then we're going to see that older sisters invest more in young children, and parents don't necessarily change their behavior because they don't need to, because they know they have a great babysitter, and she is investing less in herself. So in fact, this is just summarizing what I've been saying. So if this is all about the parents' human capital investments, what the parents do, then we'll see when you have an older daughter, you invest more in your own young children. If it's all about technology, parents with an older daughter invest less in their young children. And if both mechanisms are at play, then the parents may not change their behavior at all. We'll see an increase in stimulation coming from the older sibling. And that's exactly what we find. So you can look here at the treatment effect of having an older sister on the total amount of stimulation you get. It comes from, and we see that it's there. When you look, this is a really inconvenient line right here. When you look at the treatment effect on parental stimulation, there's no change, but the whole increase is coming from the amount of stimulation you get from your siblings. You see that there's a big positive effect on the amount from your sister. There's a negative effect on the amount from your brother. But because brothers do less than sisters, this nets out to be a positive effect. And nobody else in the household is changing their behavior. So this is consistent with everyone in the household knowing that older sisters and older brothers do a lot to create human capital in their younger siblings. Okay. So I know I'm being told to rush through, so I just want to sort of highlight, seen through the lens of this model, this suggests that older sisters have an effect because parents invest less in them. They themselves invest less in their schooling and more in building the human capital of their younger siblings. And everybody in the household knows this. Everybody in the household knows that older siblings play an important role in building the human capital of younger children. Now, this is really important, as we've talked about today, because if we want to design effective interventions in policy, we need to recognize the reality that is going on in households as these households are recognizing it. Parents' choices in this framework depend on what the older siblings are doing. So you can't just look at parents' behavior to know about parents' optimization problem. Right, and so this is, of course, critically important because older sisters do a disproportionate share of childcare in many contexts. This may not be optimal for them. It may not be optimal, may or may not be optimal for the young kids. It may or may not be optimal for society, but it is what is going on. And so for us to build effective policy, we need to have measures and models that capture the reality of what is going on within these households so we can try to intervene constructively to improve outcomes for everyone. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. I'll talk about male involvement, which, what am I doing wrong? which Pam has touched on a little, and other speakers during the day have touched on as well. And we want to see how males are involved in childcare activities. So what I'm going to present is based on some studies that we've carried out at the African Population and Health Research Center. The first study, all these studies are on parenting empowerment, looking at how early stimulation can be integrated into what parents are currently doing. Now, it's only the first study which is making an overt effort to include fathers into the early stimulation activities. The other two studies looked at incidental activities that fathers are engaging in with their young children. So the second study is, the first study is looking at improving nurturing care in Kenya and Zambia. And the Kenya site is in Kisumu in Western Kenya, which has already been, there's other studies that are going on there on parenting. And then the second study is looking at how early stimulation can be incorporated into the healthcare provider, the services that are provided at the healthcare facilities. And then the third study is looking at incorporating parental support for the baby-friendly community initiative. The first two studies are ongoing. The third study has already ended. So we want to see what's happening with fathers in early care. Just to provide a brief background, although I know people are in the room already sold on what I'm going to talk about. One of the things that we've talked about, other speakers have talked about, one of the risks of poor child development, which are mainly to do with poverty in low and middle income settings. Another risk that has been there are very few studies on that, is the effect of gender inequality and discrimination on poor child outcomes. You find that particularly in the early years, girls are disadvantaged in the opportunities for play and resources. And I'm sure if we were to visit different homes over here, we would see that difference already being played out in your own homes right here. Girls are encouraged to engage in quiet play in the house with dolls and cooking utensils, whereas boys are encouraged to go out, rough and tumble play, which exposes them to more opportunities for development. There are studies that have found that gender attitudes, the stereotypes, gender stereotypes begin to develop in early childhood because of the way the children are socialized. We start from birth. Boys buy boys blue clothes and girls pink clothes. And even if we don't think that it affects them, it does in a way, because they see that girls and boys are treated differently, and that affects the way that they're going to behave in later years. Now, when these negative, most of the times the stereotypes that are propagated through the way that we interact with young children, they are internalized and they are negative. Most of the time they are negative for the girls. Girls are on the, if we have a spectrum, they're on the lower end of the spectrum in terms of the way that they can engage in different activities and the way that these activities affect their outcomes. One of the major common thread throughout the studies that I've talked about, the 3 studies, early childhood care is women's work. They say that women know, in quotes, how to deal with young children. Men come onto the stage when the children are older, when they're able to talk, because they feel like when the children are younger, it's very hard to interact with them because they're not able, mainly because they're not verbose. These children are not able to speak to them. So they find that interacting with these children is very difficult for them. That is what they report. It's not necessarily difficult. Adrian, that quote, fathers have long been the forgotten contributors to child development because it has been found that they make a positive contribution to child outcomes. So the significance of what I'm going to report, when there are males as role models, this has benefits for both boys and girls. When they see males modeling certain behaviors and females modeling certain behaviors, it benefits both genders. Then if both males and females participate in early care, then it will broaden the children's perceptions about their gender roles, their gender expectations. Males have been found to contribute positively to children's social competences because of the type of play that they engage in with young children. And then if we have more males participating in early care, then this will enhance parental involvement because both males and females will be involved. And fathers will feel more comfortable in the early taking care of young children. So what we want to do, when you visit an early childhood setup, this is what you'll find. You'll find, where is she? That's the mother in a clinic. That's the one who goes to the clinic. There's a quote by a father, by a community health volunteer, which I can talk about now. They say even when fathers escort the women to the healthcare facility, they wait for them at the gate. They don't go inside with them. They're embarrassed to be seen in that setting. Women are the ones reading with young children. Women are the ones teaching in the early classrooms. So we want to move from here to here, where men are not embarrassed to be seen interacting with the young children. They are very happy to do so. Okay, this is the older age children. Here they're not very embarrassed. But this, in an African setup, they say in Kiswahili, I should have put the quote here. They say in Kiswahili, that man has been kaliwad chapati. Like a henpecked man is the one that would do that. We want also to see more men teaching the young children without embarrassment. So I'll just present the results that I'll present are based on baseline findings from the 3 studies. We had qualitative interviews with different stakeholders participating in the studies, and we wanted to find out about their perceptions on male involvement. What do they think about the roles of men? What do they think about how can men be encouraged to have greater participation in early care? So this is an FGD with fathers. This is what they consider their role. Their role is mainly provision and protector. They see themselves as protectors of children and their families in general. And then fathers themselves indicate that the responsibility of taking care of children in the early ages lies with the mother. They don't consider that they could also play a role, and a very important role in that. Mothers themselves, when you look at perceptions of other players in the interviews that we conducted, mothers themselves see the father as the provider and the head of the family. So you find that there's internal perceptions of their roles. Fathers have their own internal perceptions of their roles, and these perceptions they are reflected in external parties. So this perpetuates the stereotypes that people have about the role that men can play. So we want to push for greater male involvement. And this is already happening in some of the studies that we're doing. For example, community health volunteers, they encourage fathers to be close to their wives when they're pregnant, just to support them, to make sure that all their needs are met, to make sure that they're comfortable. They also encourage them to assist them around the house. I wasn't there during this FGD, but I would have loved to see how this was being presented, and if there are any male CHVs providing these views. They are also encouraged to support their breastfeeding wives so that they can get good flow of milk. Those are some of the things that men can do when their wives are pregnant or when the babies are young. Then the CHVs, some of the things they do is when they visit the homes, they like to make sure that the men in the households are also involved. Sometimes they reach out to them personally. Sometimes they encourage them to be part of the home visit when they go for their home visit. And then they also want to just do greater sensitization of males, just to help them to stop feeling ashamed about being involved in early care. Because then the CHVs themselves are aware of the importance of father involvement. We had interviews with the ECD providers. One of the ECD providers said that the child does not belong to the father alone, to the mother alone, sorry. You find that in the cases where maybe the mother is not there, maybe has passed on or is away from the home for an extended period of time, even when there's a substitute caregiver, that substitute caregiver is more likely to be female rather than male. Male caregivers themselves, they say they have to help their wives with house responsibilities because their wives are not domestic workers or slaves. So some men are sold on the idea of participating in early care. But there's that issue, very big peer influence. How will other men look at me if I'm involved if I'm seen carrying a young baby, or taking my wife to the clinic? So whereas involvement of males remains a problem, there's still a lot to be done, like has been mentioned in earlier presentations. There's still a lot to be done to bring males to the level where we want them to be. This is a very big thing for men. They don't want to be seen as weaklings. And for them, carrying a baby is weak. Like I already mentioned, they wait for the women at the clinic gates. And probably when they're waiting at the gate, they are doing something that is not clinic related so that they don't look like they are part of the clinic visit. Some recommendations. These recommendations are from the participants themselves. So one of the things that they recommended is to involve fathers in home-based sensitization sessions. When they go to the homes, when the CHVs go to the homes, they should have some sessions specifically with fathers and just talk to them about how they can be more involved in early care. These sessions could also be planned in such a way that they are separate for men and for women, so that the men don't feel ashamed or embarrassed, and they can talk freely about their views about early care. They've suggested special seminars to sensitize men on the importance of their involvement. And these seminars, some of the information that they suggested should be included in those seminars is just telling men about the importance in influencing child outcomes, how male involvement influences child outcomes positively. The male caregivers themselves suggested that they be involved in caring for young children. Some of them reported that they are not really involved in the early care because mothers themselves keep them at arm's length when it comes to the early care. So the mothers don't tell them when it's time to go to the clinic. The mothers don't tell them when there's a problem with the child and they need their support. So men themselves, they said that they were sidelined in the early care, which means other than encouraging greater involvement by the men themselves, others need to be encouraged to change their perceptions about male involvement, because the others may also be perpetuating the stereotypes about the role of men in early caregiving. So it needs a concerted effort to make sure that all stakeholders at different levels should be engaged in the conversations about ensuring greater male participation in early care. And that is it from me. Thank you very much for listening.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ruti Levtab. I'm the Director of Research, Evaluation, and Learning at Promundo. I have the privilege of, I think, being the last speaker today, so I hope everyone is roughly awake. That means that a lot of things have already been said, and so I'm going to be able to, I think, skip over some things, but let's see. So what I'm here to talk about today, and my colleague Shamsi is here in the audience, and I might punt some questions over to her. We decided we wouldn't have quite enough time to present together, and this is work on behalf of a variety of colleagues at Promundo, including Kate Doyle, as well as the Rwanda Men's Resource Center. So we're also going to be talking about men's involvement and particularly around fatherhood. And why is this important? Why are we talking about it? Why are we talking about it in the context of this intersection between ECD and women's economic empowerment or women's empowerment more broadly? I think that the sort of core element to start with, and again, thank you because you've presented a lot of what I was going to say, so I'll skip some of that. But I think the core one is that one of the most persistent and largest inequalities in gender is around care work. So there's not a single place in the world where men do an equal share of the caregiving, and in many countries that gap is very substantial. This gets in the way of a variety of opportunities for women, but we also like to think about it as the sort of opportunities that it denies men for connection, for growth, for emotional engagement with their children and their families. As we heard, involved fatherhood does contribute to the development of children where it happens. We sometimes talk about it as a unique contribution, but I think that's in a world where we have 50% approximately of men, we need to have them involved in care work, whether or not they have a unique contribution to the development of the child. We also think about fatherhood as an entry point for talking about and working on a variety of other gender inequality issues. Whether men are involved in particular ways or not, having a child tends to be a particularly transformative moment in their lives. This is my partner and our baby, and that was, in fact, a transformative moment for him. And so thinking about fatherhood and the engagement with children as a way to start talking about family dynamics, to talk about violence, to talk about a lot of things that men in particular don't like to come to a session just about that. And then finally, this really important element that Dr. Wakello already brought up of modeling equality. Right? So children who grow up in more equitable households, a variety of research both from Promundo and elsewhere are showing positive impacts for both boys and girls and sort of perpetuating this cycle of positive caregiving and things like that. So I'm going to be presenting about a particular program and its evaluation results in Rwanda, but I wanted to mention that this is part of a much broader and more multifaceted initiative or campaign called the Men Care campaign that is focused on really transforming our ideas about gender and caregiving. So saying that caregiving is an equal responsibility of both men and women, that men have a role to play as fathers and other caregivers, not just as sort of, or rethinking the idea of protectors and providers, and centering the idea of equality within that. And so Men Care has media campaigns, it has work with health providers and other systems, as well as kind of interventions like the one that I'm going to describe. Again, linking ECD and gender equality, we talk a lot about the home environment as fundamentally shaping the health and well-being of children, but we didn't necessarily talk a lot today about violence and what that means both if children experience it or witness it within the home. And so we're thinking about child development as sitting here within this kind of network or framework around exposure to violence, around a supportive and nurturing home, around caregiver interactions and stimulations, but also around maternal health and the relationship between the parents themselves and co-parenting relationships. So, getting into the program and the evidence that we'll talk about. So, the Bandabareho program in Rwanda was based on Program P, which is sort of a men care core program that targets expectant fathers and their partners or parents of young children, let's say 0 to 5. In Rwanda in particular, those were the participation criteria. It is a participatory group education, and we call it a gender transformative approach. So we actually have an explicit goal of changing the gender dynamics within the household. In this particular case in Rwanda, it is 15 sessions. 7 of those are for the men, so the fathers alone, with a trained facilitator. And in 8 additional sessions, the men and their partners come to the session. This is about 45 hours of intervention for men and about 24 for women. They're led by trained community facilitators. These are not folks who necessarily have a strong gender background, but they go through a training where they participate in the program themselves. Participants do receive an incentive or did receive an incentive or a transport stipend of approximately $2 per session. They were coming in that case from quite far away, although my understanding is that they were mostly not used for transport. These sessions were very highly attended. So on average, men attended 14.1 of the 15 sessions, and women attended 6.8 of 8 sessions. And this was a government-approved curriculum, and so it was well aligned with a variety of government priorities around health and things like that. This particular implementation came from a health perspective. So we have sessions around men's involvement in reproductive and maternal health, support during pregnancy, and then sessions around men's roles as fathers and partners, around couple communication and decision making, including how to budget together, sessions around violence, particularly intimate partner violence, although some focus on violence against children, a session on substance use, a session on child development, and then a lot of discussion around gendered roles in the household. I wanted to mention something about this, but I do not remember at this hour. Oh, yes, sorry, that we have a sort of a theoretical framework, which I didn't put in here, of how the intervention works. And that has a couple of different dimensions. One is this participatory critical reflection process, where you're thinking about how gender has affected your behavior, how you were raised, the impact on the way that you interact with your child, the way that you interacted with your family. There's also a set of skills that are built where you get to practice both caregiving skills, but also couple skills, right? Communication, budgeting, things like that. And we do think that there is an element of the group setting that is also really important that helps sort of reinforce, let's say, positive behaviors and norms and allows for discussion of some of the kind of pushback that you might hear. We were able to do a randomized control trial, very simple design. So there's a control arm and an intervention arm. And I will say, sorry, that this was implemented between 2014 and 2016 in 4 districts across Rwanda and was funded by the Dutch Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The study, we were constrained by sort of the existing structure of the intervention implementation, and so we randomized participants by facilitator. The facilitators had been previously selected. Each facilitator recruited 25 men to participate in the intervention. 12 of them were randomized into the program, 13 were not. We did a baseline data collection in 2015 just with the men. We did not have the resources to collect data from women. And then 2 follow-ups, including one that was up approximately 2 years after the baseline that included the men and their partners in both of those follow-up times. We had a technical advisory group. Some of the affiliations of people in this room were involved with us, so thank you, and then some qualitative research that is linked to that. And we have a lot of different findings, but I wanted to focus on the violence and the caregiving / ones related to ECD. But I'll talk about a few others that we have as well that are unpublished. So really important and findings for us were very large differences in women's reports of intimate partner violence in the past year between the intervention and the control group. So about 1/3 of women in the intervention group reported intimate partner violence in the past year, compared to about 60% in the control group. These are unacceptably high numbers anyway, but a really large difference. And this is physical and sexual violence. We see similar results on emotional violence as well. We also see a difference in, and this is all the 21-month post-baseline data. We also see a difference in lower rates of use of corporal punishment against children by both women and men. Again, very high rates. This is something that we think we could strengthen the content in the intervention around. And then we get to time use. So we did a very extensive kind of time use measure, and we see, unsurprisingly, that women spend an enormous amount of time, much more than men, on daily caregiving and domestic tasks. However, men in the treatment group spend almost an hour more per day doing care work. Women, unfortunately, there was no reduction in these types of tasks. However, there was a reduction in women's time spent on unpaid agricultural work, on fetching water, and both men and women were getting a little bit more sleep and time to socialize. We also looked at some specific kind of activities that might be considered kind of early child stimulation. We see that men are spending more time per day telling stories, singing, and playing with children, and more time per day sort of teaching children something. There was some, I believe in the telling stories, there was also an increase in women's time spent as well. Lots of other findings that I'm kind of trying to summarize here in 3 buckets around sort of protection of maltreatment, so the violence findings that we saw, but also lower rates of men's threats of violence against children as part kind of an intimate partner violence situation. Change in use of positive discipline, so not only negative corporal punishment, but also more positive ways of disciplining, reductions in men's alcohol use, which is really important as a predictor for the use of violence. And so some things there, less quarreling, kind of better couple relationships. We see more enrichment and nurturing, as I mentioned, as well as more increased communication and decision-making between the partners. So again, for us with an interest in gender equality, that was a really important area. And then around health and nutrition, which was initially the main focus of the study, we did see women increasing their use of prenatal visits. It was a small increase, but statistically significant. Men were more likely to accompany their partners there, and women reported greater partner support during pregnancy. And I didn't put it here, but I'm very happy to also report differences in maternal depression, again, almost 2 years after the intervention. So one intervention, multiple effects. We think that this is because we were attempting to address kind of the underlying issue in a lot of these, right? The gendered ideas about who should be doing what in the household, who should have power in the household, and also operationalizing what does that mean and how to do it. We are now at the point, so this data is from 2016. We've been working with the Ministry of Health in Rwanda on opportunities to scale the program through community health workers. There's a fourth community health workers are quite overburdened with a lot of responsibilities. We have the opportunity in Rwanda with the addition of a new community health worker that's focused on health promotion, who will be taking on this kind of programming as part of the portfolio. lots of questions for us to kind of follow up on and see. But those are, to see whether a program like this can again be delivered at scale through a public mechanism, not through an NGO primarily led implementation. We are also, and this we're really excited about, and particularly if there's any funders in the room who are interested in supporting, because oh my goodness, child observations cost a lot of money. We are doing a 5-year follow-up to see both impacts on the partners who participated in the intervention, but now the children who were born at the time are almost 5 years old. We'd like to follow up and see direct child outcomes. And then just to say that this is work in Rwanda, but this model has been implemented, but perhaps not as rigorously evaluated in other settings. And so we're working on an implementation or adaptation with a focus on early child development in Lebanon. That's the picture down here, as well as of a couple days ago, in Colombia as well. And then finally, since I think I have a couple more minutes, I think a lot of the programs that we talked about today are really at the kind of family, community, maybe even school level, but we really see this as part of a much larger kind of set of interventions or changes that need to occur in the world in order for quality, well-being, health to come about. And so Promundo publishes a report as part of the Men Care campaign called State of the World's Fathers. It has a much broader message than that. It's really focused on men, caregiving, and gender equality. And in the latest version, which came out this June in 2019, we sort of frame it as 5 keys that are needed in order to kind of unlock the potential of care. This includes laws and policies, including maternity and paternity and parental leave, but also income support, all of the things that families need to enable them to care for one another. Obviously, there needs to be a transformation of social norms, of who's responsible for care, building the economic and physical security of families. I guess that's related to the laws and policies. Helping couples and co-parents to thrive together. A lot of the types of interventions that we just presented we see as key there. And then also putting fathers' care themselves into action. And as part of that, we decided to be ambitious and launch what we call the Men Care Commitment, where we are not satisfied with just a little bit of increase of men's participation. We think that 50% of the care in the world should be done by the men who form 50% of that, and that can start by men doing 50 minutes more per day as individual men. So with that, I'm all done 2 minutes early. Looking forward to questions and to the discussion. And thank you again for everyone for being here today.
For the floor, my head always goes to kind of policy and programming. And so I sort of have a different question for each of you. I think, Pam, I was struck by this conundrum of sort of the sister's own human capital, the older sister, versus how she influences the children, and kind of your thinking of, so what do we do? How do we think of interventions that deal with that? Right. For Patricia, you, I think, had this really also interesting case where it seemed like, for example, of the men going to the health clinic and staying outside, that actually what they want to do may be to be in there, but peer influence is kind of driving them to make different decisions. And so how do we think of interventions that enable them to actually do what they want to do and get over that peer influence piece? And then Rudy, for you, I think the NGO you work with in Rwanda is special. They sort of NGOs like that don't exist. I don't know. So they seem particularly good and particularly passionate, and so I'd like to know a little bit more about how they developed as an NGO and kind of how we can think of similar models in other countries. I think there's something, I've met with them in Rwanda, and there was just something very special about them that I'm curious to understand how you think that might be driving some of your results.
Yeah.
So Pam, maybe we can start with you.
Can I go last?
Nope.
No. So, I mean, I think it's a really good question, and I think it's a question that we have thought some about, but I would be curious to know what other people would say. So, I mean, I think the first order point is that we're just trying to document the situation so that, other people can come up with better interventions. But I also think that it's important to recognize, first of all, that if we don't measure these things, we can't know whether households perceive these allocations as optimal or not. So, right, you could think of two very different stories that could explain the pattern that we see. One where women think that by focusing on becoming, older sisters focus on building mothering skills that are going to be rewarded in the marriage market, and that's a specialization that they think is actually optimal from their perspective, that's good for them. And another story is one where, parents are pushing them to invest less in schooling because they need help around the house, and there's just a social norm that there are things that girls do and not boys. And that's obviously probably not optimal for the girls. And there's a world of difference between those two. And so I think to the extent that it is the latter, obviously interventions that take the burden of care work out of the home are going to have big impacts, not just for mom, but also for girls. So you can think about that as, better early grade education, preschool, daycare, but also things like, non-child focused interventions that shift other aspects of girls' care burden as well. So, better access to water and sanitation that takes other responsibilities off mom and creates more, space for less of a care burden within the house and a domestic work burden. So I think that from our perspective, it's first important before you think about what the right policy is to know why people are doing it. It is the case that in almost every country in the world, girls are catching up to boys in terms of educational attainment. And so some of these norms may be shifting over time, though in many societies we see that even when girls and women catch up in school and labor force participation, they still do more domestic work. And so I think without, maybe with data on how this is evolving, how this burden of chores within the household responds to the expansion of educational opportunities and the shift to a more 21st century economy where it's really bad for households not to educate their bright girls, we can see whether there are changes in the chore burden that go along with that. But I think, the first order thing before rushing to intervene is to figure out why this allocation is the way that it is within the household.
Patricia?
Thank you for your question. I think one of the things that we can do is maybe use the men who are not shy or embarrassed to be involved in the childcare work, to use them as champions and sort of to get them to a place where they're modeling the behavior that we would like to see in the early childcare settings. Because if we have the males themselves modeling the behavior, then other males are more likely to take up those responsibilities in childcare, because then they see it as, if another man can do it, why not me? One of the in the recent past, maybe in 2018, we had one of our governors in Kenya being seen in public carrying a baby on the back, like the photo that I showed. I should have put his photo there. And for many, I saw the comments. It was on Twitter, and I saw the comments on that. And some men were very encouraged that a very popular, well-known personality could do that without shame. And others were on the other side saying, how can such a big man do such a thing, like being seen in public carrying a young child? So I think if we have male champions in place, then that would help to just encourage more men to participate. But also, we don't really have the evidence to show us how much men are participating. We have anecdotal evidence, but we've not really done a study to find out how men are participating and how their participation impacts child outcomes, particularly in our sub-Saharan settings. So I think that's one of the things that we can do. And then also, if we have policies in place encouraging greater male involvement, like one of the things that we've seen, like I showed on the picture, is the females are the ones who are more likely to be teaching in early childhood classes. If the early childhood classes are maybe improved the conditions are improved. Because one of the things that keeps men away is that they pay. These teachers at this level, they don't have a very high profile. They're considered as the failures in society. So if the profile of this profession at this level is increased or raised, then maybe we could have more men participating. But I'm not saying that it should be increased just for men to participate. It should be increased even for women, because we also matter a lot. So, yeah, so that's what I would say.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Shamsi also to help me with this question about sort of what makes RAMREC special, and to say RAMREC is very special and has done incredible work on this project. But I think it brings to a bigger conversations, because many NGOs are actually passionate. I think passion is actually not something that the NGOs are lacking, but I think what it brings back the conversation, especially among those of us who like to talk about RCTs and the results, is the importance of good implementation and good design. And so this particular program went through almost a year process of adaptation that was very participatory, that involved some formative research, and then tested and piloted and talked to both the Ministry of Health as well as to participants. And one of the favorite things, and again, I was not involved in this process, I feel like I can sort of brag about it, is that both facilitators in the program, which Shamsi was managing at the time, and participants talked about how they felt like they gave birth to the program, right? So a really strong sense of ownership, and then really strong implementation. And I think we often forget about that part in a rush to be like, oh, look, this is a great model. Let's implement it everywhere. Let's scale it up everywhere. But you need to have that quality. But actually, the things that were in place in order to implement it, these are lay facilitators. These are not particularly people with enormous amounts of training or a particular background. The people who kind of trained them and monitored the program were. So that's the part that we need to think about scaling. So the staff at RAMREC did have that. But anyway, I don't know if Shamsi, you wanted to add something to it.
Thank you very much. Again, I'm Shamsi from Mundo, and it's too loud. So I'm based in Kigali, and I've been actually privileged to be in the process of implementing and adapting the program in Rwanda with RAMREC, of course. Maybe just briefly say why RAMREC is doing a unique or a different work in Rwanda. I mean, Rwanda is now known as leading the world in terms of women's empowerment, good policies and programs. But then there was still a gap, or that was the missing link, the role of men, how to engage men. Even though we've been doing very well in Rwanda with, the 60, I don't know how many seats of women in the parliament, 50% women in the government, very good programs, but yet the role of men was not yet very much seen in terms of all those programs. So when RAMREC came on board, first of all, I remember when we've been conducting the formative research. I'm going to come back on this one again as one of the things that made the program very successful. So it was that the men, I remember in some of the FGDs and ideas, men telling us it was their very first time having those kind of safe space where they can discuss their own issues around gender-based violence, ECD, and all those programs that were initially meant only for women. Again, coming back to what Patricia said, men have before they have never been space, to talk. And all what goes is, caring for children, education for children, domestic chores, it was just for women. So talking about the program being successful in Rwanda again, just a little bit of background saying that before we implemented Program P in Rwanda, the main CAB and DBRO 1, we conducted first a formative research, which I guess again, as we are discussing about solutions in terms of scale up and sustainability, again, I think we could confidently say so far, for Rwanda that we have been successful because at least for this program, we've been able to do the RCT and show evidence that the program has worked. So one of the things that made this being successful, the formative research, that helped us to understand, the local context and tailoring the program based on the local context. Again, talking about gender dynamics and all that, it's also dynamic and also different from country to country and context to context. If you want to go internally in the country, it differs from the north to the south. We've been talking about, the way we've been trying to train men to hold the babies, to help their female partners in household chores and all that. So in some parts, because we've been in 4 districts, north, south, west, and west, and east, and we could see those dynamics, between, they're all Rwandans, but it was easy for some men to easily change the norms when you compare to other parts of the country. So again, talking about contextualization of the programs. So this is one. So again, talking about, I will come back to Patricia's comment on when she talked about the influences, how men sometimes are blocked, although they are willing to change and to become champions. But then when they go back in their families, especially in Africa, who have this power of, the mothers-in-laws, the uncles, this kind of, settings in Africa. So again, I think what made our program in Rwanda successful is this, kind of ecological model or approach. Having the gender transformative group education with men and the couples, but also other interventions at community level, making sure that we're working with the religious leaders, the community leaders, the government as well, and the entire community. So when men were able to gain new skills and willing to change, when they go back home, at least they have this support from the community and the entire family. So this was another thing that helped us to be successful. So now talking about scale up, because we are now transitioning to scale up. Again, I will come back to the research. So from this morning, I've been hearing to a lot of findings from the research. I was very happy to hear about, Pam's presentation as a big sister from Africa. So it just, I understood very well what it means. So now what I'm seeing is how are we transitioning from those findings and the reality that we are seeing in programs, designs, and M&E and all that. So again, I guess governments are very key in terms of scale up and sustainability when it comes to fundraising and all that, donors as well. So what I'm seeing in Rwanda, again, that is making the process successful is that the government is convinced based on the evidence. So we need to have evidence on what works, like we've been doing with RRCT in Rwanda. So when you go to the government to advocate for the policies, we've been talking about the policies, you have to make sure that you're having evidence that is shown to the government. And this helps you to have the buy-in from the government. Again, we're implementing not only in Rwanda, but also in West Africa and in DRC. And these are some of the challenges I'm seeing. It's very hard to bring the government on board. And yet, to make the program successful, you have to have, there's no way to make them successful or sustainable so long as you don't have the buy-in and the support of the government. Again, this is another thing that we are happy with in Rwanda, but it remains a challenge in other countries in Africa. So I think this is basically what I would like to share and, from Rwanda and probably other part of Africa. And again, maybe I'll come back to the question of big sisters and how can we address that? Yeah, when I think of myself, as a big sister, a firstborn of a family of 8 siblings, I can't remember myself being a child, behaving like a child or having time to play and all that, And there is a term that we use in Africa, even my own family. The firstborns, the daughters, actually, they are called the deputy parents. And this is actually how my siblings call me. So you play the role of a parent from the very early age. So again, just trying to figure out and how are we addressing those issues and make daughters also be children and feel like children and behave like children. Thank you.
So maybe we'll open it up to the audience for questions, as much as I would like to just take all the time, but I will not.
So I have a question about linking this back to women's work. The fact that even though there are these promising, exciting results showing that there are other people beyond the women who are engaged in childcare and stimulation, and this is good for children's development. The fact that from the Rwanda case and the Kenya case, and also some work some of my colleagues have done in DRC, when men get more engaged or older siblings do, women don't do less. And so I was interested in hearing your thoughts about whether, thinking about optimal investments, are women over-investing in these cases, or is this, I've just become familiar with this idea of maternal gatekeeping, so that women, even when men are willing to do things or other people are willing to do this, have this idea that they want to do it and they actually shy away from letting other people do more. So what is the next phase to, or what do you think are the things that could lead to women investing less and actually freeing up their time when other people get more engaged in the household?
Are you okay if we take a couple more and then answer? Let's just take a couple more.
Thank you. That was one of the questions I have, so I'll just move to my second question. This question is pretty much
introduce
for...
yourself?
Oh, Althea Anderson from the Hewlett Foundation. This question is for Ruti and for Patricia for the most part. It's really great to see some of the positive impacts of these kind of individual level and group level social behavior change interventions on male involvement for early child development. I think that in both of your presentations, what I heard is also an appreciation is that there's these overarching community level gender norms. And often they are not the focus of interventions, even though Shamsi kind of said in this particular case, there is this community level part of the program P. But it's often not the focus of intervention and it's not assessed. And in terms of the sustainability of individual behavior change, if intervention participants' behaviors are going against and violating community level norms, will we see a sustainability of this behavior change? As Kendi said, if there are these norms that both men and women and communities continue to reinforce, is the level of couples and men really the appropriate level of intervention? Do we need to couple that with community level social norms, and then how do we properly assess and evaluate them?
Take one more from Matthew because he seems very excited.
This question is never going to live up to that billing, is it? I just wanted to follow up at that point, and partly what Pam said, which is about why people do things, why these things are set up in the first place. And my starting assumption is that these social norms don't come from nowhere. How I was imagining it, particularly with gender roles, is that in there somewhere is either historically or now there's a kernel of it just makes sense to organize some roles that way, but then around that gets built a whole socially constructed gender norms. And Ruti and Patricia, both of your results kind of point to the fact that actually there's quite a lot of there's more social construction and there's more arbitrariness than you might have imagined. But I'm interested to what extent there is pushback and people saying, well, no, this is how it works better, and this is or is it all a positive story about arbitrary social norms being changed?
Okay, take one more.
And then in 2 minutes, we're going to answer it all.
We don't even remember that.
Hi, this is Sumitra from Mobile Crashes in Delhi, and my question is more towards Pam and the study on siblings and especially girls, older sisters, and their effect on human capital formation. Coming from India, where gendered inequity begins even before birth with selective abortion, wide gap in enrollment in preschool education between boys and girls, and very large gap in the dropout rates of girls after the end of primary education as compared to boys. Just a question that when policy making is looking so clearly at evidence-based, and when we have evidence now of the role of siblings, especially older siblings and their role in childcare and human capital formation, how would you expect that it translates into policy formations where the whole dialogue and debate so far has been about freeing siblings from the burden of childcare responsibility to enable them to go to school and have better opportunities of life? Do you think, how should we translate this kind of a study for policymakers in situations like our country?
So I think we'll start with Ruti this time, and you guys each have about 2 minutes.
Okay. Lots of questions here. Are women over-investing, let's say, or gatekeeping? We did go back and collect some qualitative data recently, and there is a little bit of, well, we didn't do it quite right, so we're kind of redoing some things or adding to something that's happening. And one of our plans with the next round of data collection is to look much more at kind of women's economic outcomes as well. It was just not much of a focus. But again, just the opportunity to do that and the fact that there's a reduction in other time use, I think is also important. And data in the US shows increases in maternal investment as well over time. Violating norms or thinking about sort of the pushback and coupling of social norms, I think it's a really important question. We were actually a little bit sad to see that while the intervention in fact had a lot more components, there was actually relatively little spillover in the sense that this was individually randomized. So you're looking at people in the same communities and you still see these very large differences. And some additional research that we've done in terms of looking at the mechanisms through which this is working. There's a kind of attitudinal or normative mechanism, but there's very much a skills mechanism. There's a couple relationship. There's even a mechanism through alcohol use that these are sort of mediators that seem to be affecting, in this case, the reduction in violence. So we haven't looked at this for other outcomes. But I think the question is not sort of is this the right place to invest? It's just, can we invest in all of these other things as well, right? So you need the whole ecosystem. You need the policies that are supportive, the positive kind of champions and images and social norms things. But there is something about the group or couple intervention that I think is really important, especially for outcomes like violence. And I think those were all the questions.
Very briefly. I think one of the things that needs to happen with women to just enable them to release some of the childcare responsibilities is greater sensitization on the role that men can play, and also to feel that men can do it as well as they can. Because I think one of the reasons that there is a pushback on having males involved in childcare activities is because they feel maybe men are not able to do it as well as they are, because probably because they haven't had enough practice. And I think women need to get to the level where they are giving men the opportunity, because I think that's one of the biggest impediments to male involvement. If in the household itself, at the household level, the partner is not allowing the man to get involved in the childcare activities, then it means from the lowest level, then men are feeling, if I'm not able to be involved at home, why should I be involved in other activities outside the home? So I think if women themselves are able to gain that confidence that men can do it well, then I think they would reduce their, or unlock the gate, so to speak, so that men are able to get into that space. In terms of community level gender norms, I think there needs to be a concerted effort to just sensitize entire communities. So she mentioned about the parenting programs where they're doing it as couples. I think we should move on from couple sessions to entire community sessions, so that you're having regular meetings at the community level. In Kenya, we call them community barazas, which are convened by village elders or local leaders, where you come and talk about different issues within the community. And I think in Kenya, one of the other means that we could use to change these norms is through the faith leaders when they're having their sessions, because they have regular meetings every week. Once a week, you're meeting community members, and that would be a good way to just try and change the norms. In terms of pushback, I think that's a good question to think about future studies. Just establish to what extent are community members willing to allow men to engage to be more involved in childcare activities. And I think that would be a good area to just investigate and see what is actually on the ground, instead of relying on what we hear. It would be good to hear from the community members themselves what they think about male involvement, qualitatively and quantitatively. I think it would be useful evidence. Yeah.
So let me just briefly jump on that, and then I will answer Sumitra's question. So I will say that in the Kenyan context, in the dialogic reading intervention that we were using data from, we have been doing another phase of the study where we're trying to deliver this parent education program in communities, and we've been randomizing whether we are first holding a baraza where we explicitly get male community leaders to talk about the importance of fathers in raising young children and the role that they play. And we haven't gotten the data yet, but it does look like that has been pretty successful in that context of just getting the fathers to actually attend the parent education program. And then, of course, there's a question of whether that translates into behavioral change, which is harder and takes time. But I think that first step of making it socially acceptable to be seen doing this seems like something that we've been able to successfully address through these community sensitizations. So to answer your question, and it's a great one, so the first thing I would say is that I think the latest data from India, there's a UNICEF atlas that shows that actually girls are now more likely to be enrolled at the primary level and the pre-primary level in India, that in terms of going to school, attending, girls are catching up and India is achieving parity. If anything, boys are going to be at a disadvantage. And yet we know that in the Indian context and in many others, girls are still at a disadvantage in many other dimensions in terms of the care work they do at home, in terms of maybe in terms of the attention they get from teachers. And so I think there are kind of two sides to this. So in terms of the care work side, like the most obvious thing is, of course, that when we have interventions like daycare and pre-primary that reduce the child care burden on the household as a whole, we can think about them having impacts not just for moms or for grandmothers, but also for these older sisters. And that's what Dave saw, and that's what we would expect. And then the other thing I would say is, in terms of how the norms change and change the expectation that you should invest less in your girls, there are some really interesting studies from India looking at how households respond to information about jobs targeted to women in business process outsourcing, and also how households showing that basically when parents expect there to be a return on the marriage market for having your daughters more educated, they get more education for their daughters. And so I think, there are some encouraging pieces of information saying that when you communicate to parents that there are actually really good reasons to educate daughters in terms of like how well they will do in the marriage market, job opportunities that are specifically available to them, you do see households responding quite strongly in terms of pushing daughters toward more education. And so I do think households, respond to information as they have it, and we can think about ways to make households see better how important it is to educate girls. And I would say there's a really interesting paper, when we think about the benefits of girls in education, there's a really interesting paper by Javeria Qureshi in Pakistan looking at how when girls get more education, there are spillovers onto younger children in terms of their cognitive development. And so I think getting all of this information to households can slowly start to shift the norm a bit.
I think Rudy would just like to make one final point.
Sorry, I felt a little remiss in not saying this earlier when we were talking about the idea of sort of maternal gatekeeping and mothers letting go of certain things. I think it's really important to acknowledge that the home and children is often a space where women have control and power, and that until we're able to we can't just bring in men into that space until we're able to kind of equalize other things, that's a really important thing I felt like I couldn't go away without saying that.
All right, great.
Anyway,
please join me in thanking the panelists. I'm going to hand over to Megan for a few announcements.
I just want to quickly close out the structured program for the day. First with a few thank yous. Of course, to our speakers and chairs, especially to Sarah for making up so much time. Thank you. And especially to Pam Jakila up there, who for the past year has led the design and planning of everything that you saw today. So we are incredibly grateful for all of her hard work. Also to, thank you. Also really want to thank CGD's associate staff and especially Amina Acosta back there, who has supported all of the logistics that have gone into today. Others at CGD, our communications team, including our event manager, Amanda Leverett, Ashley and Stephanie, our digital and social media leads, our IT team, who's been in that hot booth back there, manning all of the slides, Saul, Abdul, and Mike, And of course to our donors from Hewlett and Echidna Giving for making today and all of these really rich conversations possible. Finally, because I know I'm standing between you and wine, I just really want to thank all of you for traveling across the country and in some instances across the world to spend a long day with us today. We really hope that you have learned a lot from it. I think there's already evidence, right, that we're going to go back to our research, back to our advocacy, back to our policy work to think about how outcomes for women and girls as disproportionate caregivers, right, can be better incorporated into our work. We'd ask you to watch this space as CGD gears up to continue its work, our research on the intersection of ECD and women's empowerment and agency. Keep us in mind for partnerships, stay in touch. And finally, now enough work for the day. Please relax, enjoy a drink and continue the conversation outside. Thank you all so much.